at the Grand Musalla Mosque, waving Palestinian, Hezbollah and Lebanese flags. These are tough times for Iran, and its supreme leader is facing tough choices. Hello and welcome to Connecting the Dots. I'm Unman Bhattacharya. Let's connect the dots of the dilemma facing the supreme leader of Iran. The Israeli attack should neither be downplayed nor exaggerated. A careful choice of words by Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He was referring to Israel's airstrikes on military sites in Iran. Israel had launched them on the intervening night of 25th and 26th October. This was in retaliation to a ballistic missile attack by Iran earlier that month. Khamenei's words show strategic caution, but Khamenei is not just thinking about the best immediate move for Iran. He is thinking long term. But do you know who exactly is Ayatollah Khamenei? Well, he has the final say on all major policies in Iran. He serves as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and controls the Revolutionary Guard. Born into a clerical family in 1939 in Iran's second largest city, Mashhad, he received religious education there and then turned his attention to political activities against the last monarch of Iran, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. Pahlavi had ruled Iran with a pro-Western foreign policy and a reformist and modern outlook from 1941 until the 1979 Iranian Revolution, when the Pahlavi dynasty was toppled in Iran and the imperial state of Iran was replaced by the present-day Islamic Republic of Iran. Khamenei had gone into exile in the 1960s and re-emerged after the Shah of Iran was overthrown. He was a close confidant of the leader who emerged after the revolution, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, and quickly rose through the ranks of government. He was elected president in October 1981 and re-elected in 1985. He then eventually succeeded Khomeini after his death in 1989 and became Iran's supreme leader. The supreme leader carefully manages the clerical establishment in Iran to balance competing interests, advance his own priorities, and ensure that no one challenges the Islamic Republic or his leadership. He is 85 years old, and his 35-year reign over Iran means his influence extends across West Asia, given Iran's backing of Hamas and Hezbollah and support for the Houthis. But with power and authority and rival powers in the region come huge challenges. Before going into those challenges, let's understand Iran's adversarial relationship with Israel and the basis of that. Since the 1979 Iranian Revolution, Tehran has been ideologically opposed to Israel. And Iran's supreme leader sees Israel as an occupying power and a colonial project of the West that he sees as undermining Palestinian and broader Muslim sovereignty. Containing Israel's regional influence while defending the Palestinians serves Iran's purpose of defending an important Arab and Muslim cause. It also helps Iran make a bid for regional influence over other Arab states. Tehran's regional goals are above all driven by its quest for securing its regime. Iran learnt that lesson when it was attacked by Iraq in the 1980 to 1988 period. Iraq had then got support from regional and Western states. The Islamic Republic survived, but this attack instilled a paranoid and defensive mindset among Iran's leadership. And this mindset has driven its approach and support for proxy groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, and support for Houthis in Yemen ever since. Iran has built its network over time, striking deals, providing regular support, and developing cross-border networks in weak and fractured territories such as Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and the Palestinian territories. To understand the challenges facing the Supreme Leader of Iran today, let's understand the setbacks the Islamic Republic and its regional proxies have endured amid hostilities with Israel. In the past 100 days, Khamenei has seen devastating losses. Israel struck decisive blows against Iran's so-called axis of resistance. It killed Hamas leaders Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and Yahya Sinwar in Gaza. Khamenei's most important ally, the Lebanese Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, was also eliminated. What's more, in October, the United States sent B-2 stealth bombers, which are $2 billion worth of aircraft capable of delivering 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs to destroy weapons depots in Yemen linked to Iran's Houthi allies. This was not only another blow to Iran's proxy armies, but also a clear signal to Tehran that its underground nuclear sites are within reach. Earlier too, there were quite a few domestic setbacks for Iran. From America's assassination of Iran's top military commander, General Qasem Soleimani, in January 2020, to Israel's alleged killing of Iranian nuclear scientist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh that year. Together, they show the regime's vulnerabilities. When Khamenei's protege and potential successor, President Ibrahim Raisi, died in a helicopter crash in May, many Iranians suspected internal or external sabotage. Containing domestic uprisings has been another major challenge for the clerical establishment in Iran. The national uprising in 2022 and 2023, known as the Women Life Freedom Protests, took 6 months and more than 20,000 arrests to die down. There are economic challenges too, because even without strict enforcement from the Biden administration, Iran faces some of the highest sanctions in the world. Analysts say Khamenei has spent his sunset years repressing a population that wants to unseat him while simultaneously engaging in a military and financial conflict with Israel and the United States. And now, given the possibility of even more hostilities with Israel, which is a nuclear power, the Supreme Leader faces a critical choice: whether to pursue nuclear weapons or not. Until now, Iran has followed a strategy of nuclear ambiguity. Under it, it tries to deter its adversaries by staying just short of developing a nuclear weapon. This helps it stave off severest economic and diplomatic costs that are associated with having one. Although Iranian officials did stress for long that Khamenei issued a fatwa forbidding nuclear weapons under Islamic law, they now openly acknowledge Iran's capacity to build such weapons if they choose to. That's what US intelligence assessment is too. Iran's domestic media estimates that the total cost of its nuclear program, including sunk expenditures, lost energy revenue, and lost foreign investment because of sanctions, can go up to hundreds of billions of dollars, even though the nuclear program contributes just 1% to Iran's energy needs. One could even argue that the most important objective that Iran's nuclear program has served for the past 20 years is diverting attention from the missiles, drones, and regional proxies it has cultivated over time. But as tensions spike in West Asia and Israel continues to train its weapons on Iran, Khamenei may be compelled to reconsider his nuclear options. But the road to developing nuclear weapons is laced with many complications, because Iran's nuclear program, much like its security and intelligence services, has been deeply infiltrated by Israeli and United States intelligence. And so, developing a full-fledged nuclear weapon could mean covert or overt military action from Israel or the United States. Remember, over the past decade and a half, besides routine assassination of its top nuclear scientists, its clandestine nuclear sites have been exposed and subjected to sophisticated cyber attacks and sabotage. That possibility is intact even today. In 2018, Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency, had even seized a significant portion of Iran's covert nuclear archives from a warehouse in Tehran. Former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has gone to the extent of saying that the very team that was tasked by the Islamic Republic with countering Mossad's infiltration was led by a Mossad spy. Similar dangers are there today too. Another factor that Khamenei may like to consider while taking a call on whether to acquire nuclear weapons or not is the internal consequences it could trigger. Iran having nuclear weapons could undermine his own authority and control. Because much of his power is rooted in his authority to make the final decision about crossing the nuclear threshold, and once that threshold is crossed, he risks shifting power to the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, which is most likely to oversee the nuclear arsenal and launch codes. While autocratic leaders recognize the allure of nuclear weapons to enhance their power, they often hesitate to pursue them because of fears of empowering their militaries and undermining their own control. A similar calculation could play in Khamenei's mind. That power shift could be so defining that it may move the Islamic Republic of Iran from a theocracy to a military dictatorship, and Khamenei would want to prevent that at any cost. The other dilemma before Iran's supreme leader is who should succeed him. In 1978, the Shah of Iran, who had cancer, was said to be reluctant to rely heavily on his military to crush a national insurrection. He feared it would make his 18-year-old son, to whom he planned to bequeath power, a puppet of the military rather than its master. Khamenei could be facing a similar challenge. Reports have emerged that he is concerned that his 55-year-old son, Mojtaba, a Shiite cleric and potential successor, could become a figurehead controlled by a nuclear-armed Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps rather than become its commander-in-chief. So the question is Khamenei himself the main barrier to Iran acquiring nuclear weapons as he grapples with internal power dynamics and external pressures? In a post-Khamenei Iran, military leaders may be less reluctant about pursuing nuclear weapons, having learnt lessons from how Ukraine, Iraq and Libya became vulnerable to foreign intervention because they either gave up their nuclear capabilities or refrained from developing them. By contrast, North Korea, which kept its nuclear arsenal, has managed to ensure its isolated regime's survival. The tide is turning in Iran too, where editorials have started appearing in Revolutionary Guards news outlets that advocate changing the nuclear doctrine. So in the last chapter of his life, 85-year-old Khamenei must grapple not only with his legacy, but also with the existential fate of the regime he has led for decades. Time for a breather on connecting the dots. Why are conspiracy theories linking pop sensation Michael Jackson's death to American rapper P. Diddy doing the rounds on the internet? We explore that next. In a world that never stops, where information shapes our reality, one app stands out, helps you stay ahead of time. Introducing the DD India app, your gateway to a world of news right at your fingertips. Your most trusted source of news goes global, goes digital. Explore a world of options, top stories, live updates, in-depth analysis, and more. Stay informed wherever you are. Real-time alerts keep you ahead of the curve always. The DD India app, connecting you to the world one story at a time. Download now and explore the world of knowledge, insights, and authentic information. Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think All dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India. Are you a Michael Jackson fan? If yes, you must recognize this iconic black and gold military style jacket on display. This was once worn by the king of pop himself. His jackets and other accessories are currently up for auction at a store near London. Now let's take a trip to Los Angeles. This mansion is where Michael Jackson lived and passed away in 2009. Just a short distance away is the home of another music mogul, American rapper Sean Diddy Combs.
Don't worry if I write rhymes, I write.
And this is where our story begins. Diddy is currently in jail, facing serious charges related to sex trafficking and racketeering. Days after Diddy's arrest, a conspiracy theory has emerged online suggesting there is a secret underground tunnel at his mansion that connects to Michael Jackson's home. According to one version of the story, a neighbor sent an anonymous tip to federal officers about unusual activity at Diddy's house. When the agents arrived, Diddy's team reportedly prevented them from entering. Despite this, the agents decided to search Diddy's newly renovated bedroom. When they moved the bed, they allegedly found a tunnel hidden under a rug and discovered children's clothes inside the passage.
You're not going to believe this, but there is, in fact, a Diddy and Michael Jackson connection.
Social media users have since raised questions about Michael Jackson's death, with some calling for a reopening of his case and alleging Diddy's involvement. However, it's important to note that there is no evidence confirming the existence of this tunnel, and authorities have not verified these claims. The relationship between Sean Diddy Combs and Michael Jackson is not very well documented. They were seen together at the 2003 VMA party hosted by Diddy, but there's no indication of a close friendship. In fact, Diddy shared a funny story about Michael unexpectedly crashing that party while looking for Beyoncé.
Mr. Michael Jackson is here to see you. I'm chit-chatting, and so right there he has his arm, bring that up so they can see his arm around me, but then you don't see the shot of him whispering in my ear. Right after the shot was taken, he whispers in my ear, he says, "Where's Beyonce?"
Really?
In a later interview, Diddy expressed his admiration for Michael and a desire to collaborate, but their schedules never matched. Now here's a surprising link between Sean Diddy Combs and Michael Jackson you must know. Fahim Muhammad, Diddy's head of security, used to work for Michael Jackson as his security chief. Notably, Muhammad was among the first to discover Jackson's body after his death. Before working for Diddy, Muhammad was Jackson's bodyguard and driver. Known as Mr. Fix-It, Muhammad now faces allegations of shielding Diddy from authorities in an ongoing lawsuit. Michael Jackson passed away in Los Angeles on 25th June 2009 at the age of 50. The cause of his death was officially ruled to be an overdose of the anesthetic propofol. His personal doctor, Dr. Conrad Murray, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter for administering the drug. Michael Jackson's life was filled with controversy. He faced allegations of child sexual abuse in 1993 and again in 2005. Although he was acquitted and the FBI found no evidence against him, these allegations continued to follow him throughout his life. Now let's come back to Diddy's case. In March this year, police raided Sean Diddy Combs' Los Angeles home. The investigation uncovered disturbing details about his private life. Authorities found large quantities of drugs and unusual items, including over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricants, allegedly used for secretive gatherings known as freak-offs. Diddy's lavish parties were often attended by A-list celebrities. He was alleged to have tapes of these celebrities in compromising positions during his freak-off parties. Diddy would use the footage to blackmail and pressure his victims into silence. Authorities seized his property as the case involved many high-end celebrities. Sean Diddy Combs is accused of sexually abusing over 120 people. 25 victims were reportedly minors at the time of assault. He was arrested on 16 September this year. Recent lawsuits allege Diddy was involved in incidents of rape at a 2005 MTV VMAs after party when numerous celebrities like Eva Longoria and Paris Hilton were present. A lawsuit claims a woman was raped by Diddy and a female celebrity when she was just 13 years old. 2 new lawsuits have been filed against Diddy earlier this week. One of the lawsuits accused him of drugging and sexually assaulting a 10-year-old boy in a New York City hotel room in 2005. A second lawsuit alleges Diddy assaulted a teenager auditioning for MTV reality show Making the Band, which Diddy produced. Sean Diddy Combs is currently being held at New York's Metropolitan Detention Center. He has denied all allegations against him. However, the court denied him bail and he will remain in custody until his trial in May next year. If convicted of racketeering, he would face life in prison. As the curtains close on Diddy's lavish lifestyle, the question remains: will justice prevail, or will the music mogul's influence silence his accusers again? That's all in this edition of Connecting the Dots. We'll see you next week with more raging issues. Until then, it's a goodbye from all of us in the Delhi newsroom. This is Munmun Bhattacharya signing off. Take care and stay safe.
जिंदगी की हर छोटी बड़ी जरूरत के लिए आप जो सपने सजाते हैं, बस उसी उम्मीद को तो हम सहारा लगाते हैं। SIP आपकी सेविंग्स को आपकी खातिर काम पर लगाएगी। आज ही अपनी पहली SIP की शुरुआत करें। अधिक जानकारी के लिए अपने वित्तीय सलाहकार से परामर्श करें। LIC म्यूचुअल फंड द्वारा निवेशक शिक्षा की एक पहल।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार के जोखिम के अधीन है। योजना से संबंधित सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero. Watch live and exclusive coverage on DD India.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त, हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त। Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns, unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion, wholehearted smiles, and warm hospitality. World famous for its exquisite artistry. leader in diverse agricultural products. Heartland of winter sports. Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant, diverse, ambitious, future-focused. Full of life. Welcome to heaven on earth.
Kolkata, the city of joy, the capital of the eastern state of West Bengal in India, has long been one of the leading metro cities and cultural centers of the nation. Home to over 14 million people, the city is known for its celebration of Bengali traditions and cultural diversity. The city was once a center of colonial power. The Grand Victoria Memorial is reminiscent of that colonial past. Kolkata distinguished itself with a leading role in India's freedom movement. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, one of the tallest leaders of the freedom struggle, grew up in the historic city. Art and literature holds a special place in Kolkata's cultural landscape. The city has produced some of India's finest writers, poets and playwrights. Rabindranath Tagore, the first non-European Nobel laureate in literature, hails from the city. Popularly known as the Jorashakho Thakurbari, Tagore's ancestral house is now a museum dedicated to his life and works. The city's engagement with intellectual pursuits is reflected today in the ever-bustling College Street, dotted with numerous bookshops and proximity to premier educational institutions. In a rapidly changing world, the city still hangs on to its gentle pace of life. The traditional yellow taxis and slow-moving tram service give a distinct character to the city. The humble Rasgulla and the heavenly Sandesh have carried the sweetness of Bengali culture to the farthest corners of the nation and the world. Kolkata is an important hub of trade and commerce. The iconic Howrah Bridge is the most recognizable symbol of Kolkata and Bengal and an important lifeline for the people in the city. Located right under the southeast end of Howrah Bridge is a 130-year-old flower market. It is one of the biggest in Asia. The city comes alive every year with great vigor around Durga Puja, the most popular festival of Bengal. Beautiful idols of the beloved goddess are worshipped in creative pandals across the city. In 2021, Durga Puja was included in the list of UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. This is Kolkata. Discover the world with DD India.
Namaskar and welcome to Indian Diplomacy, show on Doordarshan, India's national broadcaster, about Indian foreign policy, India's international relations and India's engagement in various initiatives that make the world a better place. Viewers, in this episode we are taking a close look at the profession of diplomacy, the way it has evolved, the Indian Foreign Service, which is the crux of Indian diplomacy, and the changes that we have seen in the Indian Foreign Service over the decades, the challenges that lie ahead for the Indian Foreign Service, and what it is to be a Foreign Service officer. To discuss this, I am greatly privileged to introduce you to one of the doyens of Indian diplomacy, Ambassador Lakshmi Puri.
Pleasure to be here.
Ambassador Puri was India's ambassador to Hungary and Bosnia Herzegovina. She has held very high level positions in multilateral institutions of the UN system, including UN Women, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, and she's also been a well-known writer and thinker on international and national issues. Ma'am, welcome so much to Indian diplomacy.
My pleasure to be here, and I want to congratulate you on this show, because it is really become a hub of diplomatic discourse and projection of India's diplomatic endeavors and successes. So,
thank you.
I really congratulate you on that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, you joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1974, and you've written a chapter in a book about Delhi University, 100 years, glorious years, talking about the decision to join the Foreign Service. Especially our young viewers would be keen to know how you took this choice, how you came down this path, because I read in the chapter that you were initially destined for a career in science or in medicine, but instead you took the humanities and opted for the Foreign Service because you said because of your father's persuasion, and also something you saw that the good work that India was doing in our neighboring country Nepal at the time in the 1970s. So please tell us about that moment when you opted for the Foreign Service, and what was the ideation behind this choice?
Well, once my path had been set that I am going to join the Foreign Service, I was obsessed, I would say, with the idea of the premier service, first of all, a noble profession, and one that will enable me to serve my country, to represent my country, and literally and metaphorically fly the flag of India abroad. So that was in itself a very edifying idea, and that of course drove me. Then there was this, there is one of our colleagues had said at an interview, UPSC interview, why do you want to, he was asked why do you want to join Foreign Service, and he said that I want to combine patriotism with living abroad. But in my case, it was very much about, first of all, nationalism and serving the country, being out there in the global battlefield to defend India's interests and also to advance it. But also I was very fascinated by different cultures, different countries, and exploring the world. Of course, that's what Foreign Service enables you to do, all continents, and that's something also which was very attractive. And then there is this idea that I got that we as diplomats would be able to engage. It will be one of the most intellectually challenging and stimulating professions, because you meet the best of politicians, academics, artists, scientists, media persons. So it's a very rich intellectual universe that you inhabit when you, and then it's a question of also, there is this, even at that time one was starry-eyed about making history, even in bites, if you will say, because maybe one would be able to change in small doses some relationships, enhance India's image, influence opinions, and even change its destiny in relation to the world, in relation to the countries you are dealing with. So that idea again.
A sense of agency
Sense
to bring
of
about
agency.
historical change for a
Absolutely.
developing country that was slowly
That
growing
was
at the time.
absolutely, absolutely. So it was that, I would say, the romance of that, the idealism of that was what it was very inspiring, and we were in a time which is, you know, this generation, our generation, had not seen British colonialism, but we were very much fired up to put our own imprint, our own genius, the imprint of our own genius on foreign policy. So that fire was certainly there, and
Ma'am, I also read that you were number 2 in the UPSC list for that year 1974, and you know, one of the very few women who was in diplomacy at the time. Now we have many more following your you know, trailblazing success. So people would like to know how competitive was the UPSC in those days, you know, almost 50 years ago, because now we have millions of people, you know, taking a shot, and they're just like 30, 40 or so who get into the foreign service every year. And how much did you study, and how hard was it to actually crack the exam? Because you talked about your father warning you that you got to be really, really at your best to be able to make it.
No, absolutely. I think it was, for those times, it was very competitive. I think what 1.5 lakh people got through the first round, and then out of that year where I got into foreign service, 25 people were taken in, which is rare. Normally only 6, and always the top first, you know, the first 6 or first 10 or first 15 would be taken in.
The rank holders,
rank holders. So that was, it was a very coveted profession within the overall All India Services exam. My journey was that I was determined that I would not wait to finish my MA. My father had kind of, you know, we had strategized together that I will appear for it immediately after BA. So that had its challenges, and for today's youth who are planning to join the services, I would say that at that time, history was the subject I had chosen. So it covered a lot of the papers in the upper and lower papers at that time, and so I was able to cover it through the education, through my college education, but I still needed help, and I went to then Vilayatan's academy for doing IR, International Relations and International Law, which
those were your subjects.
Those were also my subjects, apart from a number of history papers. So, and also I think those days we didn't have Google Baba, we did not have, you know, capsuled knowledge. So I used to spend both between my home, I had a fantastic library. My father was a book lover like no other, and we had a fantastic library at home, and a certain, you know, upbringing that made us love books. And then at IIPA library, I used to spend long hours from morning till evening, lock myself in, studying different subjects, philosophy, political science, economics, you know, not always related to the papers I was going to appear for. So that was, I think, a very big plus in my game, and very focused.
And these days, ma'am, one
singular in my pursuit.
Yeah. No, so the humanities and social sciences, logically speaking, should be the foundation for the foreign service, but these days you also find a lot of people from, you know, even engineering and science.
Even those days we had doctors, we had engineers. In fact, the person who stood first was a nuclear scientist. So there are different paths to this, but mine was a humanities path.
Right. Now, ma'am, going to your career, you served in our mission in Japan. You represented India on our policy vis-a-vis neighboring countries in South Asia. You were ambassador in Europe. So, if you look at your career and the trajectory and the pathway, how did you approach your job, and what were the directives coming from headquarters from Delhi, and what is the role of the officers in the mission abroad, and what is the link between the two, and do our diplomats or were our diplomats in those days able to take decisions of their own, or if so, at what level? And I'd like you to talk about the policy making process, ma'am, because most people don't know exactly what happens between headquarters and the missions and the back and forth, and how we formulate policy.
Diplomacy requires both a generalist's understanding of issues and the negotiating tactics and strategies, but it also requires a specialist's understanding, in-depth understanding of specific issues, and that's what one had to do throughout my career, particularly when I was as a delegate in the multilateral space, in the UN, in Geneva twice, all the UN projects of peace and security, disarmament, human rights, particularly human rights, ILO, WHO, all the agencies, and intellectual property rights. I mean, the range of issues one had to specialize in. So that is also the excitement of it. Now your question about
policy
formulation. But just before that, let me just come to two other issues two other assignments which I would like to highlight. One was when I was Under Secretary Pakistan. Firstly, a woman being an Under Secretary Pakistan was kind of sticking it into the Pakistanis, which was a very misogynist establishment. So, and I was seen as a hawk. At that time, there was this thing about hawk, and are you a dove or are you a hawk? So, I was seen very much as a very strong upholding India's positions, etc. So, that was now a hardcore, portfolio, and as desk officer, I had so much agency to shape policy upward, to prepare the ground for policy making upward. And I used to even participate. Those days Mrs. Gandhi was the Prime Minister, Narasimha Rao was the Foreign Minister. I used to participate even in Mrs. Gandhi's, conferring with the military and intelligence, and so one had that kind of, one wouldn't say access, but that kind of ingress into policy making and input into policy making, as much as learning as we went along. And then I would say Sri Lanka is another example where, again, hardcore. I don't think there is any other posting that we could have. It's once in a lifetime kind of posting that was there, because it combined everything that a diplomat can expect to be engaged in. It was human rights, it was humanitarian, it was dealing with non-state actors at different
and national
levels.
Security also, India's
national security, but also peace, brokering a peace agreement, and all that it meant, leading up, preparing the peace actors, preparing the war actors, So it was really one of, and I was fortunate to be part of then the High Commissioner Mani Dikshit's team. So the policy was very much dynamic interaction between headquarters and the High Commissioner.
Right.
It was really one of those daily interaction almost. But in many cases, I have seen in multilateral areas, it was very much about ideas entrepreneurship and policy entrepreneurship at the local, at the mission level. Many times we never got any instructions. Many times we invented instructions in order to push ahead with our national. We defined national interest. But there were many times, and then when you are doing multilateral, you get instructions from different ministries.
Right.
You are engaged with different ministries. When I was dealing with World Intellectual Property Organization, I used to get instructions from the industry ministry or trade ministry when I was dealing with UNCTAD. So it depends on that, but there is a very healthy, I would say, balance between what headquarters decides and what the mission perceives and recommends and drives. And it has to be that, because you have to make an assessment of the local dynamics and the politics and what position we should therefore take in that context.
Absolutely.
So it's a very
it's a kind of like a co-creation of
co-creation.
Process.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, coming to multilateral, you have been you've held top positions in the UN system, many agencies and offices, and I quote from your book chapter on the Delhi University, where you say that in intergovernmental diplomacy, the qualities that are required of a diplomat, you say analytical temperament, responsiveness, preparedness, mental stamina, consensus building skills, and daring do. So multilateralism today, if you reflect on it, is in a deep crisis. There are many people who have become very skeptical of the UN and it's not delivering. You yourself have written a very constructively critical piece about the role of the UN vis-a-vis the Ukraine war and whether they could have done more and why they couldn't do it. So I'd like you to reflect on these attributes that you're talking about. I suppose they still hold, they are for all time.
Absolutely.
But in the current era where multilateralism is in crisis, if our diplomats are holding major positions in the UN system and elsewhere, how should they approach, and what do you think is required to revive multilateralism, and what is the role of individual diplomats? Because it looks like there's a big system and there are structural weaknesses and flaws and they're not able to deliver.
Yeah.
And people are, that's why, becoming disillusioned with international institutions. So your thoughts on what is the role of diplomats in multilateralism?
So let me begin by recalling that when I moved from my Pakistan portfolio and went to Geneva and started working on disarmament and human rights, initially I felt very frustrated because it was all about resolutions which people saw as soft law and which was not really implementable or implemented. So what was the purpose, and hours of discussion around that in a multilateral forum. So I went to my then permanent representative and shared my frustration with him, Muchkundu Beji, Professor Muchkundu Beji. And he is the giant, he is really the Maharathi and I would say of multilateral diplomacy and in every area. So I went to him and he said, you have to believe in the power of ideas to change the world.
Wow.
So keep faith. You never know, the seeds that you sow today will bear fruit, maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years. Yes, the system today is broken and all three parts of that system, the government's intergovernmental part, where the world is divided, is riven. Then there is the secretariat. The secretariat must pull its weight, must be unbiased, it must have the credibility to drive the different actors.
And be more creative.
And be more technically qualified and creative. So that aspect has to be always kept up in a very evolving agenda, because there is a fifth project of humanity today, and that is Tech 4.0.
Yes.
That is shaping, it's a shape-shifting kind of force today. So that also needs to be governed. So there are so many different challenges, existing challenges, whether it's climate change and to be fair to the UN, to be fair to the multilateral system, given the limitations, they are trying to do their best.
Whatever they can.
Yes, but as I said, the other two, and the third part is we the people. You know, the media, the civil society and all of that. So, the three have to work together. Now, the role of diplomats in that context, they have to of course try to use the margins of persuasion to bring these three elements together, and I have always seen that. You know, one of my I would say achievements or milestones that I can think of is organizing the first ever head of state and government level event on gender equality, for making commitments on gender equality. We put together more than 70 heads of state and government, the first time in the history of the world. So, you know, you have to, that is why the daring do. You have to think
initiative,
big. So, I would say to all the multilateralists, think big, be ambitious, and have a can do attitude. Try and then work backwards. This is my goal. How do I go about it? Then you have to do a lot of jugaad. You have to get the countries together. You have to have issue based coalitions. You have, and this is what we have done. And what has changed, I think, today from where we were, we used what has been called the power of argument, the argumentative Indian. We excelled in it, and we really played well above our league, our league in multilateral areas. But today we are increasingly playing, you know, with the argument of power. So, in that context, today's diplomats, Indian diplomats, have that additional heft which we didn't have.
You made do with when we were poor and quote unquote backward, and today India is rising. And
so it was the brilliance of our brilliance of our eloquence of our talk, or the logic of our argument, or
lot of persuasion. Ma'am, coming to the current generation of the foreign service, Prime Minister Modi has advised them to, I quote him, to think and plan long term for the next 25 years and play a vital role for the growth of the country. And he has been emphasizing that our IFS officers, officer trainees should focus on trade and commerce, technology, innovation, environmental issues, cultural diplomacy, all these things. And I think he wants them to move in a more specialized direction than was the case before, and for them to develop a niche and an expertise much more than before, because the issues are also becoming more and more complex. So, your thoughts on the current day IFS and the future of the IFS, what are the things they should focus on to make to meet our grand national goals set by Honorable Prime Minister for us to become a developed country by 2047 and also a leading power in the world?
Firstly, this is a historic moment for India, and the foreign service, the diplomats of today have the great opportunity to take forward the dream, to help realize the dream of a Shresth Bharat, Mahan Bharat, and India's move from a major power to a great power, a leading power, and the target of 2047 in, through the Amrit Kal. And also, people are talking about India's decade, India's century. So, we need diplomats that will deliver, that will articulate, that will define India's decade and century. Because what is diplomacy today? It's about narrative setting. It's about, and not only narrative setting vis-a-vis other foreign ministries or political systems. It's also about narrative setting with the corporate world, it's about narrative setting with the technology world.
And the global public opinion.
And the global public opinion, we the people. So that is and Prime Minister Modi is the first Prime Minister to have set this goal of
leading power,
greatness, a leading power and greatness, to India becoming a great power. So that is the context in which, and indeed today we will need many more specialists and then a larger strategic vision, but also specialists to feed into that overall
grand
strategy
right,
as we go forward.
So viewers, what we have learned from this enriching conversation with Ambassador Lakshmi Puri is that there are some traits of diplomacy that always remain like the gold standards, and diplomats are always required to pursue certain goals. But then with changing times, especially third decade of the 21st century, the challenges and the needs are quite different from what was the case during the Cold War or the immediate post-Cold War era. So constantly the profession has also had to adapt and adjust to these big challenges, and for Indian Foreign Service the goal really is to uphold the national objective of becoming a developed country and a leading power in the world, and every action, every strategy, every policy that our foreign service officers take at the micro level should add up ultimately to this larger macro goal. And I want to thank Ambassador Lakshmi Puri for not just being here, but for inspiring millions of young people, especially Indian women, to take up professional careers in public service, especially the foreign service. Thank you, ma'am, for your glorious service to the nation and for all these words of wisdom.
I may just add, thank you very much. I may just add at the end that I would encourage all young people to join this grand project, and I really think that this is one of the best professions in the world, and the foreign service, the Indian Foreign Service is also entering its Swarnakal.
The golden era of Indian foreign policy lies ahead, and the foreign service has to take this great responsibility forward, says Ambassador Lakshmi Puri. Viewers, thank you for watching, and yes, diplomacy is worth pursuing. I'll see you again next time. Until then, take care.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked, we just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj. Coming up in the next hour. Enthusiastic Americans vote to elect 47th president of the country. Neck and neck fight between Harris and Trump. All eyes on battleground states in America as voting begins in one of the most consequential elections in country's history. India says Canada has developed a pattern of making allegations without evidence, slams placing of Indian diplomats under surveillance. Let's get you the latest on the US presidential polls first as the race to the White House nears the finish line. The United States has officially begun voting on Tuesday to elect its 47th president after the concluding of turbulent campaigns. US Republican candidate Donald Trump cast his vote in Florida and expressed confidence about winning back the White House.
I feel very confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out, but it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
While speaking to reporters at a voting facility in West Palm Beach, Trump believed that he ran a great campaign against his Democratic rival, Kamala Harris.
Look, regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best, I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
The New Hampshire hamlet of Dixwell Notch opened his polling at the stroke of midnight on Tuesday, traditionally marking the start of the US election hours before the rest of the country. People in Michigan enthusiastically lined up at polling stations to cast their votes. Michigan is one of 7 key battleground states where US Vice President Kamala Harris is running neck and neck with former US President Donald Trump. Voters in North Carolina, Georgia and New Hampshire also cast their ballots on Tuesday.
Here first thing in the morning, I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen, so take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other. And if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted. And it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Voters in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania came out to vote in what polls have shown is a neck-and-neck race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Both candidates have raised to pitch for support in Pennsylvania, which is expected to play a pivotal role in deciding this week's US presidential election. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance cast his vote in Cincinnati, Ohio. J.D. Vance joined millions of Americans who were headed to the polls to choose president.
Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio.
On election day, Donald Trump posted on social media calling it the most important day in American history. He wrote, "It is now officially election day. This will be the most important day in American history. Voter enthusiasm is through the roof because people want to make America great again. That means lines are going to be long. I need you to deliver your vote no matter how long it takes. Stay in line." The radical communist Democrats want you to pack up and go home. Together, we are going to have a tremendous victory and make America great again. While Kamala Harris appealed to voters on election day, posting on social media, she stated, "Today is your last chance to make an impact in this election. Help reach every last voter before polls close." As the US undergoes one of the most consequential presidential elections, former President Barack Obama made an appeal on social media to vote for Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz.
Folks, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So you need to get out there and vote. So tell your family, talk to your neighbors, make a plan. Go to the polls with your friends and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Head to iwillvote.com to look up your polling place today.
All right, and DD India Shubhendu Ghosh is joining us from Washington, D.C. and Amritpal Singh is joining us from Palm Beach, Florida. As Americans go to polls, the world watches. Hi, Shubhendu. A very good afternoon to you too. What are you seeing at the polling stations? How would you describe the energy and turnout so far?
Hello, Siddharth. It is a windy, sunny day here in Washington, D.C. We are just outside a polling station in Washington, D.C. It's called the Columbia High School building, and that's where the polling is taking place. We are supposed to be at a distance, but that's what the law says, a certain distance beyond which the media and other people can stay. We went inside for a bit without the camera, and we saw really long queues, not something that we've seen in the early voting phase, really long spiraling queues here. And this is just the beginning of the day, so to say here. The whole second half of the day is left. So a long queue really speaking volumes about how enthusiastically people are coming in.
True.
We're also seeing many people are walking towards the polling station now. It has been a very, very polarizing elections, not an election where you can afford to sit on the fence and watch it from a distance. For those who can, are coming out to vote. We saw historic numbers in the early voting, and it is expected that by the end of the day today, across America, this might also break the record of the highest percentage of polling that was recorded in 2020, when nearly 2/3 of the people who were registered to vote had voted. And here we see long queues at the polling stations where it's been, and that trend continues. So great enthusiasm for the elections and for voting, Siddharth.
Definitely. In fact, we saw Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, both the presidential candidates, appealing to the voters to come out in large numbers and vote. In fact, Barack Obama also, we just showed it to our viewers. That means the voter turnout will be huge this time around. Shubhendu.
Oh, absolutely. You see, it is turning out to be, end of the day, a number game. The swing states in particular are very, very crucial. They really hold the key to who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Yeah.
And if we look at the historical precedent, we know that a few hundred votes could determine who's going to take the swing state. Because if you even win by one vote, that's something that we've been telling our viewers, even if you win by one vote, the Electoral College rule says that you get all the Electoral College votes of that particular state. And therefore, both sides of the fence, Democrats and Republican leaders, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, really making the push, their supporters making the push that not a single supporter should be left behind, should come out and exercise.
Definitely.
Even that single vote could make
a huge difference
at the end of the day. So
definitely. Shubhendu, did you have a word with any of the voters standing in the queue? What are they saying? What are their issues? What are they expecting out of these elections?
Well, it's really being, many of them actually expressed that they're relieved that they're finally here on the voting day. It's been 2-3 months of hectic campaigning, especially in swing states, also here in Washington, D.C. And there is a certain degree of election fatigue that has set in. They're happy that they're here to exercise their franchise. We spoke to many of them in the early voting phase as well, and they were very, very eager to cast their vote and sit back on the election day. So the voters are very enthusiastic this time. Over many of them we spoke with, very clear-headed in the sense who they support, but there is also a bracket of voters who don't speak much, who don't reveal which side are they going to swing, which side they're going to support. And the experts say that that is the chunk, about 3 to 5%, especially in swing states, who might decide the final outcome of these elections.
Definitely. Shubhendu, we know that candidates and public figures often cast their votes early to set an example. Do we have any updates on whether Vice President Kamala Harris has made it to the polls yet?
Well, yes, she has voted. That's the update that came in last Sunday, Siddharth. She said that her vote was due in California, so she sent her vote by postal ballot, and she said that she hopes the efficient system will take her vote in time. So she did announce on Sunday that she had cast her vote. Donald Trump, of course, casting his vote in Florida, near Palm Beach. That's where our colleague Amritpal Singh is also located. So yes, the leaders are also done with their responsibility of the voting. But here now, final push on Twitter, on social media, we see the leaders making a real final push for people to come out and vote. This is the final day. It's going to decide the destiny of America in many ways, because the two leaders present significantly different outlook and vision for America's future.
All right, stay with us, Shubhendu. I also have my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran, who is joining me from the studio. Hi, Ramesh. How are you doing? Big day today for the Americans. Why don't you just give our viewers an overview of the U.S. elections, nuts and bolts of the elections, as it were?
Right. So just to amplify the points made there by Shubhendu, Siddharth, and just to give our viewers joining us from around the world a sense of what is unfolding before our very own eyes as the polling commences in the US. Now, as we speak, it's just noon on the eastern seaboard in states such as New York and North Carolina. And if we travel westward to the western seaboard of the US, to California, for instance, it's just after 9:30 in the morning. So the polling is well and truly underway across the US, point number one. Number two, just to give our viewers some additional background information, Siddharth, polls would close anytime between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. local time across the various time zones in the US, which means the first polls will come to an end at about 4:30 in the morning India time. On the eastern, when we talk about the eastern states, and going westward, they would finish after 2 or 3 hours later down the road. Now, this is interesting. Viewers should also know that there are multiple elections taking place as we speak. For the US president, obviously. Then there are elections for the governors. Now, 11 states plus the 2 territories of Puerto Rico and American Samoa are holding gubernatorial elections for the governors of those provinces and territories. And also key elections on for the lower and upper chambers of the US legislature, the House and the Senate. All 435 seats up for grabs in the House, and 1/3 of the Senate seats, that is 34 seats, are also up for grabs in this election. So House, as we speak, is controlled by the Republicans. Democrats control the Senate. So we have to wait and watch how these elections pan out for the balance of power in the US legislature, that's Capitol Hill. Now, people have described the elections, Siddharth, as too close to call, or a tight race, or a dead heat. Why is that? Because opinion polls say that it's like a neck and neck for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And as you mentioned, Siddharth, the Dixville Notch election result in New Hampshire gives us a flavor of what is going to unfold as we speak, as the day progresses. It was a tie in Dixville North, the first place to go to the polls, and results are out. It's 3 each to Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. That give you a sense of where things stand now as we speak. Now, talking about numbers here, 538 electoral college votes, Siddharth, are up for grabs, and the magic number that both Harris and Trump will be looking forward to is 270. Anyone who wins 270 electoral college votes would become the next president of the United States. Now, talking about turnout, Siddharth, in the 2020 election, it was about more than 60%, but it was less than 60% in the 2016 election. So we have to wait and watch how the turnout, shapes up in the next several hours. As you mentioned, and as Shubhendu was mentioning, about 82 million votes have already been cast in early balloting, be it mail ballots or in-person voting. So we have to wait and watch how these numbers stack up in the next several hours. Now, talking about the issues, Siddharth, if I can broadly classify the issues in 3 main categories or buckets. Abortion, reproductive rights is one issue. Immigration, illegal immigration at that, is the second key issue.
and last but not the least, economy and jobs. Now, these are three key issues that will determine the future of this election. And coming to one last point, Siddharth, talking about what will determine the outcome of this election, there are four broad categories one can look forward to. One is the so-called swing states. We'll come to that in just a bit.
Yeah.
The next point to watch out for is how will the women vote. Now, women primarily vote Democrat, but 30% of women, white women in particular, have tended to vote Republican. Would they shift their allegiance to Kamala Harris remains to be seen. Also, how will Trump's base or constituency of the white male voter respond? Will they vote en masse, in bulk, with a vengeance, so to speak? We'll have to wait and watch. And last but not the least, the floating voters, the undecided voters, how will they vote? That remains to be seen as well.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Ramesh. Our viewers got to know so many things through you today. Also joining me in the studio is Professor Swaran Singh, School of International Studies, JNU. Sir, a very warm welcome to this broadcast today. In fact, a big day, definitely, that Americans will decide 47th president. I'll come to the point what Ramesh has just mentioned, abortion rights. Is Kamala Harris taking abortion rights as her trump card?
This could be one of our trump cards, because the distinction between two candidates on this subject is glaringly clear. In fact, let me add to what Ramesh was saying. It's not just election for president and vice president. It's an election for the lower house, which is House of Representatives, 1/3 of Senate. Plus, some of the states have several other proposals also for referendums. And since you mentioned abortion rights, 10 states during this election has referendum on this very issue of abortion rights for women. So this definitely is one of an important issue on which voters have to really take a call as to which side they belong to, because Republicans generally and Donald Trump himself have been much more conservative on the subject of not saying putting a ban on it, but definitely putting all kinds of restrictions. So that's definitely an important distinction here. Distinctions are also on several other issues in that sense. The whole focus of what was just mentioned about revival of economy. Donald Trump is talking about America first, making America great again, and tariff wars would become an important method of looking inwards. Compared to Kamala Harris would be looking outwards, looking at how to take middle class along, how to do tax concessions and so on. And that distinction again is very clear to voters to notice in that sense. So there are things that voters have to decide. And I think the fact that these are really one of the rare neck-to-neck close fight elections is likely to see excitement and a higher percentage of polling. We understand that 82 million people have already voted in that sense, which is almost
in the early voting,
in the majority of the voters that are going to vote. But what is also interesting as to why in India we are discussing elections
I was about to come to that,
minute to minute. This is possibly the most televised elections of United States where the world is watching. And I think in countries like India particularly, not just because we are a friendly country, but also because India is a rising economy, and United States accounts for 1/4 of the global economy. And the trends that will be unleashed by the person who now takes on for next 4 years White House will impact global economic trends, whether it is our defense cooperation, volatility in energy prices, all kinds of areas. Pharmaceuticals, for example. Kamala Harris is very positive on generic medicines to be given far more priority in that sense, or IT sector. Larger part of Indian community in the United States today is either in medicine or in IT or in education sector in general. So there are many ways in which I think who comes to White House in the next 4 years will determine how US will kind of lead the liberal world order. Which again is under question. There are great scholars writing books about rise and fall of neoliberal world order, saying that 2016 was kind of an end of free market economy, the way Keynes and John Adams have kind of imagined it in the 19th century, 20th century. So in many ways elections are interesting and impactful for the rest of the world. That's how we are debating it here. But more particularly also because it is neck to neck. that makes it an exciting kind of a election, and we'll see more and more voters showcasing and coming and casting their votes. And we will have to see whether Americans will take this opportunity to make history and see that the first time a woman takes over presidency and sits in White House and provides future direction to Americans, or whether they want to come back and bring back again a rare second term with a difference in that sense for the same person who was president earlier. As far as India is concerned, I think India is a very important partner country for United States. And despite deviations, I don't think it will matter much as to who comes to White House. At best, there will be very, very minor issues at stake for India. It's increasingly, I call major powers relations are increasingly transactional. And since India is a useful partner for United States, and likewise US is a useful partner for India, that relationship will continue, and I think a certain enthusiasm may be in place to see that for the first time a person of Indian origin is a candidate and likely to be president. But we should also be aware that she would be really guided by American national interests, and it would be a positive relationship. But in that sense, it may not really make much difference.
Definitely, and that's why these elections are termed as the most consequential elections in the American history, right, Ramesh?
Indeed. Just to take off on the point that Professor Singh left, question that foremost in some people's mind is the following. Is the US ready for a woman president? Conversely, is the US ready for a Trump 2.0? That's question number one. Question number two, will Trump accept the results or the outcome of the election? That remains to be
that
seen.
Perhaps has to be the number one question.
Indeed. Also, some would say that probably Harris could have benefited from getting more time to campaign. If Biden had announced his decision to step down or step aside earlier, maybe Harris would have got more time to campaign for the party and for herself. And last but not the least, who is the underdog? Because voters love an underdog, and in this case, some would say that Kamala Harris might have been the underdog yesterday figuratively, but today she is probably as much in the reckoning as Trump. So interesting scenarios there.
Definitely interesting scenario. I'll get back to you, Ramesh, but right now we also been joined by Mr. Ashok Sajjanar, former senior diplomat, and also Dr. Harinder Sekhon, distinguished fellow, Cuts International Washington DC Center. Welcome both of you. Today, like I said, is a big day. And I'll continue what Mr. Sajjanar, from you first. On one hand, you have Kamala Harris, and on the other hand, you have Donald Trump. Both of them promised many things as far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the campaigns were concerned. Kamala Harris was saying that if she wins, then she will give abortion rights, she will give the reproduction rights, reproductive rights to women. And then on the other hand, Trump said that if he will win, then he will immediately end the conflict in Gaza. So where is the wind blowing? What do you think where the Americans are going?
Well, I think that's a very, first of all, thank you very much for having me on your show, Siddharth. And, that's $1 million question. In fact, that is what this whole election is for, as to, where is the wind blowing? Because if anyone knew that, that would be indicated in the surveys, in the polls that have been there. And we've seen that these surveys and polls have been really neck to neck, and it is, too close to call. The election is too close to call, because what really happens is that, today you might have one particular candidate who is, cruising ahead, and tomorrow it's the other one. And, on different states, it's exactly, the different scenario. And what happens also is that the margin of the lead falls also well within the margin of error. So it's very, very difficult to call. Now, it is really prerogative of the American people that they are going out. But there is, as can be seen, there is huge enthusiasm amongst the people, and they are looking at their future, what their future is going to be like. But I think also it needs to be recognized, when we are discussing all these particular issues, it is that the whole society is hugely polarized. I don't think it has been...
You think so?
Yes, it appears so. I mean, it's absolutely, they are showing, there's no meeting point between the two. If you look at the sort of language that is being used by, particularly by Donald Trump and, for his opponent as a candidate for the party, etc. It is hugely polarizing, as if there is no meeting ground whatsoever between the two sides. And, of course, as far as democracies are concerned, they are by and large competitive, but being competitive doesn't mean that, they are not able to withstand the presence of each other. And, also, as you have been discussing with Ramesh and, with Professor Swaran Singh, that it is a very close contest.
Yeah.
If you look at the last 20 years, the contests have been very, very close. If you look at what happened in 2000, 24 years ago, it was by a mere 532 votes that, George W. Bush won the election, and that also with the intervention of the Supreme Court at that time. And after that also, whether it is, 2004, except for the 2008, when Barack Obama had a landslide victory over John McCain. But after that, if you look at any of the elections, they have been very, very close. So I'm not very surprised that this is a very close election, too close to call. But then the issues that are being discussed are very important. I would like to compliment Ramesh for his, initial introduction of, what the lay of the land is and what are the issues involved. And those are the three issues you've mentioned about, as far as women's rights are concerned. I think Kamala Harris has basically taken up that issue not only as a woman herself, because I think she really needs to project that she is not only a woman leader of the country, but she is the leader, and a leader not only of women of the country, but she's a leader of all people of the country. So I think she has to really project that image. And what has really happened is that the fact that, the Roe versus Wade, that provision that had been applicable, that had been existing since the 1970s for the last 50 years, that was overturned as a result of the appointment of 3 Supreme Court judges by President Trump when he was in power from 2017 to 2021. And I think that has galvanized the women folk, that has galvanized the women constituency. And we can see that, the polls and the surveys, what they seem to indicate that about 55% of the women are, for Kamala Harris, and about 40 plus are for Donald Trump. And, even as far as the early voting is concerned, Siddhant, we see that, more than 80 million have voted, and out of that, about 55% are women. So it appears that they are more energized to go out and to make their point of view known, to register what their position is, particularly on issues of this nature. And then you also mentioned about the economy in terms of, how the, the economy is, the perspectives of the two parties as far as the economic situation is concerned. And of course, as far as Mr. Trump is concerned, he can sort of, very easily address the people and say that, the economy was much better 4 years ago. And one of the reasons for that, I think Ramesh really spoke about the domestic issues, but as far as the external, the foreign policy issues are concerned, and that is linked in a very close way to the domestic issues, to the economy, is that because the two wars have been going on, both in Ukraine, Russia-Ukraine conflict, as well as in West Asia, that has had a huge impact on the economy of the United States, and not only the United States, but of Europe, of Japan, Australia, etc. And we have seen that there has been growing inflation, we've seen that there is growing shortages, and of course growing unemployment also in that sense. And that has had a huge impact on the manner in which the people are perceiving as to how the last 3.5, 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has been.
Definitely. Stay with us. This is the input which I've got, that you've also been joined by our correspondent Amrit Pal Singh, who is joining us from Florida, and we also have Dr. Harinder Sekon, who is joining us from Zoom. Madam, can you explain the importance of red, blue and swing states in shaping this election? Why do swing states have such a big impact? We've been talking about swing states like anything.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. Not just this election, swing states have always traditionally played a very important role in US elections, because it has been perceived that, you know, certain states like California are Democrat states, and you know, there are some states which always traditionally vote Republican. So what really has happened is that the swing states are the ones where you've had different results and very close results, because there are the red states, the blue states, and then you have the purple states, which are kind of mixed. And the number of swing states this time is 7. I think the last elections it was 9. And the swing states, because the voters are so close together on the various issues, that you really can't, and as it is on the whole, it is a neck-to-neck fight. And these are the states where the two candidates have really concentrated a lot in their campaigning. Till yesterday, they've both been, you know, hit the ground running in Pennsylvania, and Kamala Harris has gone to North Carolina, which has emerged as a very important state. She has gone there 7 or 8 times, which is, I think, practically unheard of. And now why these states are important is because, firstly, you know, Pennsylvania traditionally has been very important with its 19 electoral college votes. And whoever wins gets those 19 votes. And we saw in the last elections, even when Hillary Clinton, the elections before then, she lost the swing states. She got the popular vote, but she lost the number of electoral college votes in the swing states, which cost her the election. And over here, what we've noticed now is that North Carolina, people are concentrating in North Carolina because of the demographic shift in the state. There's a large number of migrants, Afghan refugees, black voters who have registered in large numbers. And that is the vote bank which Kamala Harris is trying to tap into. And it's a very close race, but you know, so that is how the swing states, which could go either way and also tilt the election. So that is why the 7 swing states have emerged as very important over here. And I think North Carolina has also taken the lead when it comes to the Roe versus Wade issue on abortion rights, because women have been you know, at the forefront of asking for their rights, and this is where Kamala Harris has a distinct advantage on this issue. I mean, out of the 4 key issues which have emerged in this election, the economy, immigration, abortion, and safeguarding democracy, I think Kamala Harris has come across in the debate very strongly on abortion rights, and also they feel that she's more stable in safeguarding democracy. So that is how, and on, you know, immigration, of course, Trump is viewed as stronger. So it depends on how many people actually come and vote today. I mean, I've just heard from the newsroom that there are long serpentine queues, which is unheard of, unseen. Shivendra talked about it. So we need to see if this enthusiasm is limited only to Washington, D.C., would it percolate to the other states, and especially the swing states. Pennsylvania, of course, always sends out large number of voters, but we have to see whether, you know, the other states like North Carolina and
All right.
Georgia and Arizona. So we really have to see how the
Indeed.
vote takes off during the day. Thank you.
All right, stay with us, ma'am. We've been joined by our correspondent Amritpal Singh, who's joining us from Florida. Hi, Amrit. Seems like the temperature is soaring there because an hour back you were in your blazer and now you are not. Trump has cast his ballot in Palm Beach, Amrit, claiming this current presidential campaign his strongest to date. What's the general mood among voters there?
Okay, I'll tell you the mood. I'm right now outside that polling booth where Donald Trump along with Melania Trump came and cast their votes. A very important statement that Donald Trump made after casting his vote. He spoke to reporters and told them that he assured the American people that there shall be no violence from the Republican camp. He said he does not stand for violence. Now that is a big message. Given the apprehensions here about violence. Unprecedented security measures have been put in place by election authorities all around the country, especially in sensitive counties of swing states where atmosphere is really charged up. And there is a complete polarization. The society seems to be divided right from the middle, and the kind of rhetoric that came out from both candidates in the campaign, in the run-up to the election day today, charged that up, and they traded barbs. The narrative fell to its lowest, where Americans say that though there were controversial elections, there were keenly contested elections in the past, but this kind of narrative they haven't heard before in modern American history. Now, given that, given the real threat of violence, Donald Trump trying to send out a message on the voting day that it will be all good from his side, whether he or his people behave themselves or the other side behaves themselves today and in the coming days when election results come in, and there are denial moments remains to be seen. But I think he's trying to send a message to the Americans that, and I think his strategists would have told him that you are being perceived as that, more than Kamala, more than the Democrats. You are being perceived as a disruptor. So send this message across to the Americans, and you may have the undecided voter who may want to vote for your policies but don't like your general personality or the messaging that has come from you during your campaign. So contain that. And I think that's a very important message that has come out. Now, how is the mood of the voter? As I said, the society is divided, polarized, divided right from the middle. For them, the issues that matter most are jobs, employment, housing affordability, rising costs of living, etc. But they vote on partisan lines. That's your average Joe and average Jill. That's what they do. They'll tell you there are Republican women who say we've been Republicans, our mothers have been Republicans, their mothers have been Republicans.
All right.
But what Kamala says about abortion and women's rights, we could swing the other way. But by the end of the day, they vote on partisan lines. So it remains to be seen what the outcome of the election really would be, because it's the swing states, also the undecided voter, that will really decide who sits in the Oval Office for the next 4 years. Siddharth.
All right. Thank you so much, Amrit, for your analysis. Let me just now ask my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran, who's there in the studio. Ramesh, what do you have to tell us about the swing states? I always, in every US presidential election, swing states play a crucial role in determining whether which candidate is going to the Oval Office.
Siddharth, the joke doing the rounds in some quarters is that the road to occupying 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, that's the address of the White House in Washington, D.C., passes through Pennsylvania state. Why do I say that? As our guests and our colleagues mentioned, there are 7 key swing states. We don't know how they will vote because some states have traditionally voted Republican, others have traditionally voted Democrat. So by various estimates, one can say that 226 votes are at a minimum assured for Kamala Harris and 219 for Trump, based on how states have traditionally voted over the past many decades. But what will make a difference are those 7 states: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada. Why do I say that? Because all these key 7 states together account for 93 electoral college votes. And these votes will make a difference in the final outcome of the election, especially Pennsylvania, which accounts for the maximum number of electoral college votes, 19. So whoever wins Pennsylvania gets to become the next US president. Now that said, one reason why the swing states matter is, and we saw that even several hours ago when both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump campaigned on the last day in Pennsylvania. They spend almost the entire day there, including other neighboring states, but they spend most of their time in Pennsylvania. And Kamala Harris chose to address a last rally in Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. She ended her speech just before midnight local time. And Trump traveled from Philadelphia and into Michigan, Grand Rapids for his final rally.
Yeah.
So all eyes are on those key swing states that will determine the outcome of the election. That said, it depends, like Amrit Pal was mentioning, how these 3 metrics, gender, race and class, in terms of who is affluent, who is not, who is rich, who is not, how these 3 broad segments of voters, gender, race and class, eventually vote by the end of polling later today.
Indeed, indeed. Professor Singh, just tell us that, is America ready for Trump 2.0?
We'll have to see. I think
Indeed.
even that is going to take quite a lot of time, I assume. It may not be clear, as former President Trump wants election results to be declared by the evening of election day. I am happy to see that Amrit told us he made a statement of he is not for violence. But given his track record, I would be more inclined to believe that as a election gimmick. To influence sort of on the fence voters on this day. If you see series of statements that have come from his side, that if he loses, this will be because the other side is going to cheat and do something fraudulent in that sense. And he is more or less saying he is the winner, and in case he doesn't win, then
which is something no one wants.
Then there is a problem.
Yeah.
In fact, already there are more than 100 lawsuits in various courts in United States about eligibility of voters and lists and so on. So it's not going to be easy that by next few
hours. If I'm not wrong, there are 93
know.
lawsuits. If I'm not wrong.
Yes, nearly 100.
Nearly 100. Yeah.
And more interesting is that this may not tell us what happens on December 17th, because obviously. You remember 2016, Hillary Clinton had 3 million more popular votes, but she lost it to Donald Trump on that year. So there's a very complex process. Some states have their own ways of when they start counting, when they end counting, how many recounts. If there is a difference of less than 0.5%, recounting happens. Last time also there was what was called a blue shift, all the mail votes that came through post.
Yeah.
And it is believed that Democrats are more inclined to send, votes through mail. You heard about Kamala Harris having also voted through mail in California. So I think there are a lot of ifs and buts that are going to continue over a period of time. So it might be a much longer period by the end of the day when we will know whether actually America is going to bring back Donald Trump for a second term in White House, which increasingly looks not as clear as it was when Joe Biden was contesting for a second time. Coming off, Kamala Harris has changed equations, partly because the whole Republican campaign till July was focused on caricaturing the president, which suddenly became into a vacuum, and they had to recast their strategy, where Kamala Harris is much more articulate, and she's 18 years younger to Donald Trump, and is focusing much more on issues. She has not, look at her last speeches, she has not even mentioned word Donald Trump. And on issue like Netanyahu's speech in joint session of US Congress, which as vice president she was supposed to chair, she didn't even show up on that day. So on many issues, she's showed that she can make the difference, she can convey what she stands for, and she wants to focus on issues. That has propped her as a very, very serious candidate to contest for President Donald Trump. I think till July, President Donald Trump was much more sure of coming back to White House. Now it's becoming increasingly difficult that, you know, that he actually can come, and this will involve a lot of recounting, lot of litigations, lot of all kinds of insinuations, permutations will be at work before
I think Ramesh wants to
just to make a quick point to amplify what Professor Singh was talking about. Let me just put it this way: if Kamala Harris wins, she will win because voters have voted for the Democratic Party and what the party stands for. Number one. Number two, contrary, if Trump wins, he would win because people voted for him, what he stands for, and not necessarily the party. That's the broad difference one can make out from the way, you know, the campaign has shaped up over the last many months and years now.
Interesting analysis, Ramesh. And with this, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your useful insights with us. And also, Professor Singh, thank you so much for joining in on the broadcast. Right now, we have Mr. Ashok Sajjanar, former senior diplomat, joining us on the broadcast. Sir, I would like to quote what my colleague Ramesh said a while ago regarding the voter turnout. He said that in 2020 the voter turnout was 60%, and in 16 it was it was less than 60. We'll have to wait and see what the turnout will be this time around. But how will it impact? Will it impact in any manner the winner of this US presidential polls?
Yeah, you know, I think that's an excellent question, and you know, what my memory serves me correctly, and we can check it out, is that last time it was, you know, the voter turnout was to the tune of about 66%, which is the highest that has ever been recorded. And in 2016, it was around 60%, which is about the normal or the average. I remember even when I used to be in Washington, D.C., and I had covered the election of George W. Bush in 2004. And at that time also, it was around 60%. So by and large, it has been 60%, but last time, 2020, it was about 66%. And, you know, another aspect, because, you know, that was the time of COVID pandemic. And, you know, people were not really coming out to vote in person. And that is when we had, you know, they had asked for much more of early voting through, you know, posting mails. And at that time, it was more than 100 million votes that were, you know, exercised in terms of early voting through the mail, because people really didn't want to go out during the COVID time. And that is why I think that gave a bump to the overall voting percentage. But voting percentage has a very important role to play, because here they want both the candidates, you know, the last picture, Siddhant, that they have made, both the candidates have made is go out and vote. That has been the message that they have been giving, because they want to fire their base to be able to go out and vote. Siddhant.
All right. With this, Mr. Ashok Sajjanar, thank you so much for joining in joining on broadcast, and also Dr. Harinder Sekhon, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us on the broadcast. Also, Ramesh, thank you again for sharing your useful insights with our viewers. They got to know many things regarding US elections today. And with this, we have come to the conclusion of discussing the US elections here on this broadcast, but still to come on DD India News Hour. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attends the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under 2024 in Australia. India hosts the first Asian Buddhist Summit, taking forward its Act East policy.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj. And India has issued a strong condemnation over the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, Ontario. The incident has triggered outrage both in Canada and India, with leaders and citizens demanding accountability. Here's more in the report.
India has strongly condemned the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, Ontario, carried out by extremists and separatists. India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar described vandalism of the temple as deeply concerning and called for a swift response.
I think what happened at the Hindu temple in Canada was obviously deeply concerning. You would have seen the statement first by our official spokesperson and also the expression of concern by our Prime Minister yesterday. That should, I think, convey to you how deeply we feel about it.
Earlier on Monday, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke out, condemning the deliberate attack and emphasizing the need to protect places of worship and respect religious sentiments. Taking to social media platform X, PM Modi said, "I strongly condemn the deliberate attack on a Hindu temple in Canada. Equally appalling are the cowardly attempts to intimidate our diplomats. Such acts of violence will never weaken India's resolve. We expect the Canadian government to ensure justice and uphold the rule of law." The incident has sparked widespread protests among the Indian community in Brampton. Demonstrators, deeply hurt by the incident, raised Indian and Canadian national flags and called on officials to take serious action against the perpetrators. There was also anger towards the regional Peel police after a police officer was reportedly suspended for participating in the attack. Protesters expressed frustration, urging politicians to acknowledge Hindu sentiments and ensure stronger protections for the community.
We are deeply hurt as Hindu community what has happened here yesterday, and we have come here in support of Hindu community. Hindu community has contributed so much to Canada, and we are progressive. We add so much economical value. We follow law and order.
As tensions rise, the Indian government has requested that Canadian authorities take decisive action to prevent future incidents and ensure that those responsible for the violence are arrested and prosecuted. Bureau Report, DD India.
India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is in Australia on the first leg of his two-nation tour. He had an eventful day, including engaging conversation with Justin Bussey at the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under 2024. Here's a report.
India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar attended the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under, Australia edition of India's Raisina Dialogue in Canberra on Tuesday. Dr. S. Jaishankar is in Australia in the first leg of his two-nation tour. Jaishankar highlighted the remarkable growth in India-Australia partnership in recent years and India's efforts to forge diverse partnership in a multipolar world.
I would say probably the bilateral which has changed the most is Australia. One metric of how a relationship is really okay, so how often did the PMs meet? And if you go beyond that, you look at the quality of our defense cooperation today, the fact that we've been able to do the first phase of a free trade agreement, the fact that Australian universities were the first universities to come and say, okay, we are prepared to explore a new Indian policy regarding foreign educational presence.
External Affairs Minister also emphasized on India's active engagement in grouping like the Quad and BRICS.
Quad has a certain Indo-Pacific context. Again, the manner in which it grew, the the building blocks of Quad were very different. In the case of BRICS, it was really a coming together of some large countries whose common feature in many ways was that they were non-Western.
Dr. S. Jaishankar also met Australia's Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister Richard Marles. They spoke about the strong moment in India-Australia's comprehensive strategic partnership. The minister also shared perspective on Indo-Pacific and regional developments. Earlier, Dr. Jaishankar met his Australian counterpart, Penny Wong, for the 15th India-Australia Foreign Ministers Framework Dialogue in Canberra. Both the leaders also deliberated on respective neighborhoods, Indo-Pacific, West Asia, Ukraine, and the global strategic scenario. Bureau Report, DD India.
Buddha Dhamma is a link that connects India and Asia. They are complementary as the world looks for solutions to unrest and conflict. India hosts the first Asian Buddhist Summit, taking forward its Act East policy, which is principled on collective, inclusive and spiritual development of Asia. That's all for this edition of DD India News Hour, but let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. The app is available on both Android and iOS platforms, and you can scan the QR code on the screen to download now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India News Hour.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero. Watch live and exclusive coverage on DD India.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns. Unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion. Wholehearted smiles. And warm hospitality. World famous for its exquisite artistry. Leader in diverse agricultural products. Heartland of winter sports. Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant, diverse, ambitious, future-focused, full of life. Welcome to heaven on earth.
Hello and welcome back to a special coverage on US election 2024. Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour with me, Deepika. First up, let's take a look at the top headlines of the hour. United States votes in extraordinary presidential election. Polling also underway in all battleground states. Republican candidate Donald Trump casts his vote at Florida, says he's very confident he will win the election and that it won't even be close. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Katz appointed as the new Defense Minister. First, let's get you all the latest on the ongoing US presidential polls as the race to the White House nears the finish line. Now, voting for the 2024 US presidential election began with the Eastern Time Zone in America. New Hampshire was the first state where polling started. Dixville Notch, a small town in the state of New Hampshire, became the first place in the country where voters cast their ballot. Now, voting across the country begins at 6 a.m. local time. Since the US is divided in different time zones, the eastern part of the country sees polling first. At 6 a.m. local time or 4:30 p.m. according to Indian Standard Time, 8 states which fall in the Eastern Time Zone or the ET began polling. These include the states of Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, New Hampshire and Virginia. Tens of millions of voters across the United States have already cast their vote early. These votes were sent in either by mail or by visiting the polling station in person. According to data from the University of Florida's election lab, more than 82 million voters across the United States had already voted before the main election day. So this is the final opportunity for Americans to vote in the tightly contested 2024 presidential race between Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris, hurtled towards an uncertain finish. The candidates were running neck and neck in the campaign's final days in each of the 7 states likely to determine the winner. These are Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin that showed the opinion polls. Now, the winner may not be known for days if the margins in the key states remain as slim as they are really expected. Now, as Republican nominee Donald Trump cast his vote in West Palm Beach, Florida, DD India's Amritpal Singh reports from Ground Zero.
Trump has just voted. He said that he's confident that he will make it back to the White House as his voter base has turned out in large numbers to vote. But more importantly, Donald Trump said that there will be no violence from his camp. He said these reports about violence are not true. He called them fake and said that he's appealed for no violence, for fair and smooth elections. He said if it were a paper ballot, the results would be known by now, basically casting aspersions on the voting process, hinting that there could be a voter fraud, but at the same time trying to say that his voter base has turned out across the country in large numbers and he's confident that he'll make it to the White House. With cameraman Sanjay Jaina, this is Amritpal Singh for DD India at West Palm Beach, Florida.
Now, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said he would be prepared to concede defeat after Tuesday's vote if it's a fair election.
I lose an election if it's a fair election. I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think well, so far I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved. Thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. You cannot, it's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat.
And asked about fears of unrest after the election and whether he would call on supporters to avoid violence, he criticized the question and said his supporters are not violent people.
I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
And further, Donald Trump again raised concerns about the use of electronic voting machines. After casting his vote in Florida, Donald Trump reiterated his previous criticism of electronic voting machines, suggesting they were less secure than paper ballots and would delay the outcome being known.
A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
Now, the New Hampshire hamlet of Dixville Notch opened its polling at the stroke of midnight on Tuesday, traditionally marking the start of the U.S. election hours before the rest of the country. People in Michigan enthusiastically lined up at polling stations to cast their votes. Michigan is one of 7 key battleground states where U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is running neck and neck with former U.S. President Donald Trump. Voters in North Carolina, Georgia, New York and New Hampshire also cast their ballots on Tuesday.
I'm here first thing in the morning. I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen. So, take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other. And if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted. And it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Now, voters in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania came out to vote in what polls have shown is a neck-and-neck race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Both the candidates have raced to pitch for support in Pennsylvania, which is expected to play a pivotal role in deciding this week's U.S. presidential election. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance cast his vote in Cincinnati, Ohio. J.D. Vance joined millions of Americans who were headed to the polls to choose their president.
Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio.
And now let's hear some more reactions from early voters in Arizona and New York.
I voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I voted for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
And now DD India correspondent Shubhendu Ghosh joins us live from Washington, D.C. for more updates. A very good evening to you, Shubhendu, from India. We've been seeing your coverages from there since so many days, and they've been really extensive. First, let's talk about the voter turnout. How is the excitement there among the voters? How is it looking like right now, Shubhendu?
Hello, Deepika. This is about afternoon here in Washington, D.C., about 1:45 p.m. That's the time here. We're nearly halfway through as far as the voting is concerned on the big election day. The voter turnout has been brisk. We are at a school which has been turned into a voting center for the day, and the long queues inside of the building. We're not allowed to shoot there. Certain laws which says that we have to be at a distance from the voting station. But we'd gone inside without the camera to see that there were long spiraling queues inside of the voting booth. Unlike what we saw in early voting, where a few people would come through the day and cast their vote because they would have many days to vote. But today is the final day for American voters to register who they want as their next leader. Also, the voting is going to be a little longer process for individual voters. We have to understand that although the focus is on the presidential elections, there are a number of other seats in offices up for election. There are some seats for Senate, there are some seats for House of Representatives. There are also local body. Washington, D.C., of course, is a city, but in other states, there are also city assemblies for which voting is taking place. There is amendment over the issue of abortion, marijuana in at least 10 states, so the voters also have to vote on that. Then there are local referendums of the local areas. So it's almost like a 6 to 7 page thick booklet that the voters had to fill through. Most of the voting is happening through paper ballot. There is electronic voting also in America, the provision for that. But the voting has been quite brisk. Long queue suggests that this could in fact turn out to be a more encouraging turnout of the voters. 2020 saw nearly 2/3 of the registered voter casting their ballot. We'll have to wait and watch if the momentum continues as it is continuing since morning till afternoon. This could be a great day for American democracy as far as participation of the voters is concerned.
And also, Shubhendu, considering the razor-thin margin between both the lead contestants here, candidates, and considering what happened the last time, how are the security measures put in place right now?
Well, that's hugely important issue, Deepika. There's been apprehension in the air. Tension still prevails. In fact, this is perhaps a more peaceful time when voters are walking in, casting their ballot and going home. It is when the voting is over through most of America. It's a time zone divided country. So East Coast would have completed, where I am, would have completed voting at least 3 hours before the West Coast. It is when the trends start coming in. It is when we begin to know which candidate has an edge. That is when the administration is concerned about the law and order situation. This has been, we've seen through the weeks, a very bitterly fought election, a very polarizing election. There is absolutely no room for a middle ground between these two candidates, between the two parties, between the supporters of the two parties. Everyone sees their candidates winning re-election, and that is the only alternative they appear to want to believe. If I were to quote Donald Trump, he's been saying that either he's going to win or it is going to be an election fraud. So such kind of rhetoric also is inducing a certain degree of nervousness, certain degree of caution in the electoral system. The polling booths have been made very secure. There are use of bulletproof glasses. We can see drone surveillance being done to make sure that no law and order situation happens while the voting is on, and also later when the counting takes place. National security guards have also been put on alert across the nation to tackle any eventuality. Usually we would see such security cover for the principal candidates, in this case Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, but this time security is in a great way extended to the polling authorities as well, because threats are coming in from all directions, because the tempers, the passions are so high and divided in these elections.
And considering so many issues which are internal to the US and also external to it, considering the geopolitical situation of what is happening across the globe, for the benefit of our viewers, what is the global importance of the US election, Shubhendu?
That's a hugely important point that you mentioned, Deepika. So far we have been focusing on the domestic issues, why most people in America are coming out to vote. But America is an economic superpower. It has a great presence and position in global geopolitics. So what happens here could have a wide-scale ramification. We could take some examples. There is a great degree of nervousness we are reporting in Kiev, that is the Ukraine capital. The direction in which the Ukraine conflict could proceed would be very, very different if Kamala Harris wins as compared to if Donald Trump wins. They've made their positions very clear about how they look at the conflict. Similarly with the Gaza conflict, with the unrest in the Middle East, America's own allies, NATO, are also unsure about what kind of future will this alliance have. It'll all depend on whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump wins. So we see in economic terms, in security terms, in strategic terms, all these areas, given that these two candidates have very divergent views and they have a different worldview, and they sort of articulate America's position in the world very differently, the person who wins is going to definitely lead America in a very different direction from the other. In that sense, all the international stakeholders are observing, watching these elections very carefully.
All right. Thank you so much, Shubhendu, for joining us right now. Please keep a track. We'll come back to you. Thank you so much for joining right now. And now let's go across to our esteemed panel of guests. I'm joined by foreign affairs expert and the editor, Ramesh Ramachandran, who's there with us inside the studio. We're also joined by Mr. Ashok Sajjanhar, who's the former senior diplomat. Joining us on the broadcast is Dr. Harinder Sekhon, the distinguished fellow of Cuts International, Washington, D.C. Center. A very good evening to all the guests here present on this special special broadcast. And thank you so much for taking out your time and joining this special show. Sir, first of all, coming to you, Mr. Ramesh Ramachandran, please help us understand the importance of swing states, which are the 7 in number right now, but they do play a very key role here in the US elections.
Right. Deepika, let me break it down for our viewers in simple language for them to be able to understand the intricacies of the issues at hand here. Now, there are 50 US states, and each state is assigned a certain number of electoral college votes based on its population. So, Texas, for instance, has 40 electoral college votes as compared to 54 in California. Now, there are based on the trends, the way a state votes for Republican or Democrat, one can safely assume that if Trump were to retain his base, his constituency spread across the country, then he's rest assured of a minimum number of votes of 219. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, is assured a minimum electoral college votes of 226 if she retains all the states that are traditionally voted Democratic. What's the difference is that there are 7 key states which are swing states, which we don't know whether they will vote Republican or Democrat based on previous voter trends and results. Why is that? Because Michigan, for instance, was won by Trump in 2016, but he lost it in 2020. So it remains to be seen which way these 7 key states vote. And which are the 7 key states, Deepika? North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada. What makes it more interesting, Deepika, is that there are 93 votes up for grabs in all these 7 key states. Pennsylvania accounts for the largest number at 19 electoral college votes, followed by North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, and so on and so forth. Now, it's important to remember that either Trump or Harris needs to win at least 270 electoral college votes to be able to become the next US president. And these 7 states determine the outcome of the election, and whoever wins Pennsylvania, Deepika, is sure to become the next US president. That's why we saw both Harris and Trump campaign the last day of the campaign in Pennsylvania. In fact, Harris held her last campaign rally in the state of Pennsylvania, which ended just before midnight before the polling began. Trump, on the other hand, traveled from Pennsylvania to adjoining state of Michigan, where he held his last campaign rally. So all eyes are on Pennsylvania and Michigan. Which way they will vote, we don't know yet, but the trend suggests that these 2 states will hold the key to the outcome of the elections. So we very interesting scenario building up, Deepika, as we speak, and it's interesting to watch out the way things pan out going forward.
So that was a comprehensive view of the 7 swing states and how they are going to play an important key role in today's results, especially if we talk about. Now let's go across to Mr. Ashok Sajjanhar, the senior diplomat. Sir, when we talk about US elections and the internal issues, they range from economy to healthcare to other issues, which means security also, considering the past shootings that we've seen. First, let's talk about economy, and I'll quote the statements here where Harris has said that her day 1 priority would be trying to reduce food and housing costs for working families, whereas Trump says he will end inflation and said more drilling for oil will lower energy costs as an example to it. Now, the result tonight would suggest which argument won the hearts, but who, according to you, presented the strongest bid to fight one of the most pressing issues, which is the economy here?
Yeah, that is, of course, one of the most important, significant issues as far as the election is concerned. As I would imagine, it is in any election around the world because, it is these particular aspects which determine which way an individual is going to vote. What is the price of the goods, what is the cost of the goods, how, what is there to run the house, to run the kitchen, etc. So these are very, very important issues. Now, the position of, let's say, Mr. Trump is that when he was the president last time from 2017 to 2021, the economy was in a very good shape. The inflation was low, the interest rates were low, the cost of goods and commodities, particularly as far as the common goods that are used in the day-to-day living for people, that was affordable. And as far as, now, after 4 years, and energy prices were low. Now, after 4 years, the situation has changed. There is inflation, energy prices are going up, and there is increasing joblessness. There is increasing unemployment, and it was the times were much better 4 years ago. So he says that he has his previous track record to show. And then what he's going to do is he is going to impose tariffs on goods that are coming in. Because basically his argument is that since the imports from China are taking place in such large numbers, that is why the production and manufacturing within America has come down, and that is why there is joblessness and unemployment. So he says he's going to impose tariffs of about 60% on goods coming from China, which means that there will be much greater possibility of having more manufacturing and more production and more investment and more jobs within the country. But of course, analysts and economists suggest that, you know, if you are going to impose tariffs, those aspects, those items which are imported will tend to get imported, but they will have to pay higher costs, and so that will give rise to inflation. So that is a big aspect as far as Trump's economic plans and policies are concerned. As far as, and you know, the other aspect what he says is that he's going to end the war. End the war in, particularly in Kiev, in Ukraine, and Russia-Ukraine conflict. And so the money that is going out from the United States to support the Ukrainian war effort, that will also, that is the taxpayers' money from the United States, that will not go, and that will help to alleviate the economic conditions and suffering of the people. As far as Kamala Harris is concerned, of course, her position is that she is going to provide benefits, and she is going to provide support to those who are buying their house for the first houses for the first time, those individuals for their living, day-to-day living requirements, etc. So she is going to be focusing on the middle-class people, while she says that Trump is going to cut taxes for the rich people and not care so much about the ordinary people. I think the fact that needs to be recognized is that earlier it used to be that Democrats used to be seen as a party of the working class people. Today they are being recognized as a party of the elites, because that is why if you see what are known as the blue states, which are principally democratic, they are either on the west coast or on the east coast, which is the prosperous region. And Donald Trump has honed into a constituency that is the Middle West, that is the Rust Belt, that is the red states in the center, where the working class, the white male non-college educated people who have seen that all this globalization over the last many years, that has not helped them, that has not come to their assistance. In fact, there was a statistics which said that in 1980 the earning of such people was about 7% more than the average of what the people in the United States earn. But today, after China came in and China emerged as the manufacturing capital of the world, so to say, and its trade surplus with the United States increased to $500 billion and around that figure. Then the working class, the blue-collar working class, their average salary is 12% lower than the average American. So they have faced the brunt of this globalization, which has been to their disadvantage. So these are the policies that are being advanced, Deepika, by the two candidates. And it would appear that Kamala Harris does not have a very strong case, because Trump has a track record on which about which he is talking. So he has a more credible case And that is what people seem to be believing.
Another very important and very strong ground that both the contestants are vouching upon is women and their abortion rights. I would like to come to Dr. Harinder Sikon. Dr. Sikon, Tim Walz said that women voters will have a strong voice in this election considering the kind of takes both the candidates have presented on abortion and women's health and their right. What is your take on how both the candidates have presented their take on it?
Trump has come across as a very conservative person when it comes to abortion rights. In fact, he has toed the line of the Republican Party. And as we noticed in the first debate, the September debate between Trump and Kamala Harris, she came out very strong on her views on abortion rights for women. She firmly believes that women should have a right, and she actually said repeatedly that they should have a right to take their own decision. They should have a right over their bodies. So that is something which really resounds with women in America. They all want greater freedom, and they want to have this choice given to them. And there is a feeling that some of the Republican women who are traditionally Republican actually do agree with Kamala Harris on her views on abortion rights. And she is hoping that she would be able to swing this vote, even if it is in small numbers. So that would be a very key gain for her if she can get. And she has repeatedly talked, the two planks where she emerged strong is, as I mentioned earlier also, one is that she would safeguard democracy. Trump is the unknown factor, the maverick who would upset the established order within the United States, whereas she has promised stability and also coalition building, not just overseas with American partners across the globe, but also, to heal the country from within. So she is seen as more, not just as a status quoist, but she has distanced herself from some of the policies of the Biden administration and has come out with her own policy prescriptions for some of the ills that which are there within the United States. And she definitely has come across as somebody who speaks for the middle class, whether it is their economic rights, the right to affordable housing, or the women with their abortion. And in fact, she has been debating this entire issue of Roe versus Wade issue, and she has gone through the legalities and the nitty-gritties of this issue and how she would, introduce, what stages she would introduce the reforms when it comes to women, how she would also, not just abortion, reform the entire healthcare system, which has not really delivered because a lot of the Obamacare was done away with during Trump's time. So how she would restore affordable healthcare for the people. So that is where she's come out very strongly. And let's see, if it really results in any votes for her, because at the end of the day, it's a very close race. And it depends on how many people, how many women voters will come and vote. Right now, the numbers, halfway through the day, it seems that a large number of women voters have come. And the other section which she's been able to energize is the youth. The college young people in colleges who are voting for the first time. She has tried to reach out to them. And I think those are her strong points, reaching out to the marginal, to the, not just the white man, because Trump appeals to the white macho man, whereas Kamala Harris has identified very closely with the black community, with the Indian Americans and the youth and women. So I think that is where she has an advantage, definitely.
Talking about the current trend, Wilmington is witnessing a large number of voters, which are largely women and their daughters, when we talk about women's rights and the healthcare system. We will talk about immigration also, which is another topic. But coming on to you, Ramesh, because we've seen the contrasting takes here. One on the economy and how Donald Trump is dealing with it. And the second one is on women and how Kamala Harris is taking it forward. And she has pressed on it till till the last moment through her radio addresses also. Now, Ramesh, talk us a bit about the personality and politics of both the people, because we still remember what happened on the 6th of January and that still haunts the people somewhere.
Indeed, Deepika. To put it mildly, it's a study in contrast, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Why do I say that? Let me give you the nuts and bolts of their personalities and politics, as you put it. Kamala Harris is a lawyer by training and profession. Trump, on the other hand, is a business person. Harris is relatively young. She's at 60 years old as compared to 78 of Donald Trump. Kamala Harris comes from a mixed ancestry. She has, her father was black, her mother was an Indian, whereas Donald Trump is born with a silver spoon in his mouth, as it were. But that said, if you look at the politics of these two personalities, Deepika, Kamala Harris could well become the first woman to become the US president if she succeeds in the polling that's taking place in the US as we speak. She's the first black woman candidate to run for president and could well end up becoming the first black woman president as well, and also the first Indian American to run for office of the President of the United States of America. In contrast, here we have a man called Donald Trump, who is first president to be convicted for a felony, first former president to be convicted at the same time, impeached twice, not once but twice, and he's the second US president to seek a non-consecutive election. He won in 2016, lost in 2020, now standing for election again in 2024. By the way, he's the oldest presidential candidate in US history at 78 years old, and he survived 2 assassination attempts at that. So it's interesting to see how these two personalities fare at the hustings, so to speak. Talking about issues, women in particular, Deepika, as we discussed before, abortion, reproductive rights is the key issue for the Democrats in particular. Kamala Harris is pro-choice as compared to Donald Trump, who is pro-life. She is also bullish on democracy, as Dr. Harinder Sekhon was referring to. On the other hand, Trump is categorically speaking about two key issues in his campaign. One, immigration, and two, the economy or jobs. He says that immigrants entering the US illegally have to be booted out, so to speak, and he has promised that on day one after he wins, he will enact or implement the largest deportation in US history ever to take place, to flush out the so-called illegals from the US and send them back to where they came from. In the context of the wall that he has spoken about in his last term in 2016, when he spoke about the Mexican, the wall that separates US from Mexico. On the other hand, he's also spoken about how he wants to reduce taxes on the Americans and impose tariffs if required on the Chinese, for instance, to essentially protect American or US manufacturing. So in a way, as I mentioned, this study in contrast, and that's why we saw both Trump and Harris campaign in Pennsylvania on the last day of campaign just several hours ago. Harris is promising a quote-unquote fresh start as compared to Trump, who is talking about regaining lost glory or achieving newer heights for the US. Talking about the riots of 2021, Deepika, it's interesting because we are given to understand that reports suggest that National Guards are on standby to be deployed if necessary as the polling progresses and counting draws near. Will Trump accept the verdict? He says he will if. He qualifies it by saying if the voting or polling was fair. We don't know how he categorizes it. We'll have to wait and watch. At the same time, his lawyers are planning to battle it out in the courts, so to speak, to press upon the advantage that the Republicans have in some key states. So all in all, it's a mixed bag for the Republicans and the Democrats. It remains to be seen how this eventually pans out in the next several hours going forward.
Indeed, that is what everybody is eyeing upon, because this is a very stark in contrast when we talk about what happened on the 6th of January and the statement what Trump has said that he will concede the result if they are fair. But as you said, what happens remains to be seen. Now let's talk about another very important issue where again a very stark in contrast has been seen by both the candidates is immigration. Coming on to you, Mr. Ashok Sajjanhar, Harris, if wins, is likely to carry forward the plan set up by Biden administration, whereas Trump has vowed to seal the border when we talk about immigration. In both the cases, what are the loopholes that you see?
Yeah, as far as immigration is concerned, again, that's really become a red hot button issue, between as far as this election is concerned. And, Trump, when he came in 2016, he had said that he would construct a wall on the Mexican border and basically to stop the illegal immigration coming in from Mexico and from the other South American countries into America. That could not be done, and but he was able to keep in check because of several of the initiatives that he had taken during his presidency. He was able to keep in check the illegal immigration during his tenure. But what we have seen over the last 3.5 years, that President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been in office, that the number of illegal migrants that have come into the United States has jumped very hugely, and that is considered to be a very, in addition to the economy, as I said, which is seen, although at the macro level, the American economy seems to be doing quite well. But as far as the living conditions of the people are concerned, they have deteriorated. So while economy is seen as one of the, if one could call it the failures or one of the weaker points as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, so also is immigration, because she was put in charge of controlling immigration from the southern border, and she has not been successful. Her plan of action is that we should have a bipartisan bill. There was a bipartisan bill, and that if it had gone through, it would have sort of funded more officials on the southern border so that the immigration of illegal people who are trying to stream in, that could have been controlled. But Donald Trump specifically instructed the Republican lawmakers that they should not support it, because that would give a victory to Joe Biden, which he didn't want to give. And he said that immigration was an important issue that he wanted to use in the election. So what Kamala Harris is saying is that if she were to become president, she is going to reactivate that bipartisan bill, so that there will be much greater provision for stopping illegal immigration into the United States. And as Ramesh has just said, and very correctly, what Donald Trump is claiming is that on the first day he is going to deport millions of illegal migrants to the countries from where they came. But I think this is more easily said than it is implemented. So I think it is only for electoral purposes that it is being said. It will be not be possible to do that in that sense. But if either of them were to become president, I think definitely Kamala Harris is going to be more liberal as far as legal immigrants are concerned, and Donald Trump, because he wants to preserve jobs for the American people, so he will be more stringent and more strict on the entry even of legal immigrants, which are required by the U.S. economy and U.S. system, because if you want to get fresh talent from outside, then you need such legal migration coming into the country. But these are the two very varied and very diverse views on this very important subject. But here also, I would say that Donald Trump has a better argument that he has been able to present to the people of America.
Now, moving beyond the concerns of the United States, US election has a lot to do with the current geopolitical conditions as well. Coming on to you, Dr. Sekhar. Now, Kamala Harris has vowed to support Ukraine for as long as it takes, whereas Donald Trump wants the US to disentangle itself from conflicts elsewhere in the world. But we do see a growing support for Trump from Russia and elsewhere. Do you think that Harris may lose her vote here, considering the sort of statements she's made on foreign policy specifically?
She definitely came across as somebody who did not have a well-articulated view on foreign policy. But then Trump was equally controversial because he did not say, he said he would end the war in Ukraine very soon. And that is something which he kept repeating both at his debate and even in the subsequent statements he has made. But he does not say how he is going to end the war in Ukraine. He was asked a very pointed question that would he cut off all aid to Ukraine or would he let NATO take care of the war in Ukraine? And he had no answer to that. But he says, I will speak with my friend Putin and we will put... But these things are not simple. Campaigning is something and being a candidate is something very different from when you become president. And so far we have seen that there is a continuity in US foreign policy. And even earlier he said that, the last time he won the election, he thought he would take a lot of, he would make NATO take greater responsibility, which to a certain extent, I think the US administrations did tell NATO to adopt at least 2%, of their budget to give for their own security, European security. But when it comes to foreign wars, it depends because Trump could also make certain loose statements which may not go very well. And his earlier stint has shown, his earlier administration, that he could not really mend bridges with Russia because maybe he was on the back foot because of a so-called tape and he seemed to be under some kind of scrutiny on his links with Russia. So the policy was a continuity. He focused more on the Indo-Pacific, which Biden has strengthened. So I don't see either of them really deviating. Trump's, the US policy as such has been that they will not withdraw from the Middle East. Both parties support Israel and the war effort. I think Kamala Harris in the last few months, she's had very short time as a candidate, but she has traveled extensively both to East Asia and also she's gone to the Middle East. So I think she's more energetic definitely and understands the issues. And I think as Ambassador Sajjan was saying, she is going to be the softer voice of American foreign policy if she comes. Whereas Trump could get a little rhetorical. It's good to make these high-sounding statements because you are a candidate. But when it comes to policy, the US electorate, of course, would want the US to withdraw from the wars and let Europe handle the affairs. But then the repercussions of such a move is something which both would have to, either of them, whoever becomes the president, would really have to think out the repercussions of a US withdrawal from Europe. I mean, you cannot let your NATO partners down. You cannot leave Ukraine because that strengthens Russia and China. So the geopolitics is a very complicated affair. It has drawn a little more attention, the geopolitical and world affairs, in this election than has been the case in the past.
All right.
But I don't think either of the candidates or whoever becomes president, policy is not going to be something fundamental to US interests.
All right. So whether rhetorics find its space or the soft voice prevails remains to be seen. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh Ramachandran, for joining us, Mr. Ashok Sajjanhar and Dr. Sukhov for joining us on the special broadcast. We'll keep coming back to you. Thank you so much for joining us right now. Moving on, now let's talk about Donald Trump. Who exactly is Donald Trump? Well, Donald J. Trump was born on the 14th of June in the year 1946, New York. And following his father's footstep, Trump began career as a real estate, and now you can see him running in the presidential race. And before that, he served as the 45th President of the United States on the 20th of January 2017. We'll get to more on that, but before that, let's take a look at other stories also in the special broadcast. So as the US undergoes one of its most consequential presidential elections, former President Barack Obama made an appeal on social media to vote for Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz. Take a listen.
Going to be close. In some states, just a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So You need to get out there and vote. So tell your family, talk to your neighbors, make a plan, go to the polls with your friends, and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Head to iwillvote.com to look up your polling place today. Folks, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful of votes.
So the US presidential race isn't just about promises made to the voters, but it's about reputation, experience, and the track record that Donald Trump and Kamala Harris bring to the table. With moments that have shaped their careers and challenges that could define their futures, now let's take a look at the highs and lows of the candidates competing for the Oval Office.
In this high-stakes battle for the White House, the two presidential nominees, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, have a lot on stake. Both have seen towering successes and faced sharp criticism in their careers. And now, those defining moments are under the microscope as the election approaches. For Donald Trump, his highs are largely tied to his role in reshaping the US economy during his presidency. His America First agenda led to tax cuts, deregulation, and what his supporters saw as a booming pre-pandemic economy. He has consistently stood for job growth, energy independence, and a tough stance on trade, especially with China. But his lows are equally significant. His handling of the COVID-19 pandemic drew widespread criticism, and his policies on immigration and foreign relations left the US divided, both domestically and internationally. Trump's legal challenges and controversies since leaving office have also cast a long shadow over his 2024 campaign. On the other hand, Kamala Harris has made history as the first woman and the first woman of color to serve as US Vice President. Her highs include her advocacy for healthcare reform, voting rights, and environmental action. She is seen as a champion of progressive policies, and her rise to the second highest office in the US has inspired many. Yet Harris faces her own lows. Critics argue that her tenure as vice president has been marked by challenges, with less visibility on key issues like immigration and handling of the US-Mexico border issue. And largely, questions remain about her ability to unite the broad Democratic base. While Trump leans on his experience as a businessman and former president, Harris positions herself as a progressive leader for a more inclusive America. Bureau Report, DD India.
All right, moving on now. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday dismissed Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over a breakdown in trust during the Gaza war against Hamas. The statement issued by Netanyahu's office said over the past few months that trust has eroded, while Israel Katz has been appointed as Israel's new defense minister. In response, Gallant said that working to ensure the country's security would remain the mission of his life after Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed him. India has issued a strong condemnation over the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, Ontario. The incident has triggered outrage both in Canada and India, with the leaders and citizens demanding accountability. Here's more.
India has strongly condemned the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, Ontario, carried out by extremists and separatists. India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, described vandalism of the temple as deeply concerning and called for a swift response.
I think what happened at the Hindu temple in Canada was obviously deeply concerning. You would have seen the statement first by our official spokesperson and also the expression of concern by our Prime Minister yesterday. That should, I think, convey to you how deeply we feel about it.
Earlier on Monday, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke out, condemning the deliberate attack and emphasizing the need to protect places of worship and respect religious sentiments. Taking to social media platform X, PM Modi said, "I strongly condemn the deliberate attack on a Hindu temple in Canada. Equally appalling are the cowardly attempts to intimidate our diplomats. Such acts of violence will never weaken India's resolve. We expect the Canadian government to ensure justice and uphold the rule of law." The incident has sparked widespread protests among the Indian community in Brampton. Demonstrators, deeply hurt by the incident, raised Indian and Canadian national flags and called on officials to take serious action against the perpetrators. There was also anger towards the regional Peel police after a police officer was reportedly suspended for participating in the attack. Protesters expressed frustration, urging politicians to acknowledge Hindu sentiments and ensure stronger protections for the community.
We are deeply hurt as Hindu community what has happened here yesterday, and we have come here in support of Hindu community. Hindu community has contributed so much to Canada, and we are progressive. We add so much economical value. We follow law and order.
As tensions rise, the Indian government has requested that Canadian authorities take decisive action to prevent future incidents and ensure that those responsible for the violence are arrested and prosecuted. Bureau Report, DD India.
And that's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. But do let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. The app is available on both Android and iOS platforms. Scan the QR code on the screen to download it now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Deepika, and from all of us here in New Delhi, thank you so much for watching DD India News Hour. Namaskar.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero. Watch live and exclusive coverage on DD India.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns, unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion, wholehearted smiles, and warm hospitality. World famous for its exquisite artistry. Leader in diverse agricultural products. heartland of winter sports. Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant, diverse, ambitious, future-focused. Full of life. Welcome to Heaven on Earth.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Hello and welcome back to our special coverage on US Elections 2024. Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj. First, let's take a look at the top headlines of the hour. United States votes for next president. The winner needs 270 electoral votes of 538 to win. Republican candidate Donald Trump casts his vote at Florida, says he is very confident of his win. Police arrest man attempting to enter US Capitol with flare gun. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Katz appointed as new Defense Minister. Let's get you the latest on US presidential polls first, as the race to the White House nears the finish line. Voting for the 2024 US presidential election began with the Eastern time zone in America. New Hampshire was the first state where polling started. Dixville Notch, a small town in the state of New Hampshire, became the first place in the country where voters cast their ballot. Voting across the country begins at 6 a.m. local time. Since the US is divided in different time zones, the eastern part of the country sees polling first at 6 a.m. local time or 4:30 p.m. India time. 8 states which fall in the Eastern time zone or ET began polling. These include the states of Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, New Hampshire and Virginia. Tens of millions of voters across the United States have already cast their vote early. These votes were sent in either by mail or by visiting the polling station in person. According to data from the University of Florida's election lab, more than 82 million voters across the US had already voted before the main election day. This is the final opportunity for Americans to vote in the tightly contested 2024 presidential race between Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris, hurtle toward an uncertain finish. The candidates were running neck and neck in the campaign's final days in each of the 7 states likely to determine the winner: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, showed opinion polls. The winner may not be known for days if the margins in the key states remain as slim as they are expected. People in Michigan enthusiastically lined up at polling stations to cast their votes. Michigan is one of 7 key battleground states where U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is running neck and neck with former U.S. President Donald Trump. Voters in North Carolina, Georgia, New York and New Hampshire also cast their ballots on Tuesday.
First thing in the morning, I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen, so, you know, take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other. And if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted. And it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Voters in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania came out to vote in what polls have shown is a neck-and-neck race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Both candidates have raised to pitch for support in Pennsylvania, which is expected to play a pivotal role in deciding this week's U.S. presidential election. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance cast his vote in Cincinnati, Ohio. J.D. Vance joined millions of Americans who were headed to the polls to choose president.
Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio.
Let's hear some more reactions from early voters in Arizona and New York.
I voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I voted for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, you know. I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said he would be prepared to concede defeat after Tuesday's vote if it's a fair election.
I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think well, so far I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved. Thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat.
Asked about fears of unrest after the election and whether he would call on supporters to avoid violence, he criticized the question and said his supporters are non-violent people.
I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
Trump again raised concerns about the use of electronic voting machines. After casting his vote in Florida, Donald Trump reiterated his previous criticism of electronic voting machines, suggesting they were less secure than paper ballots and would delay the outcome being known.
A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. Would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
As the US undergoes one of its most consequential presidential election, former President Barack Obama made an appeal on social media to vote for Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz.
Folks, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So you need to get out there and vote. So tell your family, talk to your neighbors, make a plan, go to the polls with your friends and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Head to iwillvote.com to look up your polling place today.
Well, it's certainly a big day. US presidential polls, and both the candidates, presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, urged voters to come out in large numbers and vote. And to discuss what's happening in this particular spectrum, I have with me my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran, who is joining me from the studio. Also have been joined by Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, Center for Global Affairs, New York University, and also Ajay Shah, who's an American political analyst, is joining us from Philadelphia. I welcome every one of you on this special broadcast today. But first to you, Ramesh, how would you describe the Biden-Harris presidency to the Trump years in the White House, especially in terms of foreign policy in general and India in particular?
Well, Siddharth, at the risk of putting it simply, but not simplistically, let me just say that let's start with India first and contrast the Biden-Harris years with the Trump presidency of 2016. Let's talk about Biden-Harris first. We saw two key outcomes or initiatives taken by Biden, the Harris presidency between 2020 and 2024. The first one was the elevation of the Quad to the level of an annual summit. This took place under Joe Biden, number one. And number two, Biden and Prime Minister Modi were instrumental in setting up what is known as the ICET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. Now, this group is headed by or co-chaired on the US side by their NSA, in this case Jake Sullivan, and on the Indian side by India's NSA Ajit Doval, and that has had a remarkable success of late in the last 1 year in particular in terms of semiconductor policy, in terms of taking initiatives on the critical emerging technologies as well. Those are two key outcomes from the Biden-Harris presidency, the elevation of the Quad Summit and to the ICET. Now let's look at Trump years. Now Trump was the president, the US president, who revived the Quad in the first place, and that has continued to this day. So Quad came into its own, as it were, under President Donald Trump. And Trump was the person who also was instrumental in shaping or defining US policy towards the Indo-Pacific in particular, and China by extension, by he imposed tariffs on the Chinese products and so on. So that was one factor to contend with. Let's look at the world map and look at global issues now, Siddharth. Let's start with West Asia or Middle East, as others would call it. Under President Trump, we saw the US categorically recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital. That was a big move for Israel in particular. We also saw Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, playing a role in the shaping up of the Abraham Accords, the Israel's agreements with the UAE, Bahrain and Morocco to begin with. And that has a legacy or a consequential legacy, so to speak, since then. Let's talk about Iran now. Trump abrogated or quit the nuclear deal, the JCPOA. He also called climate change a hoax. Remember, in his last campaign rally just several hours ago in Michigan, he said drilling, meaning that he wants to have more oil and gas production in the US to shore up the US economy in terms of jobs and in terms of its economy in general. Trade issues, he was very bullish on trade issues, and RCEP, he quit from the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, comprising countries in the Indo-Pacific region in particular. He has had moderate success in terms of counter-terrorism. Remember, he was instrumental in eliminating the ISIS chief Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in Syria. From Indian perspective, Siddharth, also interesting that Article 370 was removed. The reform took place when President Trump was towards the end of his presidency, and we saw how that panned out for India and the US in particular. So going forward, there are some key questions, imponderables to begin with, to think about. One, how will a Trump or Harris presidency affect US ties with Russia and or Ukraine going forward? North Korea is another issue. The tensions are escalating on the Korean Peninsula. We saw Trump use, flowery, rhetorical flourishes talking about missile man or rocket man. In Kim Jong-un's case, he talked about fire and fury, only to end up holding a summit with Kim Jong-un first in Singapore and then across the DMZ on the Korean Peninsula. China, Taiwan, how will that pan out going forward under either of these two candidates? EU-NATO relationship is another big question mark confronting much of the Europe and the US in particular, and also situation in West Asia. So all in all, including trade, for instance, these are a big issue that needs to contend with to figure out how it will impinge on the US foreign policy going forward and its implications for India and the world at large. The question, like I told before, Siddharth, is that is the US ready for a woman president? That's one key question to ask as of this moment. Conversely, is the US ready for a Trump 2.0? We'll know soon. Also, how will multilateral relations shape up under either Harris or Trump? Trump is known to be isolationist as compared to Harris's more liberal worldview. So there are many imponderables to figure about and ponder over in the several hours ahead between now and the results that will soon come out. So all in all eyes on Pennsylvania, which is a key state, will determine the outcome of this election.
Definitely, Ramesh. I've just got an update that our correspondent Amrit Pal Singh has also joined us from Florida. Hi Amrit, what updates are you bringing us from Florida as voting goes on?
Well, brisk voting is happening here in Florida, where I am in West Palm Beach, and those are the reports that I'm getting from across the state. I am right now standing. What you see behind me is Mar-a-Lago. That is the residence or the beach house of Donald Trump, where he's made his election headquarters here in Florida. His campaign is being run from here. So he'll be closely watching who is turning out, what are Republicans turning out in numbers, because finally it will boil down to who wins this election will boil down to who is able to get their voter base out. Both Kamala and the Trump camp are trying to get their voters to vote, especially in the swing states where it is the contest is close. What I hear from Pennsylvania, Georgia, is that a lot of young voters and a lot of women voters are coming out. Now, if you look at the early voting, about 55% of those who voted were women. That should, be good news for Kamala Harris, because she appeals to voters. Now, I'm not saying all women are going to vote for Kamala, but her stand on abortion and women's rights has won her over many women who may otherwise have been Republican by ideology because they relate with that issue. So if women do come out in large numbers, that could mean good news for Kamala. But in early voting, most voters who turned out were Republican voters. So that gave a leg up or a shot in the arm for the Donald Trump camp. Let's see by the end of the day how much is the voter turnout, and which segment of the voter turns out more. That will decide who takes the lead in these elections.
All right, Amrit Pal, stay with us. We've also been joined by Professor W.P.S. Sindhu, Center for Global Affairs, New York University, and also Ajay Shah, political analyst from Philadelphia. First to you, Professor Sindhu. Are you witnessing any notable difference in 2020 and 2024 US presidential elections, in terms of campaigning, in terms of voter turnout?
Thank you, Siddharth, for that excellent question, and good to be on as well. I think right away you can think about this election being distinctly different than the previous one in at least two ways. Number one has been the amount of money which has been spent on the election. It has gone into billions of dollars, and the state of Pennsylvania alone, one that we've been talking about and which is a very key state for almost every outcome that we can think about, $1 billion have been spent in that state alone, which is practically unprecedented. The second thing is that the number of people who've turned out to vote early, 82 million, is also a record. This is the highest early voter turnout that we've ever seen. And, the last time the turnout was probably the highest in US history. And I suspect this year, or this time around, it remains to be seen whether that record is going to be broken. And that is going to be a key determinant in who wins the White House as well.
All right, stay with us, sir. Let me go across to Mr. Ajay Shah, American political analyst, joining us from Philadelphia. Sir, do you agree that in these elections, Supreme Court's future is on the ballot? If Trump wins and Republicans take the Senate, the American far right has an opportunity to shape the nature of the court for another generation.
It's not, so thank you first of all, Siddharth, for inviting me. I would preface by saying that I am in the swingiest counties of the swingiest state. So I live in Pennsylvania and I live in Bucks County, which is the most targeted county by all the politicians, because this is the county that can decide Pennsylvania, which can actually decide the US presidential election. And so what Professor Sidhu said just a little while ago is absolutely true. That, and I'm the person who is targeted with that $1 billion. It seems like, with all the emails, with all messages and everything else that I get. Let me preface by saying that yes, to your question, not just the right but also the left is counting on the change in the Supreme Court if they get their candidate elected, because Supreme Court appointments, as you know, are lifelong, and there are a substantial number of justices who are much older than you would expect, because there is no retirement age in American Supreme when it comes to Supreme Court in America. It's a lifelong appointment. And a lot of the justices actually wait out till the favorable president comes who can replace ideologically compatible, ideologically similar justices. So it would not be a surprise if Vice President Kamala Harris wins, she will bring in people who are on the left, and if President Trump were to win, he will bring in people who are on the right. And this is, and the impact of the justices in the Supreme Court far outlast the impact that the politicians who are presidents or vice presidents, or even people who are in Congress or Senate in important commissions and committees and other important positions. So justices are absolutely deciding the Supreme Court justices appointments is absolutely the key to the election.
All right, Mr. Ajay, stay with us. Let me go across to Amrit Pal Singh, who is joining us from Florida. Hi, Amrit. Quickly tell us about the security measures that have been put in place to ensure fair and secure voting.
Security measures vary from polling booth to polling booth, from county to county. The sensitive counties, especially in the swing states, where there is, an apprehension of vandalism, of violence, of crowds going out of control, there unprecedented security measures have been enforced. Steel frames have been erected, steel glasses, steel doors at places, bulletproof glasses, GPS trackers, snipers on the roofs, sniffer dogs, GPS trackers. Panic buttons have been given to election officials if they feel pressurized by the crowd sort of taking over and things going out of hand, to protect both the ballot and the people or the voter. Sheriffs at many counties are doing the rounds. Sheriffs of many counties are doing the rounds of those polling stations or polling booths which are considered sensitive or are more prone to any kind of violence. Yes, it's unprecedented security as compared to the last time or the time before that, Siddharth.
All right, thank you so much, Amrit, for your analysis. And let me come back to you, Ramesh, again. Talk to us about the Indian American community and how crucial role will they play in these presidential polls?
Well, Siddharth, talking about the Indian American community in terms of its sheer size, they account for about 6 million as of the latest figures that we have received, thereby forming the second largest ethnic group in the US. They have voted traditionally Democrat, but of late there is a trend, discernible trend at that, where the second generation, third generation Indian Americans who are upwardly mobile and becoming affluent, they tend to vote Republican, and we've seen that in several instances in the previous elections as well. So this shift from voting Democrat to Republican is very evident and discernible. Now that said, of late we've seen Trump also cater to his the constituency in terms of the Indian Americans. Most recently when he spoke about the safety and security of Hindus in the US and Bangladesh in particular. That's one issue that the Biden government in particular has been very silent upon, uncharacteristically of that. Neither Biden nor Harris have spoken much about this issue, but Trump in his wisdom chose to do so, most recently at one of the rallies, and he spoke about on the occasion of Diwali.
True.
He spoke about how he is worried about the safety of Hindus in Bangladesh in particular, and that how the Biden government has ignored the Hindus in the US as well.
And in fact, Trump has also said that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a good friend.
Indeed, and their friendship goes back a long time. We all remember the Howdy Modi event.
Correct.
And similar events organized by both sides in those during those Trump years. So talking about the Indian diaspora, Siddharth, they are becoming a force to reckon with, if not already. They become a consequential vote bank, and I would tend to suggest that both Professor Sidhu and Mr. Shah would bear me out when I say that they've come into their own, as it were, and they're a force to reckon with in the US domestic polity as well. And just as an anecdote, Siddharth, Diwali was first organized or celebrated in the White House during Obama years in 2009, and that tradition has continued to this day. And speaking about the community itself, they are educated, self-made individuals. They assimilate well, integrate themselves well into the American society, industrious, and they are willing to hold public office, and we've seen a number of examples of that in both Republican, Democrats as well. We saw in the case of Vivek Ramaswamy, the Republican Party, or Nikki Haley on the other side of the spectrum. So all in all, they are, like I said, coming into their own, and I'm pretty sure our guests will bear me out when I say that.
Definitely, Ramesh. Now let me go across to Professor Sidhu. Professor Sidhu, inflation remains a big issue in the election, and Kamala Harris administration perhaps said that it would support first-time homeowners with $25,000 down payment. Will the anger of the past 4 years prevails this time, or hopes for the next 4 will emerge?
Well, certainly, I think inflation is now at a cusp, and it's very much on the decline. We've seen the interest points also kind of going down significantly. Whether that's going to make an impact today, because it is really the one day for any of the undecideds to decide one way or the other, I'm not quite sure whether that's going to sway, but it's probably one of those elements. But also one needs to recognize, as we saw from your excellent montage of voters, that sometimes voters tend to follow one specific issue which they may relate to more than others. And it may be inflation for some, but it could be other elements for others as well. And so it's sometimes very difficult to break down into very specifics of whether the inflation alone is going to determine the outcome, essentially.
Okay. Mr. Shah, tell us about the importance of these elections from India's perspective.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. There's a research paper out there which has actually got a lot of data about the Asian American voting patterns, and it shows that in 2020 elections, 74% of Indian Americans actually participated in voting. That is a much higher percentage than the normal population percentage, which hovers around 55 to 63% vicinity. On top, and it's the third largest Asian voting group. There are only couple of other ethnic Asian groups that vote in a larger percentage than the Indian Americans do. Now, it is also true, as one of our other panelists said, that there were most of these voters, Indian American voters, were at one time Democrats. In fact, if you go back in history, about maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago, so maybe 3 election cycles ago, about 82 to 84% of the voters voted straight line, party line Democratic, whereas the survey that was done by Carnegie Endowment, and that just came out last week by Vaishnav and his group, shows that this time around only about 60% are straight line Democratic voters. And so that kind of gives you an indication of how the Hindu vote is, Indian vote is up for grabs by both the parties, and they both, you can see, are catering for the Hindu vote and Indian vote. Now, Hindu vote being, I keep saying Hindu vote only because Hindu vote in many ways is actually, and if you call Sanatan the vote, that actually even larger than the Indian vote. So if you look at the 9 main battleground states, we have looked at the data, we have crunched our own data, and our data shows that out of the 9 states, at least in 7 of them, the Indian vote is actually a deciding vote, if it was to be a block vote. Now, because the Indian vote is going to be divided between the two parties at 60-40 or somewhere around that, you can see that the impact is much reduced. However, if the Indian Americans were to vote in their self-interest, if they were to vote as a bloc, so for example, if they were to say that, hey, look, to me as an Indian American, having fairness in education and not have affirmative action or merit-based education is important, or if they were to say that quotas for green card, which are capped with the country-wise cap, if that is what is an issue that I can relate to, because a lot of my friends and family members are going to be on H-1B visa for 100 years, and actually the number is much larger, right? So if they start voting on those issues, then those votes can absolutely make a difference to any presidential candidate, because the votes are so close, the polls are so close right now. So that is the impact of Indian American vote in this election cycle.
And Mr. Shah, how about the promises that were made by both the presidential candidates? On one hand, you have Kamala Harris, who promised abortion rights to women, and somewhere it's looking like that she's having that trump card of giving abortion rights to women. It's looking something like that. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who's saying that inflation is a big issue. He'll rectify that. He'll make America great again. He will also, pressed upon illegal immigrants there. So, what do you think? Which way will the American citizen move to when it comes to the?
There's certainly a certain amount of gender-based voting. There are a lot of divisions in America right now. And gender-based division is just one of them, right? There's blue collar versus white collar, urban voters versus rural voters, blue collar versus white collar. So you can slice and dice this demography in many, many different ways. But so you can certainly say that, well, but really, if you think about it, and somebody already made this point, are these people single issue voters? And I think when there is a competing priority, on one hand you have abortion, on the other hand you have inflation, then which one trumps? Not as Trump, probably poor choice of word, but which one wins, right? So which issue wins? And that is the hard one for every demography. And that is why this election is much harder to predict, because just because you can relate to one candidate, is it really the defining issue for you? And is it holistic? Now, when it comes to really capturing the Indian American vote, as already one of my fellow panelists said, President Trump actually made explicit statements that said that I am going to, I'm going to stop the, I'm going to do my best to address the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. I am going to make sure that the radical left in America is not going on a rampage against the Hindus and things like that on his Diwali message. Whereas Vice President Kamala Harris has actually not addressed any of the Hindu issues except to issue a generic Happy Diwali kind of message. So I think those, I mean, and again, because people are not a single issue voter, I don't know how much impact that will have. From what I have heard, from the Hindu perspective, I think this statement has made a huge difference. And now we'll have to see if really how it pans out in the actual voting.
Definitely. Ramesh, that comes down to what Americans actually want. And, a lot has been talked about swing states. Why they call swing states? Because they have a tendency to swing either way. So tell us something about swing states and how influential are they in deciding who walks into the Oval Office once the results come out?
Siddharth, and Mr. Shah just now said he comes from a state which literally holds the key to the outcome of this election that's taking place in the US as we speak. Remember, let me try to break it down for our viewers who are not familiar with the intricacies of the issue at hand here. His state, Pennsylvania, accounts for 19 electoral college votes. Now, there are 50 states in the US. Each state, according to its population, assigns a certain number of electoral college votes. So in that context, there are 538 votes in all in the US, and the magic number that both Trump and Harris are looking to gather or get is 270. That's the halfway mark. Anyone who gets 270 or above will enter the White House. The joke during the round, Siddharth, is that whoever comes to occupy 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., that road goes through Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania this year. Now, talking about the swing state, there are 7 in all in this election. There were 9 in the previous election, but that has now whittled down to 7 key states. They are Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Like I mentioned, Pennsylvania accounts for the largest number of votes, 19, followed by North Carolina, Georgia, and so on. In all, 93 votes are up for grabs in these key 7 states. Now, if you look at states that have traditionally voted Democrat or Republican, for instance, let's take the case of Texas. Texas accounts for 40 electoral college votes, and that has predominantly voted Republican. On the other hand, California with 54 seats has traditionally voted Democrat. If you look at this breakup, Trump is assured a minimum votes of 219 if all the red states vote for Trump. On the other hand, Kamala Harris is assured a minimum of 226 seats if all states that have voted Democrat do so again this year. So the toss-up is between those 93 votes in the 7 key swing states which have voted like purple states, as some people call it. Why? Because Michigan, for instance, voted for Trump in 2016 but lost. He lost in Michigan in 2020. So like we saw the other day, his last campaign rally was held in Michigan after he spent the entire day, almost the entire day, in Pennsylvania. Whereas Pennsylvania is a must-win state for Kamala Harris, and that's why she thought to deem it fit to hold her last campaign rally in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, just before midnight, before the polling day began. So all in all eyes will be on Pennsylvania in the next several hours, Siddharth.
All right, Ramesh, thank you so much. I must say that it was a wonderful analysis by you. But time now, we have paucity of time. This is what my producer is telling me. But thank you so much, Ramesh, for joining in. And also Professor W.P.S. Sidhu and also Mr. Ajay Shah for joining in on this special broadcast. Much appreciated. And still to come on DD India News Hour. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attends the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under 2024 in Australia. India hosts the first Asian Buddhist Summit, taking forward its Act East policy.
complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero. Watch live and exclusive coverage on DD India.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns, unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion.
You're watching DT India News Hour. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday dismissed Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over a breakdown in trust during the Gaza war against Hamas. The statement issued by Netanyahu's office said over the past few months that trust has eroded. In response, Gallant said that working to ensure the country's security would remain the mission of his life after Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed him. Katz has been appointed as Israel's new defense minister, and Saar was in turn appointed to replace Katz as foreign minister. And in some other news around the world, more than 100,000 cars were damaged after last week's deadly floods in Spain, with over 60 dead. Paiporta is one of worst affected areas by the disaster that has killed at least 217 and left dozens missing in the country. Damaged houses and dozens of cars piled up on streets in Paiporta. Public anger has mounted over what locals decry as a slow and insufficient response by authorities, which led to King Felipe and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez being pelted with mud during their visit on Sunday. And let's see what's happening around the world. French and Dutch authorities raided streaming giant Netflix's offices in Paris and Amsterdam on Tuesday as part of a tax fraud probe. Netflix's Amsterdam headquarters for Europe, the Middle East and Africa was also targeted for search by a team of officials from both France and the Netherlands. Netflix is also under investigation in France for its tax filings for 2019, 2020 and 2021. South Korea's privacy watchdog on Tuesday fined social media company Meta 21.6 billion won for illegally collected sensitive personal information from Facebook users. It was the latest in a series of penalties against Meta by South Korean authorities in recent years as they increase their scrutiny of how the company, which also owns Instagram and WhatsApp, handles private information. French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed Kazakhstan's President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev to Paris on Tuesday for a meeting that sought to deepen ties in trade, energy and security. Both countries share an interest in climate change, rare earth materials and renewable energy. Tunisia expects olive oil output to jump by around 55% this season, giving a boost to both the country's exports of green gold and also to ailing public finances. Tunisia is among the world's top exporters of olive oil, a commodity that has seen growing international interest from both consumers and investors. India has issued a strong condemnation over the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, Ontario. The incident has triggered outrage both in Canada and India, with leaders and citizens demanding accountability. Here's more in the report.
India has strongly condemned the recent violence at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton, Ontario, carried out by extremists and separatists. India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar described vandalism of the temple as deeply concerning and called for a swift response.
I think what happened at the Hindu temple in Canada was obviously deeply concerning. And you would have seen the statement first by our official spokesperson and also the expression of concern by our Prime Minister yesterday. So that should, I think, convey to you how deeply we feel about it.
Earlier on Monday, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke out, condemning the deliberate attack and emphasizing the need to protect places of worship and respect religious sentiments. Taking to social media platform X, PM Modi said, "I strongly condemn the deliberate attack on a Hindu temple in Canada. Equally appalling are the cowardly attempts to intimidate our diplomats. Such acts of violence will never weaken India's resolve. We expect the Canadian government to ensure justice and uphold the rule of law." The incident has sparked widespread protests among the Indian community in Brampton. Demonstrators, deeply hurt by the incident, raised Indian and Canadian national flags and called on officials to take serious action against the perpetrators. There was also anger towards the regional Peel police after a police officer was reportedly suspended for participating in the attack. Protesters expressed frustration, urging politicians to acknowledge Hindu sentiments and ensure stronger protections for the community.
We are deeply hurt as Hindu community what has happened here yesterday, and we have come here in support of Hindu community. Hindu community has contributed so much to Canada, and we are progressive. We add so much economical value. We follow law and order.
As tensions rise, the Indian government has requested that Canadian authorities take decisive action to prevent future incidents and ensure that those responsible for the violence are arrested and prosecuted. Bureau Report, DD India.
India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is in Australia on the first leg of his two-nation tour. He had an eventful day, including engaging conversation with Justin Bussey at the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under 2024. Here's a report.
India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar attended the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under, Australia edition of India's Raisina Dialogue in Canberra on Tuesday. Dr. S. Jaishankar is in Australia in the first leg of his two-nation tour. Jaishankar highlighted the remarkable growth in India-Australia partnership in recent years and India's efforts to forge diverse partnership in a multipolar world.
I would say probably the bilateral which has changed the most is Australia. One metric of how a relationship is really okay, so how often did the PMs meet? And if you go beyond that, you look at the quality of our defense cooperation today, the fact that we've been able to do the first phase of a free trade agreement, the fact that Australian universities were the first universities to come and say, okay, we are prepared to explore a new Indian policy regarding foreign educational presence.
External Affairs Minister also emphasized on India's active engagement in grouping like the Quad and BRICS.
Quad has a certain Indo-Pacific context. Again, the manner in which it grew, the building blocks of Quad were very different. In the case of BRICS, it was really a coming together of some large countries whose common feature in many ways was that they were non-Western.
Dr. S. Jaishankar also met Australia's Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister Richard Marles. They spoke about the strong moment in India-Australia's comprehensive strategic partnership. The minister also shared perspective on Indo-Pacific and regional developments. Earlier, Dr. Jayashankar met his Australian counterpart, Penny Wong, for the 15th India-Australia Foreign Ministers Framework Dialogue in Canberra. Both the leaders also deliberated on respective neighborhoods, Indo-Pacific, West Asia, Ukraine, and the global strategic scenario. Bureau Report, DD India.
Global leaders gathered in New Delhi for the third high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition organized by the International Solar Alliance and key partners. The event focused on advancing solar innovation to combat climate change and support global climate goals through collaboration, technology and knowledge sharing.
The International Solar Alliance, in collaboration with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, hosted the third high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. Held alongside the 7th ISA Assembly in New Delhi, this event brought together global stakeholders in the journey towards clean energy. Prahlad Joshi, India's Minister of New and Renewable Energy and the President of the ISA, spoke on the collective global effort in the energy transition.
As far as President is concerned, India was elected unanimously, that is unopposed. This shows how the world is recognizing India's efforts as far as especially in the renewable concern under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. And now people have accepted the leadership of India because of our performance and commitment.
The conference focused on driving dialogue into action with in-depth sessions on innovative solar and storage technologies. The discussions aimed to highlight how solar power can advance equitable economic, social and environmental progress.
It's our ADB's responsibility to facilitate that emerging economies have access to technologies and finance to attain green growth. Cost of solar PV has declined by over 80% in the last decade to about 5 cents per kilowatt hour.
ISA's Director General Dr. Ajay Mathur emphasized the timelines of this gathering, noting that it aligns with the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan.
This event is very timely because in a week, the world leaders will be meeting at COP29 in Baku to discuss two of our guiding goals that we decided at Dubai last year, tripling the renewable energy goal and doubling the energy efficiency goal.
An added attraction at the inaugural was the launch of the third edition of the World Solar Report series. The inaugural also witnessed the release of the Readiness Assessment of Green Hydrogen African Countries report by ISA and Denmark. Tapash Bhattacharya's report, DD India.
That connects India and Asia. They are complementary as the world looks for solutions to unrest and conflict. India hosts the first Asian Buddhist summit, taking forward its Act East policy, which is principled on collective, inclusive and spiritual development of Asia. DD India's Anil Thomas has details.
India is hosting the first Asian Buddhist Summit. Over the next 2 days, it will celebrate the rich heritage of Buddha Dhamma and its influence across Asia. President Draupadi Murmu inaugurated the summit and highlighted the unique position Buddhism holds in the spiritual and cultural history of India and Asia.
If one word can capture the Buddha Dhamma, it has to be Karuna or passion, which is what the world needs today. As the theme of the summit has captured it well, we need to discuss the role of Buddha Dhamma in strengthening Asia.
The summit is a manifestation of India's Act East policy, which is principled on collective, inclusive and spiritual development of Asia.
Today we stand united as inheritors of this profound legacy. India as a Janmabhoomi, the birthplace of Buddha Dhamma, reaffirms its commitment to strengthening the Dhamma Setu, the Buddhist bridge connecting Asian nations.
The theme of the summit is Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia.
The Prime Minister of India expressed
the feelings of not only India, but the Buddhist communities of Asia, that India has given Buddha to the world, not the world. And we will follow the path of Buddha when we are adopting various considerations for the global well-being.
I would like to congratulate Union of Government of India. Especially, I would like to deep express my gratitude this Buddhist Confederation Association. Buddhist Confederation can organize this World Buddhist Summit for the first time in India.
A special logo of the summit was also released by the President. Arnold Thomas, DD India, New Delhi.
That's all for this edition of DD India News Hour, but let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. The app is available on both Android and iOS platforms, and you can scan the QR code on the screen to download now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Prasar Bharati from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India News Hour.
Who will be the next president of United States of America?
Will Donald Trump make a dramatic comeback, or will Kamala Harris become America's first woman president?
It's a tight race to the White House.
The knives are out and the battle lines sharply drawn.
He's becoming increasingly unstable and unhinged.
She's a threat to democracy because she shouldn't even be the candidate.
I'm Amritpal Singh.
I'm Shubhendu Ghosh.
We travel across the United States
to decode the issues at the heart of this polarized election.
Watch this space only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero. Watch live and exclusive coverage on DD India.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns. Unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion. Wholehearted smiles. And warm hospitality. World famous for its exquisite artistry. Leader in diverse agricultural products. Heartland of winter sports. Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant, diverse, ambitious, future-focused, full of life. Welcome to heaven on earth.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from ground zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Watch
Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Hello and welcome back to a special coverage on US Election 2024. Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour with me, Deepika. First up, let's take a look at top headlines of the hour. United States votes for next president. The winner needs 270 electoral votes out of 538 to win. Republican candidate Donald Trump casts his vote at Florida, says he's very confident of his victory. Police arrest man attempting to enter the US Capitol with flare gun. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Katz has been appointed as the new Defense Minister. Let's get you the latest on the US presidential polls first, as the race to the White House nears the finish line. So voting for the 2024 US presidential election is underway. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are battling over 7 key swing states, which are Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina. Now, if Kamala Harris wins, she would make history, becoming the first woman, first Asian American, and first black woman to win the presidency. While a Trump victory would also be historic because he joined Grover Cleveland as the only president to serve non-consecutive terms. The US markets are up, which aligns with the historical trend of market rallies on the election day. Now, since the US is divided in different time zones, the eastern part of the country sees polling first. Dixville Notch, a small town in the state of New Hampshire, became the first place in the country where voters cast their ballot. Tens of millions of voters across the United States have already cast their votes early. And right now, let's take you across live visuals where Kamala Harris, U.S. presidential candidate, has cast her vote. She's casted the vote. Before that, you can see Kamala Harris, the presidential candidate. She's currently talking on the phone. She's currently at the venue where she will be casting her vote. And before that, early on, she tweeted on her social media platform X and said that Arizona is coming out in large numbers to vote, and this clearly showcases the mandate of the youth specifically she focused on. So there you can see that even on the last day, she addressed all the people, all the voters, pushing them to go and vote in large numbers through different radio stations. There you can see how she's currently interacting with all the voters as well. She's on the phone calls also, interacting with the voters also. The media is there. She's interacting with the media also. So a last minute push, you can see, is continuously on the bid. Kamala Harris is trying to make it possible, and she's trying to interact with each and everyone where she can do, because this is the last moment where she can do. Earlier she said that she would be, just attending the watch party, and she would be having a dinner with her family members, which goes as per the tradition before the counting ends and before we get to know the result of it. And there you can see the visuals of presidential candidate Kamala Harris, who served as the Vice President of the United States. And if she wins, she would be the Asian women to win this election. We just talked about that. And also she would be creating history. She's having a lot of support from other people also, but the results are really awaited as we near the polling closure. So amid the ongoing voting, American citizens expressed their views on the two candidates, highlighting the significance of voting in shaping US's future. Key issues such as the border security, abortion and illegal immigration emerged as primary considerations, influencing their decisions at the ballot box. Let's now take a look at some of their reactions and responses.
I voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I voted for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
I'm here first thing in the morning. I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen, so, take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other, and if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted, and it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Now, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump on Tuesday said he would be prepared to concede defeat after Tuesday's vote if it's a fair election.
I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. You cannot, it's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat.
Now asked about fears of unrest after the election and whether he would call on the supporters to avoid violence, he criticized the question and said his supporters are not violent people.
I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
Now, meanwhile, Donald Trump again raised concerns about the use of electronic voting machines. After casting his vote in Florida, Donald Trump reiterated his previous criticism of electronic voting machines, suggesting they were less secure than paper ballots and would delay the outcome being known.
A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
Now, as Donald Trump cast his vote in West Palm Beach, Florida, DD India's Amritpal Singh reports from Ground Zero with more on this.
Now, outside the polling booth where Republican candidate Donald Trump has just voted, he said that he's confident that he will make it back to the White House as his voter base has turned out in large numbers to vote. But more importantly, Donald Trump said that there will be no violence from his camp. He said these reports about violence are not true. He called them fake and said that he's appealed for no violence, for fair and smooth elections. He said if it were a paper ballot, the results would be known by now, basically casting aspersions on the voting process, hinting that there could be a voter fraud, but at the same time trying to say that his voter base has turned out across the country in large numbers and he's confident that he'll make it to the White House. With cameraman Sanjay Jaina, this is Amritpal Singh for DD India at West Palm Beach, Florida.
All right, so U.S. Capitol Police on Tuesday arrested a man at the visitor center who was carrying a torch and a flare gun. Police confirmed this in a statement. The Capitol Visitor Center was closed while the authorities conducted their investigation, U.S. Capitol Police said. Now, the arrest occurred as the voting is currently underway across the United States. And let's now hear some more reactions from early voters in Arizona and New York.
Voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I vote for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, you know. I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
Now, as the U.S. undergoes one of its most consequential presidential election, former President Barack Obama made an appeal on social media to vote for Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz.
This election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So you need to get out there and vote. So tell your family, talk to your neighbors, make a plan, go to the polls with your friends and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz Head to iwillvote.com to look up your polling place today.
Now, Democratic vice presidential candidate and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz expressed his confidence about the battleground state of Pennsylvania on Tuesday after making a campaign stop in Harrisburg. He said that he and Vice President Kamala Harris were excited about their chances in Pennsylvania.
Buddy just came from the diner, gonna board the plane and head to D.C. We're feeling great. I just want to remind folks, still got a plan to vote. A lot of time for these polls to be open. iwillvote.com if you need it. And I think the choice couldn't be starker. We saw the closing arguments of one of hopefulness, unity, and a focus on the middle class. The other one of dark, divisive, focused on himself. So we're feeling good about this, America. Get out, get this vote done, and let's win this thing. We're excited about Pennsylvania. I think being here, we started it here. For me, it feels like closing the loop. We're excited about being here. We're taking that positive message, and you saw the energy in that room.
Now, home of the Las Vegas Raiders, the Allegiant Stadium made history today by opening its door for voting on Election Day. Fans lined up to cast their ballots in this iconic venue, excited to be a part of this unique experience. Voters received special Raiders I Voted stickers, adding to the excitement of participating in democracy. Among those casting their votes was Nevada Senator Jackie Rosen, who highlighted the diverse and younger voter turnout at the significant location. With over 90 voting booths, Allegiant Stadium served as the largest polling place in Clark County, bringing together the community in a celebration of civic engagement.
It was important. I was the first one in line this morning, and it's important. I'm a big Raider fan. I'm from California. We've been here 4 years, and I brought my friend with me. I'm like, you have to come with me. We have to make history.
Well, just to vote by itself is very important. So many people have paved the way for people to vote, so it's very important for me to vote. Doing it here at Allegiant Stadium, yeah, I didn't want to go nowhere else. I did want to come and get this Raider voted sticker, and me and my wife came out to cast our ballot, and it was very easy.
Well, it's really special because the only reason why I drove out here to Allegiant Stadium is for this sticker, because if I wanted this sticker on my wall. And the Raider connection, well, Oakland from the Bay, baby. So I got to come out and represent my Raiders. I love the stadium. Any excuse I have to come down here is the best excuse. Any excuse I have.
All right, now I'm joined by the elite guest of a panel of guests who would be joining us today in the special broadcast. We have with us Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, Center for Global Affairs, New York University. We have with us Mr. Anand Mittal, political analyst from Washington, D.C. And we have with us Mr. Ramesh Ramachandran, who's the editor and the foreign affairs expert. A very good evening and thank you so much to all our guests for joining us on this special broadcast. First of all, coming on to you, Sir Sidhu, W.P.S. Sidhu. Arizona is a key state to the United States election, and the voters are saying that the people can change their minds here. Economy is being seen as the key factor here, driven by the youngsters, especially talking about Arizona. But as we come closer towards the polling closure, how the U.S. economy is going to rule the results here?
Well, the U.S. economy is certainly going to be one element of that, but as you very rightly pointed out, there are many, many other issues as well, including immigration or the perception, particularly for a state like Arizona, of how secure the border is, and really against migrants as well, in many ways, and as is abortion. So there are many, many issues that are going to be determining this aspect, and if we were to draw perhaps a hierarchy, it would really depend on what is the background of the voter. If there are voters coming from the less, privileged in economic terms class, then obviously inflation, the economy is going to be a very, very important factor. But if you are educated, perhaps a little bit more privileged or in position, then clearly other elements are going to be an important factor, including abortion, for example. And that is something which we need to still sort of see how that's going to play out. And one way perhaps to identify that would be to see what has been the turnout from the different communities, particularly those who are affected by the inflation and see economy as a big concern. And there's no doubt, of course, that those who feel economy is a big issue and that they've been hurting for the last 4 years are certainly going to be in the camp of Trump. And we've heard that from some of the voters who you've already spoken to as well. But clearly, economy is not the only issue on this ballot.
And also, now let's talk about the India angle here. For that, I would like to first come across to Mr. Ramesh Ramachandran. When we talk about India and US relation, we heard External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar talking about it, and he said that irrespective of the results, the relationship is going to go stronger only. How do you see this currently?
Well, there's no denying that India-US ties enjoy bipartisan support across the political spectrum in the US and in India. Now, there are always highs and lows, crests and troughs in any relationship between peoples or countries or government. To that extent, we've seen some issues crop up every now and then, but on balance, I would say that India-US ties are always on a steady keel, so to speak, and it's become predictable as time goes by. Now, it's one of India's most consequential relationships in the world. The same is true for the US. It is strategic partnership in many ways. It has a global footprint. And the bedrock of India-US ties, Deepika, is people-to-people ties, the exchange of people, be it students, business persons or academics for that matter, the living bridge, so to speak, between India and the US, which is the bedrock or the main pillar of the relationship, in addition to trade and investment, defense and security, space, civil, nuclear energy, high technology, and so on and so forth. And to come to your point about what Minister Jaishankar had to say, I will quote Prime Minister Modi here when he addressed the US Congress in 2016, and I have the exact quote somewhere here. If I can quote from his speech, Deepika, if you allow me just 30 more seconds. Quote, "Today our relationship has overcome the hesitations of history. Comfort, candor and convergence define our conversations. Through the cycle of elections and transition of administrations, the intensity of engagements has only grown. And in this exciting journey, the US Congress has acted as its compass. You have helped us turn barriers into bridges of partnership," unquote. Now, talking about or contrasting Trump and the Biden-Harris administration, Deepika, two things stand out. During Trump, we saw the Quad being revived, number one, and number two, his emphasis or accent or focus on the Indo-Pacific in general and China in particular in his national security strategy. Talking about Biden-Harris, Deepika, we saw Biden elevate the Quad to an annual summit level, and Biden and Prime Minister Modi initiated what is known as the ICET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, including semiconductors for that matter, which has taken off in the last 1 year and more, co-chaired by the two NSAs of India and the US. There have been some lows during Trump, for instance, on the issue of GSP, on the, when the US ended India's determination or status of being a beneficiary developing country. But we've seen, some developments of late, including, for instance, the formation of what is known as the Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, Jain American caucus in the US legislature, which is growing in size by the day. So, on balance, Deepika, if you look at India-US ties, India's rise, some would say, is inevitable. So the US can ignore India only at its own expense. Plus, the rise of Indian Americans in the US domestic polity also plays a key role in the India-US ties. So India, in a sense, is becoming indispensable to managing global affairs, be it climate change, be it counterterrorism, be it the Indo-Pacific and so on. So the India-US ties are in good stead, so to speak.
That talks about volumes about when we talk about India and US relationship, the bilateral relationship that each other share with both of them share with each other. Now coming on to you, Mr. Anand Mittal, what impact will the new president have on India-US's existing relationship?
I think regardless of who wins, the India-US relationship will stand the test of time. I think that's what your other panelists said. That's what the feeling here is in Washington, D.C., that the relationship is much more important than ordinary partisan politics or any kind of minor roadblocks like this issue with the India-Canada fight, the tiff over that, or any kind of trade or immigration issues. Even during Trump, there were some issues, and he has intimated again that he might try to strike a deal with India on immigration, maybe on things like steel and manufacturing. But quite honestly, both sides, Democrats and Republicans, realize that India is going to be an important partner in the Indo-Pacific Asia policy, trying to make sure that China's influence is curbed, and that making sure that India is seen as a better partner that actually reflects American values, reflects the things that America cares about. So I think regardless of who wins, that will not change that much. But I do think that the Democrats tend to find it much more easier to comment on what Indian officials say there are internal issues, things like religious violence or minority issues or even the farmers' protest. So I think that is going to create some tensions. But as I said, those are minor tensions, like just as with this Canada fight, that the Indian State Department or the American State Department has said, we're concerned, but they don't say anything beyond that. They don't make any declarative statements. They don't say, India has to do this or India has to do that. They only stress cooperation. So you're going to see some of those kind of things raise it up a little bit more.
But the past relationship speaks a lot, and when we talk about tech, also coming on to you, Professor Sidhu, tech cooperation will also be key here. Right from, you would remember, I said to Artemis Accords, India and the US have seen a transformational journey. But will the result also lead to a major boost in India-US elections and their relationship with each other?
So I agree with all of the other panelists, including Ramesh as well as Atul Mittal, in the sense that this relationship is on a trajectory which is very, very steady, and it's going in one direction, which is up. The only question is going to be the speed of that trajectory. And that is where I think political leaders can play a role in both countries. Some have been more forward-looking and have been promoting and enhancing and advancing the relationship and been willing to address some of the hurdles which appear between any relationship between these two countries. Given that, I think you're now certainly seeing in the post-pandemic era a very important focus and idea to kind of have supply chain resilience. Essentially meaning that you engage with countries that you trust are going to be there at a time when you essentially need them, and that's something which we're likely to see build up a little bit more. And this one relationship, an agreement that you talked about, is just one of many. But I would also very much look at the private sector and how that is starting to build up and looking for alternatives to China. Here, of course, as much depends on the US as does on India, particularly India's ability to build the infrastructure required to bring on board that kind of investment. And I think that's going to be an important element which goes beyond just the Indian government or, in fact, the US government as well. And that's where both the private sector, the public sector, as well as entrepreneurs are going to play a really, really crucial role on both sides as well.
Talking about China, Mr. Mittal, coming on to you, the US administration under Donald Trump framed China earlier as a threat for the first time ever. And China would be now closely monitoring the results today. We have seen Trump's bid to make America self-reliant in semiconductors as well. How do you see US-China relationship under Trump's presidency if he wins the election this time?
Well, Trump always likes to, he's a businessman. He always says he likes to make deals, and that's how he's approached his approach with India was different in that sense, that it was a bilateral approach more than the Biden administration, which was a multilateral approach. So I think when he deals with China in the same way, he's going to emphasize that he has a good friendship and a good relationship with President Xi Jinping, and he's going to try to ensure that his personal diplomacy wins out over any kind of any security establishment or foreign policy establishment views that are there in America about China. And so I think the biggest concern for the U.S. is going to be what China is going to do with regards to Taiwan. And I think there is some concern that if President Trump does end up losing the election, that we may see some action in the South China Sea with regards to Taiwan, a blockade most likely, not an invasion. And that's what some of the security analysts have pointed out, that China may go ahead and pull a blockade, because that's what happened with the Biden administration. We had the Afghanistan disaster, we had Ukraine in 2022, and then Israel in 2023. So a lot of people around the world, nations who are opposed to America and America's foreign policy, are seeing the Democrats as a much more vulnerable position, or much more willing to take those kind of risks. And if President Trump is elected, they do not believe that he would be somebody who would stand for those kind of actions, and he would most likely, go with his sort of what's called the crazy approach, the madman approach that has prevailed. There were no wars, there was no major conflicts during his 4 years in office, and I think that's why he's making the case to the American people that he's a much better president in terms of foreign policy and domestic policy, because pre-COVID, there's a certain nostalgia about what was going on in America with its foreign policy and with its economy.
We'll talk about the markets also, because that is also a very important factor. But before that, coming on to you, Mr. Ramachandran, the Indian community there in America plays a very key role. How do you see that, and how do you see Indians playing a major role in the elections tonight?
I'll try to answer that question, Deepika, by just pointing you to two gentlemen joining us on this panel, Professor Sidhu and Mr. Mittal, who are good examples of what we're discussing about the vibrant Indian-American community in the US. Let me try to answer your question by giving our viewers a contrasting picture, a study of both Kamala Harris and Trump, especially in the context of their policies and their personalities, and also weaving the Indian-American community in the overall argument. If I can just briefly touch upon the community itself, they are 6 million and counting, according to latest figures, the second largest such ethnic group in the US. Now, they've traditionally voted Democrat, but, and this is an important but, Deepika, as the community becomes more affluent, more upwardly mobile, the second generation, third generation Indian Americans are tending to vote Republican. And this shift from Democratic to Republican voting is evident and discernible. Here I can just refer to what Trump said in his Diwali tweet the other day, where he categorically and specifically referred to the situation of the Hindus in the US and elsewhere around the world, including Bangladesh, on which both Biden and Harris have been conspicuously silent on for the longest time. Trump saying that he accusing the Democrats of ignoring the Hindus in the US and elsewhere in Bangladesh, and trying to project or give the argument that if he wrests the White House from the Democrats, he will ensure the safety and security of Hindus everywhere, including the US and Bangladesh, especially from the left-wing extremist elements in some of these countries. Now, talking about the diaspora, generally speaking, Deepika, they are becoming a force to reckon with on the political firmament of the US. They are becoming consequential, a political voice, so to speak, in the US domestic polity. And just to give you a flavor of how the journey they've traversed over the decades, Diwali came to be celebrated for the first time under Obama in 2009, and that's continued to this day. So this community, a small knit but an affluent, influential community, is educated, self-made individuals. They assimilate well into the American society. They're industrious and are willing to hold public office. We saw that in the case of Kamala Harris of Indian American heritage. We saw that in the Republican side as well, in the case of Vivek Ramaswamy or Nikki Haley. So all in all, they are coming into their own, if I could put it that way.
And talking about the same point, Professor Sidhu, how do you see the Indians shaping up the results tonight?
How do I see the Indians summing up the results tonight?
Shaping up the results tonight.
Shaping up. Well, I think, as other speakers have very rightly pointed out, the Indian Americans are now far more sophisticated in the sense that they're really right across the spectrum. They're very well represented in both the parties. They are also very prominent in NGOs, in the corporate sector. but also in political areas, as we just heard as well. So I think, again, in that sense, they're becoming more like the average Americans, and they're very much driven by the same sort of issues and concerns that would impact the average Americans as well. So some will be very much driven, as we were discussing earlier, by inflation or the economic concerns, whereas others would be driven by issues like the decision of women to choose. And those are the kind of elements I think that are going to play through. But just following the numbers that Mr. Ramachandran mentioned, it's quite evident that still 60% of the Indian population is very much in the Democratic camp, as it were. And I think, certainly having somebody who is of and partly of an Indian heritage would certainly be something that I know Indians of whatever political hue would certainly celebrate, because it would be a momentous development and a change in that sense.
But Mr. Mittal, what sort of a benefit is it going to give to Kamala Harris? We've been seeing the visuals from Kerala, from Tamil Nadu, how several rituals are being conducted over there, worshipping to the Lord and praying for her victory. But then, would that be of any sort of benefit to Kamala Harris there?
Yeah, I don't know how beneficial it would be to her. I think she is sort of, in the sense of trying to get votes, the Indian American population is much more stratified and not unified in any sense, apart from maybe some states like New Jersey and Georgia, but not enough to probably make a difference. So I think she has emphasized more of her African American heritage because she wants to get those crucial votes in swing states like Georgia, in other places, Pennsylvania. So I think she has sort of done a fairly enough job. I'm Republican, so obviously from some of the Indian American Republicans, you'll hear that she has not played up her Indian identity besides celebrating Diwali. But that's neither here nor there. I think it's a good sign that we have Indians are on both sides of the political aisle. They're successful in all kinds of fields, including politics now. And I think it's something to be celebrated in India and abroad and in America, that we're part of the American dream and we're succeeding regardless of our background and regardless of what we believe in. We can have different beliefs, we can have different political fights and still come out on top and be successful.
And now let's talk about the markets also, because that is a very important topic when we talk about the US elections. And because of the strong economic ties between India and the US, Professor Sidhu, the results of US presidential elections often affect the Indian stock market as well. How are the results this time going to affect the markets, considering the historic pattern, be it the victory of Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I think it may relate to how they look at global economy in many ways as well. But again, as has been said and discussed, there is very much a clear trajectory of India-US relations. And I think the key driver is going to be the question of stability. If the sense is that this election is going to lead to clarity and stability, and that there is no big dispute about it, then there's no doubt that we're likely to see the Indian stock market also do remarkably well. But if there is uncertainty at the political level, which we've seen in the past, or a challenging of the election by one side or the other, some of which will happen through the courts, and that's fine. That may well impact it more sort of negatively, because as far as I understand, the markets prefer stability.
Now, as Professor Sidhu also mentioned about supply chains earlier in our discussion, coming on to you, Mr. Mittal, the US is India's largest trading partner. The impact on trade and business policy will also be the most consequential one. How do you see this shaping up tonight with the announcement of the results?
Yeah, like I said, I think if President Trump wins, he is going to pursue a much more bilateral deal as far as supply chains, as far as making any kinds of manufacturing or economic deals or even military deals. And I think he's going to try to make sure that whatever deals are made or whatever diplomacy happens, it happens through him personally or through his NSA. And so those are going to be the important people to watch out for, who he appoints in key foreign policy positions. Most likely, Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State and the head of the CIA, is going to play a crucial part and he's played a crucial part of the previous 2+2 defense talks as well. But I think much more importantly, I think what's interesting to see with the Biden-Harris administration, if Vice President Harris wins, is that even though they were opposed to Trump's foreign policy in broader terms, the Biden-Harris administration did not overturn many of the anti-China policies and many of the sort of strengthening of the U.S. Supply chain and trade issues that Trump had raised and had made a key issue on his campaign in 2016. And so what's going to be interesting to see is what the future Harris administration will do with regards to that. And it's most likely going to be a continuation of that. They're not going to be as possibly polarizing and negative in their language, but they are going to continue their relationships with India. They're going to continue making sure that the supply chain is strengthened and that Indian defense partners, Indian economic partners are much more empowered, and those deals the red tape is cut. And I think that's going to be the policy that they pursue going forward. It may involve, like I said, a much more multilateral approach. They may try to get the Quad much more involved, other countries much more involved. And so there's going to be a little bit of tension in that, I think. There's also folks who are pro-Pakistan in the Democrat Party. I would say there's lobbying on all sides, obviously. And so there's going to be a little bit of tensions and negotiation and discussion on those fronts as well that may thwart any kind of deal. And so, again, Trump may do the bilateral deal, and that may happen much more quicker. And I think Democrats are still going to pursue something in that same strength.
My colleague Ramesh has a question to Mr. Sidhu.
Yeah, Deepika, if I can just quickly ask both our guests one question each, if I may, Deepika. To Mr. Mittal, I mean, would you subscribe to this view that if Kamala Harris wins this election, it would be because voters have voted for the Democratic Party and its values and what it stands for? On the other hand, if Trump wins, it would be because voters are voting for him, the man, and his politics. And also to Professor Sidhu, if I may. Professor Sidhu, knowing your interest in global affairs, if I may ask you to weigh in on the implications of a Harris or Trump presidency on global affairs, especially in light of what is happening between Russia and Ukraine to begin with, between Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah in Middle East or West Asia, as we call it here, North Korea, the tension, the Korean Peninsula to begin with, as well as on the elephant in the room, China and possibly Taiwan. If you can go first, Mr. Mittal.
Yeah. So I think, President Trump and the Republicans have made the economy the main issue. If you talk to the general public, they have also said that the economy is their main issue in this election. Most voters are not happy with the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, and there's a certain nostalgia about the pre-COVID era where President Trump was the president. The economy was doing really well. And even when he won in 2016, there was the markets rallied very quickly. People initially thought that maybe Trump winning would depress the markets or the economy, but that was not the case. So I think that is the strain, the vein and the strain that the Republicans and Trump are taking. I think for Vice President Harris, she has moved away from some of the positions that her own administration has taken over the last 4 years to triangulate, to try to get the votes, to try to make sure that she is a winnable candidate. So she has, for example, in Pennsylvania, fracking is a big economy there. So she has shifted her environmental stance on Israel. She has shifted her stance. She has become much more pro-Israel than she was previously. And on a bevy of other issues, she has made it clear that she's trying to move away from the Biden administration. But it's not clear whether the voters are going to see her as being super distinct, because she has not articulated her positions very well, and she has made her main plank that she is opposed to Donald Trump. And so, as with previous elections, when you make the election about one man, it's more likely that man is going to win. And so, even the 2020 election that Trump lost, it really was a referendum on Trump. And so, this election most likely is going to be a referendum on Trump as well, more than a referendum on Kamala Harris or the Biden-Harris administration. Having said that, I think there is a certainty, there is a possibility that that the female vote comes out en masse in the swing states and gives the victory to Kamala Harris, because the social issues and the governance issues in terms of people who are turned off by Trump's language, his rhetoric, and his previous policies may, a large group of that includes women. Women protested in huge numbers the day after Trump won in 2016. And so there is a possibility that they may end up giving small victories in the swing states to give the presidency to Kamala Harris. But right now, everything is 50-50. We're literally playing with 0.5, 0.3 levels of margins, and not last week it was 2 to 3%, and now it's gone to less than 1% in some of these situations.
Indeed, and if I may quickly ask Professor Sidhu to weigh in on the implications of a Harris or Trump presidency on global crises confronting the US and the rest of the world.
Thank you very much for that excellent and very difficult question, but a very important one as well, undoubtedly. I think the important thing to keep in mind is that one is built based on a very multilateral attitude, which is also, one might argue, based on essentially the upholding the rule-based international order. It is also less transactional, and it tends to be sort of inclusive of other partners. I think if you look at the Trump presidency in the past and perhaps even into the future, you're likely to see three distinct sort of elements to that. Number one, it is going to be much more unilateralist. I would not necessarily say isolationist, but unilateralist. Second, it is going to be much more transactional. As Mr. Mittal rightly pointed out, there'll be more of a desire to have bilateral agreements rather than multilateral ones. And number three, the personal element is going to be very important. So the fact that he has a particular preference for the personality of President Putin or Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary, or even Kim Jong-un of North Korea, is very much going to determine and follow his his pathway, and that would be the approach that he's likely to take. And I would say the same thing vis-a-vis Israel, and certainly, given now that he and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have kissed and made up in many ways, you're likely to see a more sort of weightage on that side. I think in the case of Kamala Harris, as I said, it's going to be much more multilateral, bringing along many more of the partners, but also, being very principled about it. So I don't think we can expect a rapprochement vis-a-vis President Putin anytime soon, or an opening to North Korea. And we might also see a nuanced change in the policy on the Middle East.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Sidhu, Mr. Anand Mittal, and Mr. Ramesh Ramachandran for joining us and bringing us a rounded perspective on history making as the US election polling is underway, and very soon we'll have the results as well. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so the United States is a collection of 50 states with different voting systems, but they all come together to elect the country's president through an electoral college. This next report explains the entire electoral exercise in the US.
November 5, 2024 marks the 60th quadrennial presidential election. Americans head to the polls in November to elect the next US president. The presidential elections are held every 4 years. The winner serves a term of 4 years in the White House starting in January of 2025. In the United States, there are two main parties. Democrats, they are generally considered liberal and typically support a larger government role in economic policies, backing regulations and social welfare programs. Republicans, they are seen as conservative and typically want a smaller government that is less involved in the economy. Now let's understand, how does the US presidential election work? In the United States, the winner is not the person who gets the most votes across the country. Both candidates compete to win contests held across 50 states. Each state has a certain number of electoral college votes based on population. Out of 538, the candidate that wins 270 or more is the winner. Most states lean heavily towards one party or the other. So the focus is usually on a dozen or so states where either of them could win. These are known as the battleground or swing states. It is possible for a candidate to win the most votes nationally, like Hillary Clinton did in 2016, but still be defeated by the Electoral College. Several party members may vie for the US presidency. Primaries and caucuses narrow down party contenders. Candidates from each political party campaign nationwide to win their party members' support. Starting in February, primaries and caucuses select delegates to represent the people at the conventions. In a caucus, party members select the best candidate through a series of discussions and votes. In a primary, party members vote for the best candidate that will represent them in the general election. What are presidential primaries? Most states hold primaries 6 to 9 months before a presidential election. Primary voters choose their preferred candidate anonymously by casting secret ballots. The state where the primary is held takes the results of the vote into account to award delegates to the winners. What are caucuses? Several states hold caucuses in the months leading up to a presidential election. Caucuses are meetings run by political parties that are held at the county, district, or precinct level. Some caucuses choose candidates by secret ballot. Others require participants to divide themselves into groups. Each candidate's group gives speeches and tries to get others to join their group. In the end, the number of delegates given to each candidate is based on the number of caucus votes they receive. Next step is national conventions. Each party holds a national convention to select a final presidential nominee. State delegates endorse their favorite candidates, with each party's presidential nominee officially announced at the end of the conventions. Presidential candidate also chooses a running mate or vice presidential candidate. Presidential candidates campaign throughout the country to win the support of the general population. The most important moment in the entire process is the general election. On November 5, Americans in every state across the United States vote for one president and vice president. When people cast their vote, they are actually voting for a group of people called electors. The candidate with the majority of votes in the state wins all the electoral votes. The presidential nominee with the most electoral votes becomes the President of the United States. The final step is the Electoral College. In the Electoral College system, each state gets a certain number based on its representation in Congress. There are a total of 538 electors selected according to each state's policy. Each elector casts one vote. Following the general election, and the candidate who gets more than half, that's 270, wins. The newly elected president and vice president are inaugurated in January. In this election, let's see who all are there in the race for the White House. Donald Trump won the Republican Party support with a massive lead over rivals. Trump chose Ohio Senator J.D. Vance to be his vice presidential running mate. For the Democrats, Vice President Kamala Harris joined the race after President Joe Biden dropped out. Her running mate is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. All eyes are now on the US and their next president. Mihir Makuri's report for DD India.
In the New Hampshire city of Manchester, 6 registered voters split their votes between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump shortly after midnight on Tuesday. Now, this occurred as the intense presidential race between Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris moved towards an uncertain conclusion.
I've served in the Army. I would not have wanted to be on the streets at the direction of Trump to shoot my fellow citizens. So it's pretty fundamental. All the other things, first of all, I'm not going to have an abortion. Not me, okay? And even if I was, I'm too old to have it. But those type of issues, they're important. But I think it's more important that we continue the democracy of this country.
I think the number one reason why I did vote for her was abortion rights, and also just being a person of color. I think that she's generally a better person than our other options. So, yeah.
There's a lot of major issues going on that I am interested in. Abortion, of course, is women's rights. That's a big one for me. Of course, the border is also a huge issue with immigration. I think reform needs to be happening all around. Unfortunately, the platforms are based on Republicans versus Democrats.
Ultimately, ideologically, I don't have a lot in common ground with Kamala Harris. She seems nice, but we're just not on the same page on enough issues for me to vote for her. Donald Trump I voted for in the past, but after the last election, I lost a lot of faith in him, so I didn't feel comfortable voting for him again.
And in some other news around the world, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday dismissed Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over a breakdown in trust during the Gaza war against Hamas.
The crisis of trust that was getting wider between myself and the Minister of Defense became public, and this crisis does not allow the proper continuation of the management of the campaign. In light of this, I decided today to terminate the term of office of the Minister of Defense. In his stead, I decided to appoint Minister Israel Katz to the job.
And in response, Gallant said that working to ensure the country's security would remain the mission of his life after Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed him. Now, Israel Katz has been appointed as Israel's new defense minister. After his appointment, Katz has vowed to prioritize the return of Israel's hostages from Gaza and the destruction of Hamas and Hezbollah. And Gideon Saar was in turn appointed to replace Katz as the foreign minister. Now, French and Dutch authorities raided streaming giant Netflix's office in Paris and Amsterdam on Tuesday as part of a tax fraud probe. Netflix's Amsterdam headquarters for Europe, the Middle East and Africa were also targeted for a search by a team of officials from both France and the Netherlands. Netflix is also under investigation in France for its tax filings for 2019, 2020 and 2021. And that's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. But do let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. The app is available on Android and iOS platforms. Scan the QR code on the screen to download it right now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. And Deepika and from all of us here in New Delhi, thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast. Namaskar.
Who will be the next president of United States of America?
Will Donald Trump make a dramatic comeback, or will Kamala Harris become America's first woman president?
It's a tight race to the White House.
The knives are out and the battle lines sharply drawn.
He's becoming increasingly unstable and unhinged.
She's a threat to democracy because she shouldn't even be the candidate.
I'm Amritpal Singh.
I'm Shubhendu Ghosh.
We travel across the United States
to decode the issues at the heart of this polarized election.
Watch this space only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches.
Live and exclusive coverage
Only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches.
Live and exclusive coverage
only on DD India.
Namaskar and welcome to our special continued coverage on the US presidential elections 2024. I'm Mark Lynn. First, let's give you the headlines at this hour. The United States votes for the next president. The winner needs 270 electoral votes of the 538 electoral college votes to win. The Republican candidate Donald Trump casts his vote in Florida. He says that he's very confident of a win. The police also arrest a man attempting to enter the US Capitol with a flare gun. US stocks closed sharply higher on Tuesday after data signaled a solid economy, but the markets could remain volatile this week till the final US election results come in. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fires the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Katz is appointed as the new Defense Minister. Well, let's get you the latest now on the US presidential polls. First, as the race, to the White House nears its finish. Well, voting for the 2024 U.S. presidential election is underway. The Vice President Kamala Harris and the former President Donald Trump are battling over 7 swing states. They are Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina. Now, if Harris wins, she would make history by becoming the first woman, the first Asian American as well, and the first black woman to win the presidency. While a Trump victory, in fact, would also be historic because he'd join Grover Cleveland as the only president to serve non-consecutive terms. And the U.S. markets
They are up, which aligns with the historical trend of markets rallies on election day. So everything's looking good in the United States. Since the US is divided into different time zones, the eastern part of the country is polling first. Dixwell Notch, which is a small town in the state of New Hampshire, became the first place to vote, and where the ballots in fact were cast and counted. Tens of millions of voters across the United States have already cast their votes. They did so early, but these votes are sent either by mail or by visiting the polling station in person and before the election day. But this is the final opportunity now for Americans to vote in the tightly contested elections on the election day, which is the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November 2024, the presidential race between the Republican Donald Trump and the Democrat Kamala Harris. And the winner may not be known for days if the margins in the key states remain as slim as they are expected. And amid the ongoing voting, the American citizens, they've expressed their views on the two candidates, highlighting the significance of voting in shaping the country's future. Now, some of the key issues in this election are border security, abortion, the illegal immigration issue. Also, these are considerations that are influencing the decisions at the ballot box. Let's look at some of the reactions.
I voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I voted for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
I'm here first thing in the morning. I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen, so take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other, and if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted, and it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Well, the Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump on Tuesday said that he would be prepared to concede defeat after Tuesday's vote if it's a fair election.
If it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat.
Well, asked about fears of unrest after the election and whether he would call on supporters to avoid violence, he criticized the question and said that his supporters are not violent people.
Tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that.
And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
Trump also raised concerns about the use of electronic voting machines. After casting his vote in Florida, Donald Trump reiterated his previous criticism of electronic voting machines, suggesting they were less secure than paper ballots and would delay the outcome being known.
A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
Well, even as voting progresses, both Republicans and Democrats are confident of their victory. DD India correspondent Amritpal Singh judges their mood outside Trump's beach house at Mar-a-Lago.
This is Donald Trump's beach house, Mar-a-Lago, at West Palm Beach in Florida. I'm right outside Mar-a-Lago, which has become the election headquarters of Donald Trump. It is from here Donald Trump is watching the election results. To give you a sense of what the atmosphere here right now is, there are people out on the streets outside Mar-a-Lago, understandably Republican supporters, people out here carrying Trump banners, American flags, supporters, Republican supporters, even as the voting goes on. And once the trends start coming in, we would know how much have the Republicans come out and voted. To talk about how the Republicans are shaping up here. You're wearing a t-shirt saying "Women for Trump." Do you think on the abortion issue, what stand Kamala Harris has taken cuts ice with the women of this country?
I do. I think if you mean by cuts ice, like has divided this country, yes, I do. I think it shouldn't even be an issue anymore. We're in 2024. President Trump is for women's health, for women's safety, like keeping men out of women's sports. He didn't take the right to an abortion away for rape victims, for incest victims, women who might die if they carry the baby to term. All he did was overturn Roe versus Wade and bring it from the federal government back to each individual state. And I don't know any state out of the 50 states in our country that tell people they may not have an abortion. They have to have the abortion within their term limits, whatever that may be. So I think Kamala Harris is pushing this women's rights issue, and the women just aren't researching it for themselves, or they're just listening to whatever. They don't even care. They're just hearing this and they're getting so upset, and that's not what he has said.
So clearly the opinion here in the United States is divided. Once the figures come in, we would know how many women, how many young voters have voted for Kamala Harris, or will it be Donald Trump who emerges as the winner from this race? With cameraman Sanjay Jaina from outside the Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach, this is Amritpal Singh for DD India.
One of the U.S. Capitol Police on Tuesday arrested a man at the visitor center who was carrying a torch and a flare gun. That's what the police said in a statement. The Capitol's visitor center was closed while authorities conducted this investigation. The U.S. Capitol Police had said so as well. Now, the arrest occurred as the voting is underway in the United States. Let's take a look now at some more reactions that have come in from voters in Arizona as well as New York.
I voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I voted for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, you know. I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
Well, DD India correspondent Shubhendu Ghosh is now live from Washington, D.C. with more. Shubhendu, you know, how willing are voters to stand in queues for hours?
Well, I'd like to answer that question by showing you where I am. I am at the Martin Luther King Jr. Library here in Washington, D.C., Mark, and behind me, thanks to these glass walls, you can see the long queues of voters who've lined up since morning to participate in the voting. They're able to, of course, complete their electoral process and move ahead, and new people are joining in. These queues symbolize the manner in which enthusiastic voters here in Washington, at least I can tell you, at all the polling stations that we've been to, have been participating in the polling process, quite reminiscent of the early voting as well. Early voting, we saw upward of 80 million voters. It's a historic number participating in the polling. And here today on the big election day in Washington, D.C., all the polling booths that we've been to, long queues. Not everything can be shot on camera. We're not allowed inside, but here, because it's visible from the outside, we can see the kind of queues that have maintained their length through the day, talking about the kind of enthusiasm that voters are exhibiting. We spoke to some of them. They said that it's not an election that you can afford to sit on the fence. Whether you support Kamala Harris or you support Donald Trump, there are critical issues related to the nation, related to rights of women in particular, and therefore, whatever your stand is, it is very important for people to come out and vote. So we see voters coming with friends, with families in large numbers and exercising their ballot. Mind you, it's not just the position of the US president they're voting for. There are seats of Senate, House of Representatives. There are also local body leaders. There is an amendment on abortion in across 10 states at least, on which people are also putting forth their views. So it is an important and tiring day for the voters as well. Some 6-page long voting booklet they have to fill, but they don't mind standing in the queue and doing their bit.
We're also joined by Mr. Anang Mittal, who's a political analyst, also based in Washington, D.C., where Shubhendu is right now. Mr. Mittal, the District of Columbia is a blue district, has been so for the longest time. You know, with the Gen Z now growing up, are we likely to see some change in the way people vote?
Not particularly. The District of Columbia went 93% for Biden in the last cycle, 2020, and it's historically always voted Democratic. So that's not likely to change. There are some indicators that Donald Trump may be winning the younger vote, but maybe not the Gen Z vote, maybe the 18 to 29 vote. But even that can be then bisected by saying there may be a gender difference in that as well. For younger people, the concern is much more social concerns than maybe economic concerns if they're in high school or college and they're of voting age. And so their concerns are going to be much more different than the concerns of sort of working class or you know, older Americans. Generally, it's being seen that women are going to be voting for Kamala Harris, and college-educated women, that is, and non-college educated males and women are generally going to be voting for the Republican candidate. And so it's going to be just interesting to see, but the patterns themselves have repeated over the last couple of election cycles. And so what we're seeing in this election is the closeness is much more. It's the tightest election I've ever seen in my lifetime. Last week it was 2 to 3% differences. Today the percentage differences are less than 1%, and people are saying it's going to come down to the wire. Although there are some indications, some analysts are saying that we'll know about the results immediately within you know, a couple hours of the polls closing, and it won't be a repeat of 2020. But again, nobody knows for certain.
Shubhendu, how incident-free has the polling been so far?
Well, it's been very peaceful here in Washington, at least, Mark, also given the circumstances. A few weeks ago, there was an incident of a ballot box being set on fire. It's been rather peaceful, although we hear the police siren, the vehicle siren all the time. That's because they are conducting, they're making sure in their rounds to ensure that the law and order situation is maintained. We also understand that the National Security Guards are also being put on alert to tackle any eventuality. The polling booths are very secure. There is a use of bulletproof glass. We've also seen drones being used to monitor the situation. But thankfully, no untoward incident has been reported, at least from Washington for now. But Mark, we also have to understand that the really critical period would be when once the voting is over and the counting begins. And because of the time difference, the time zones in which America is divided, it will happen over a period of time going from east to west coast. That is when the first trends come in, when there is an indication as and when it comes about which leader is going to come on top and who's going to lose. That is when we are likely to see passions flare of the supporters.
Mr. Mittal, you know, how important is voting day, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, traditionally? And also we've seen that, you know, last time round in 2020, there was a pandemic, so obviously early voting, mail-in voting had some reason. I mean, people were obviously frightened to come out and vote. But that's not the case anymore, right? And despite that, we've seen such a lot of, such a massive, what about 70 million plus people have already cast their votes. And a lot of Republicans too. Is that, you know, going to change the way this election is going to be seen? I mean, the results,
I think that's fair to say. Donald Trump, in the last two election cycles, he emphasized voting in person. He emphasized vote turnout, which is not the typical Republican line. For Republicans, early voting, mail-in voting has usually been the advantage in past elections with George Bush and John McCain. That changed a little bit with Donald Trump, but I think after the debacle of 2020, he changed his views on that, and he said that, you know, vote early. As we like to joke here, vote early, vote often, even though you only get to vote one time. And so I think that is going to play a role in that. A lot of the early votes that are coming in, nobody knows the results for here, but people are saying that a lot of the early votes that are coming in are going to be weighted towards the Republicans, and then the later votes, what are called the absentee ballots, may end up being skewing things over to the Democrats, which is what happened in 2020 as well. But yeah, it's very obvious that turnout is high, and it won't be as high as maybe other 10, 20, 30 years ago, but it's definitely going to be a high turnout election, because I think after the pandemic, people have learned some lessons. Maybe people were shocked by some of the violence that happened post-election, and I think this time, from what I'm hearing from folks who are voting in different states and different areas, it's much more orderly. Even if there is a line, people aren't as polarized or negative about it than they were maybe in the pandemic era, where I think people kind of, it was an opportunity to sort of vent your anger, and that may not be happening today. But again, we won't know the real situation if things change drastically after the results are in, maybe the next week,
Mr. Mittal and Shubhendu, do stay with us. We'll continue to get some updates, and then we'll turn to you for your reactions. You know, the 2024 U.S. election, which went to the polls on Tuesday, it's going to the polls right now, is set to become the most expensive in history, with the total contributions reaching $15.9 billion. This is according to nonprofit Open Secrets. The spending, which includes congressional contests, will surpass $15.1 billion spent in 2020, and more than double of the 2016's $6.5 billion. In the hotly contested presidential race, Vice President Kamala Harris has emerged as the fundraising leader. Her campaign directly raised over $1 billion, with 40% coming from small donors, plus an additional $586 million from supporting political action committees. Donald Trump's campaign raised $382 million directly, with 28% from small donors, while affiliated committees, they contributed $694 million. The largest donor was Timothy Mellon, the reclusive 82-year-old banking heir, who contributed $197 million to Trump and the Republican causes. Now, on the other major Republican supporters included Richard and Elizabeth Ulane from the packaging industry, the casino magnate Miriam Adelson, Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, of course, and the hedge fund investor Kenneth Griffin, each contributing over $100 million to Trump and the Republican causes. Now, as the U.S. undergoes one of its most consequential presidential elections, the former President Donald Trump, former President Barack Obama made an appeal on social media to vote for the Democratic nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz.
Folks, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So you need to get out there and vote. So tell your family, talk to your neighbors, make a plan, go to the polls with your friends and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Head to iwillvote.com to look up your polling place today.
So let's turn once again to our guests. Mr. Mittal, why is this the most consequential election as it's being billed? Elon Musk, for one, says that democracy itself is on the ballot. Why do you think that? I mean, what are your views on the subject?
Yeah, I think both sides are making this out to be a consequential election and saying things like democracy is on the ballot or democracy is in danger. I think that's a typical campaign rhetoric. I don't know if history will only tell whether this is going to be an actually consequential election. Obviously, you have these novelty factors, which is either if Donald Trump wins, he will be the first or the second non-consecutive president to win 2 terms. The other one being Grover Cleveland in 1868. And if Kamala Harris wins, then she'll be the first female president, as well as the first female African-American and the first Indian origin president of the United States. So that novelty aside, I think the rhetoric from both sides has been very charged. I think post-2020, post-2016, these charges that the democracy itself is in danger if the other side wins have become normalized. And so the Republicans say that the Democrats are going to do things like, shift the Supreme Court, expand it, destroy the Electoral College, which is the American style of elections here, or do things like make D.C. into a state, which would give 2 extra votes in the Senate to the Democrats and give them a larger majority. And so they're looking at these legislative and judicial changes, that structural changes that the Democrats would make as anti-democratic, and also these calls for handling misinformation, for putting people in jail. Maybe Hillary Clinton said that people who are spreading misinformation should go to jail. And so Elon Musk and these Silicon Valley free speech advocates, people who are much more libertarian, maybe, who are not as democratic as some of the other financial and business magnates, are saying this is an assault on free speech and this is an assault on American values. And that's from the Republican side, that's the attack. And then for the Democrats, they look at things like the January 6th violence. They look at Trump's rhetoric. Trump also wants to jail his opponents. He says that from time to time, and also says very, very charged negative things about immigrants, and says things about foreign leaders and things like that and American leaders as well that they don't like. So they say that is anti-democratic rhetoric. That is autocratic behavior. There have been lots of rumors that Trump has maybe praised Hitler in the past. Again, the Trump campaign denies that. But those are the kind of things, the rhetoric of Trump and the negativity that he sort of spreads, that they blame as being anti-democratic and a danger to the American system of democracy. In my opinion, in my analysis, I think this is just a normalization of these charges. They were maybe, much more, they would stick back in the day during the George Bush years or even in previous elections. I think these days they're now just seen as empty campaign rhetoric, both sides flinging that mud on each other. And people are going to be voting much more on the stronger issues of the economy or social issues like abortion access and women's issues than any kind of democracy in danger issues. It's just normalized campaign propaganda, in my opinion.
Sure. Shubhendu, comment on that, because you've been in the U.S. now for some time, and this obviously this debate has been going on whether democracy is on the ballot. When we look at why this election is consequential, from the Republican side, they seem to believe, some of their supporters, that already the Democrats have a majority. They will win the popular vote for a reasonable period of time. and they don't want this country to become a single-party system. This is, I mean, some of the, I'm talking about the right-wing YouTubers and things like that I've listened to. These are the kind of remarks that are coming up. To what extent, is the common man affected by this?
It's interesting, Mark, the manner in which the extremely polarizing election that we're witnessing here is also percolating down to the way people in general are thinking about these polls. We'll have to see that on very critical issues, the leaders have taken a very opposing stance, whether it's abortion, whether it's border issues, illegal immigration and other issues. Now, we also see that this polarization gets complicated because the voters, in fact, it's almost like when you go to a mall to shop and there are lots of things that you have to buy, one brand seems to offer you something, the other brands offer you something else. But in case of politics, you have to choose one brand and expect everything from them. For example, in the issue of abortion is concerned, Kamala Harris has connected it with the idea of women's empowerment, women's right over their own body, and for her, any vote that is given out in these elections is going to be whether you support women's rights or not. Similarly, Donald Trump appealing to the voters that each time you vote, if you think about what you think about whether the border should be left open as Kamala Harris would have it, or should we close it and make America great again. So the very extreme choices that the people have been left with. But what is complicating the matter is that there are also other levels of voting that is happening. For example, there is an amendment on the issue of abortion that is taking place across at least 10 states. Now, we've spoken to some voters who said that they support the Republicans, they support Donald Trump, but not his stand on the issue of abortion. And therefore, they're going to be voting favorably on the abortion issue as far as the amendment is concerned, but perhaps the vote will still go to Donald Trump largely. So we also see those complications being induced in the electoral process. But yes, the polarizing impact of the leaders' rhetoric has had voters really scrambling for what they should vote for, because when they do, there are lots of things that become closed for them, given the extreme polarizing impact of the rhetoric.
Right. If we look at some of the issues, Mr. Mittal, you did mention the economy. So to what extent, according to the analysis that is available in the media, the economy is one of the issues in which Trump scores. Of course, abortion is one of the issues in which Kamala Harris wins by a huge margin, and their concern is that the number of women coming out to vote, a majority of them will be voting based on this issue. So, she could win the election based on this issue itself, if all the women are voting in a particular direction. How would you view these two issues, and which one would you think is more important?
Well, I would say if we go by the public polls of the American public, economy is the bigger issue for most Americans, even the Democrat side. They would say that the economy is the bigger issue. If you the public polling that has come out when people are asked, are you happy with the last 4 years compared to the previous 4 years? Most people have a certain nostalgia for the pre-COVID era when the economy was strong and there wasn't conflicts around the world, and so that kind of nostalgia is playing a role here. And we'll see whether that actually propels Trump to the White House or not. But certainly in terms of the economy, the Biden-Harris administration tried very hard to move the economy out of the COVID era and tried to do a lot of stimulus and green jobs and things like that. But I don't know if it had an effect. And most voters you ask today, they will say they are not satisfied with the economy. Most young people not satisfied with the economy. And so I think Trump is going to play the winning message there. And I think even the jobs report that came out, the jobs report was supposed to be good this summer, and then it was revealed in late October that America actually lost 100,000 jobs rather than gaining 100,000 jobs. So things like that are what are concerning voters, people out of job, the inflation, the cost of basic dinner table goods has risen, and so those are the issues where the Democrats just have no credibility. On the abortion issue and on the female issues, Trump has tried to triangulate on that issue a lot. He has, even though Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022, thanks to the judges that Trump appointed on the Supreme Court, he took the victory then. But he has triangulated on it by saying that he's actually not for an outright ban on abortion. He is not going to support any kind of nationwide bans on abortion or IVF. And so those are issues that have blunted some of those attacks, but maybe you have to understand, like I said, the college-educated women tend to vote Democrat, and so they are not going to believe Trump's rhetoric, regardless of whether he's for abortion or against it. And so remains to be seen whether the women who are coming out to vote en masse for Kamala Harris, whether on the abortion issue or on the fact that she is a woman of color, she's going to be the first female president of the United States, whether they're coming out to vote for her on those bases. There is some indication that women will be coming out to vote en masse, but again, the swing states, when the results are announced, we'll see if Kamala Harris wins the important swing states in the Sun Belt, Arizona, maybe Georgia. Then that's an indication that she is actually going to win the vote very early on. But if that's not the case, if Arizona and Georgia end up being contested, Pennsylvania especially, then it's less likely that she's likely to win, and then we may not have to worry about the demographic or the gender breakdown because it's going to be obvious that she's losing there. Trump can afford to lose the Sun Belt. Kamala Harris cannot afford to lose the Rust Belt, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, those kind of states.
Shubhendu, when are we likely to see results?
Well, that's a $1 million question, or may I say $1 billion question, given the amount of money that has been pumped into these elections, Mark. I'll tell you what is going to follow from here on. We're in Washington, D.C. as I speak. It's just 5 minutes past 5 p.m. in the evening. A couple of more hours, the polling will go on. Between 6 to 8, the polling would conclude in the evening across all the states. But given the time difference, it would happen earlier in the East Coast where Washington is. And then we move towards the West Coast where California is located. So the conclusion of the voting itself will take longer. After that, the counting will begin. If it's postal ballots, the postal ballots will be taken to the counting center first in the county center, and then the counting will start. If the voting has been done through electronic voting, which is a small but significant percentage of voting here in America, the data would be sent to the counting center. All of this data is going to be put together, and then each county would inform the state about the results that is coming out in their respective counties. Now, we have to understand that unlike India, there is no central National Election Commission that is there, so it is going to be handled by each state differently. So the speed at which the counting is done, speed at which each state declares the winner in electoral college sense, one winner, that is going to take longer. Also postal ballots that have been sent, they will also take time to be counted. So our estimate is that if the contest is very close, as it is projected to be, then it might take longer. It could take days before we know who's come out on top in this contest. But if there is a fair margin between the two candidates, if either of them is ahead of the other by a great significant margin, it's possible that by past midnight, early morning tomorrow, US time, we should be able to have an idea who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Mr. Mittal, to what extent has the foreign policy affected the elections? Or they seem to be rather driven by the domestic issues. After all, there are two wars in the world, and the rest of the world was looking at the United States as taking a role in conflict resolution, using its power as the sole superpower at the current time to do that. And of course, with the policy that Donald Trump has, which is to make America great again, he doesn't really want to interfere in international affairs too much. How is that affecting the voter?
Yeah, this is a much less foreign policy driven election than in previous times, I would say. Much more based on domestic issues and the personalities of the two candidates, I would say. I think because there are no troops fighting abroad, apart from special forces, American special forces involved in secret operations here and there, or involved in Israel, in the Middle East, and things like that. There aren't very polarizing topics of foreign policy that
there's a lot of money being sent by America. There's a lot of money being sent by America to Ukraine and to Israel.
That's right. So those issues are again, the judgment of the public that has been polled so far has been that the Biden-Harris administration has not done a great job. We've seen foreign policy crises happen every year. 2021 was the disastrous Afghanistan pullout. 2022 was the Ukraine war. And 2023, we had the Israel conflict, which has continued to this election. And we may still see more issues with China and Taiwan pop up. There are some indications that if Harris wins, that because Democrats are seen as being weaker on foreign policy, considering the last 4 years, that China may actually make some moves towards blockading Taiwan in the South China Sea should Harris win. And so there are some indications that that foreign policy plays a role. But like I said, dinner table issues tend to dominate. But in terms of foreign policy, if you look at Donald Trump, he has always touted himself as somebody who has a great relationship with the world leaders, that there were no wars, there were no conflicts, major conflicts during his time. He did not commit the United States to any kind of conflict in his time. And so I think that is going to play a role in how voters vote on both candidates, whether they're happy with how the Biden-Harris administration has run the country's foreign policy in the last 4 years, or whether they trust somebody like Donald Trump, who, while he did kill terrorist leaders, he did take on ISIS, he did take on North Korea and China. He made sure to not get involved in any kind of entangling conflicts that would cost American lives, would cost American money. And then obviously from the Democrat side, they would say, well, we're spending money in Ukraine, but we're not sending any troops there. And so we're actually doing a much better job of handling that foreign policy than Donald Trump has. But I think on the whole, I think Trump does make a much better case for his foreign policy than the Biden-Harris administration has done on their side. Harris has tried to triangulate on the Israel issue. She was seen as a much more anti-Israel candidate personality beforehand. But then since the election has begun, she has tried to triangulate on that issue and has, even at the DNC, she gave a very pro-Israel speech and said that she will support Israel's security needs. And so there is some indication that the Democrats are going to try to be more bullish on the issue. And just now there was an announcement that apparently the United States is going to do a nuclear missile test of some kind. And so it's obvious that Biden and Harris are trying to make sure that their foreign policy credentials are maintained and they look as strong on foreign policy as they can.
Final question to you, Mr. Mittal, before I let both of you go. The stock markets are up, so obviously those who are betting seem to be betting on, who are they betting on? That's probably the question I need to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say because Wall Street tends to be much more bipartisan on that issue. And many of the heavy financial giants tend to actually favor the Democrats, the financial magnates there. It seems like this year, Silicon Valley is much more pro-Trump than it has been in the past, probably because they're seeing competition from China. And so that's another foreign policy component there that's playing out, that there are certain billionaires who are supporting Harris because they don't appreciate Trump's rhetoric. They don't like how Trump operates, or they maybe have personal differences with Trump, who himself is a famous New York businessman, and so they're voting for Harris for those reasons. And the Silicon Valley types, Elon Musk and other people like him, who are much more concerned about China, much more concerned about manufacturing and the American economy, and see a role for themselves, are voting for Donald Trump. And then you also have to look at Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, who made sure that the paper this time, for the first time in maybe 40 years, did not endorse a candidate because he believes that the news bias has gone too far. And so he made this decision as the owner of the paper to not endorse any candidate. And so it's obvious that every business person is hedging their bets. They're making sure that whoever wins, that they tend to have, they want to make sure that they may have a good relationship with them. And so we'll see how Wall Street reacts to the results in real time. When Donald Trump won the last time, there was some indication that maybe the stocks would go down. But then when it was clear that he had won, the stocks rallied very, very hard. And so we're most likely going to see a repeat of that if it's clear that Donald Trump is winning the election and is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
We leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Anag Mittal, political analyst joining us from Washington, D.C. And Shubhendu Ghosh, thanks for joining us for the moment from Washington, D.C. Now, moving on, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz, also expressed his confidence about the battleground state of Pennsylvania on Tuesday after making a campaign stop in Harrisburg. Now, he said that he and the Vice President Kamala Harris They were excited about their chances in Pennsylvania.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just came from the diner. Going to board the plane and head to D.C. We're feeling great. I just want to remind folks, still got a plan to vote. A lot of time for these polls to be open. iwillvote.com if you need it. And I think the choice couldn't be starker. We saw the closing arguments of one of hopefulness, unity, and a focus on the middle class. The other one of dark, divisive, focused on himself. So we're feeling good about this, America. Get out, get this vote done, and let's win this thing. We're excited about Pennsylvania. I think being here, we started it here. For me, it feels like closing the loop. We're excited about being here. We're taking that positive message, and you saw the energy in that room.
Well, he's built towers, hosted reality TV shows, he's reshaped U.S. politics, and now he's back for round two. You can love him or hate him. Donald Trump has never been one to shy away from the spotlight. As the 2024 U.S. presidential election approaches its final hurdle, or the final, the crossing line, Donald Trump is once again making headlines. But who's the man behind this MAGA hat? Let's dive into this story.
United States. Thank you.
Donald John Trump, born on June 14, 1946 in Queens, New York, started his journey in a wealthy real estate family. Taking over his father's business in 1971, Trump renamed it the Trump Organization and built a global brand through a high-profile projects in real estates, hotels, casinos, and golf courses. But he wasn't just a businessman. Trump knew how to market himself. His 1987 best-selling book, The Art of Deal, became a blueprint for his larger-than-life persona. And in 2004, he stepped into the reality TV world with Apprentice, gaining a whole new level of fame. In 2016, Trump turned his celebrity status into political power, clinching the Republican nomination and defeating Hillary Clinton to become the 45th president of the United States. His slogan, "Make America Great Again," rallied millions of supporters and set the tone for his administration, which saw tax cuts, trade tariffs, and a hard stance on immigration. His foreign policy reshaped the country's position globally, moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, brokering historic deals between Israel and Arab nations, and even holding direct talks with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. But his term was also defined by controversy. From a partial government shutdown in 2018 over his border wall to 2 impeachments, the first over his dealings with Ukraine and second following the Capitol riot. USA! 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 Trump's time in office was anything but quiet. His handling of COVID-19 pandemic also sparked a lot of criticism. Now in 2024, Donald Trump is back hoping for another 4 years in White House. But with a track record filled with highs and lows, the question is, can he recapture the magic of 2016? Or will the past controversies weigh him down as he faces Kamala Harris in a highly anticipated showdown? And this time will only tell. With inputs from Nupur Praveen, Bureau Report, DD India.
Well, from a trailblazing career in law to her role as the first female vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris has never been one to back down. In fact, she now contests for the highest office of the land. Let's take a closer look at the woman who can make history as the next president of the United States.
Born on October 20, 1964 in Oakland, California, Kamala Harris grew up in a multicultural household with a strong sense of activism. Her mother, Shyamala Gopalan, an Indian-born breast cancer researcher, and her father, Donald Harris, a Jamaican-born economics professor, were both active in civil rights movement. From a young age, Harris was exposed to social justice issues that would shape her career. She attended Harvard University, where she studied political science and economics before earning a law degree at the University of California. She began her legal career as a deputy district attorney, focusing on prosecuting child sexual assault cases. In 2004, she made her first big political leap, becoming the district attorney of San Francisco, where she championed criminal justice reform. Her rise continued in 2010 when Harris became the Attorney General of California, the first woman and the first Black and South Asian American to hold the position. From tackling corporate exploitation to securing $20 billion settlement for homeowners, Harris proved she could handle high-stake challenges. By 2017, she was sworn into U.S. Senate, gaining national attention for her sharp questioning during Supreme Court nomination hearings. In 2021, Kamala Harris made her history as first woman and the first woman of color to serve as Vice President of the United States. Now in 2024, she is running for presidency after President Joe Biden stepped aside. But while Harris's record is filled with milestones, her path to White House has enough challenges. Critics point her handling of immigration and her relatively low profile as vice president questioning whether she can unite the Democratic base. Nevertheless, Kamala Harris' journey from a civil rights-rooted upbringing to becoming the Vice President of the United States has been anything but ordinary. Now, as she takes her biggest political gamble yet, the world is watching to see if she can claim the top job. With inputs from Nupur Praveen, Bureau Report, DD India.
Well, as the race for the White House reaches the finish line, the promises are piling high. In fact, tax cuts, clean energy, conflict resolution, and the battle for America's future. Who's offering the dream and who's delivering the reality? Let's dive in.
In this moment, our country is at a crossroads. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
Ahead of November 5 U.S. presidential election, the candidates laid out bold promises to sway voters.
This election is a choice between whether we will have think of this, 4 more years. Could you stand it? It's 4 more years of incompetence, and stupidity, and failure and disaster, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
Leading the Republican charge is former President Donald Trump, who has made Make America Great Again a central theme once again. Trump's key promises focus on reviving the U.S. economy. He has pledged to end the inflation nightmare, extend tax cuts enacted in 2017, which reduced taxes for most Americans, and expand energy production. Trump has positioned himself as a staunch defender of the Second Amendment, the constitutional right to bear arms. He also vows to tighten immigration policies, enhance border security, and reduce U.S. involvement in global conflicts. The Democrats' nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris, has placed emphasis on social reforms, housing, and healthcare. Harris has promised to accelerate the U.S. shift toward clean energy, building 3 million homes in next 4 years, and providing affordable healthcare for all Americans. She has promised bigger tax benefits for families, but would offer the cost by raising corporate taxes. Harris has made preventing gun violence a key pledge. In terms of foreign policy, Harris pledged to take a more diplomatic approach to global conflicts, focusing on multilateralism and climate diplomacy. These promises will not only shape the domestic policies of the US, but also have significant global implications. But how does the voters see these promises remains to be seen. Bureau Report, DD India.
And in some other news from around the world, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday, he dismissed the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over a breakdown in trust during the Gaza war against Hamas.
The crisis of trust that was getting wider between myself and the Minister of Defense became public, and this crisis does not allow the proper continuation of the management of the campaign. In light of this, I decided today to terminate the term of office of the Minister of Defense. In his stead, I decided to appoint Minister Israel Katz to the job.
Well, in response, Gallant said that working to ensure the country's Security would remain the mission of his life after Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed him. Israel Katz has been appointed as Israel's new defense minister. After his appointment, Katz has vowed to prioritize the return of Israel's hostages from Gaza and the destruction of Hamas and Hezbollah. And Gideon Saar was in turn appointed to replace Katz as the foreign minister. More than 100,000 cars were damaged after last week's deadly floods in Spain, with over 60 dead. Paiporta is one of the worst affected areas by the disaster that has killed at least 217 and left dozens missing in the country. Damaged houses and dozens of cars piled up on streets in Paiporta. Public anger has also mounted over what locals decry as a slow and insufficient response by authorities, which led to King Felipe and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez being pelted with mud during their visit on Sunday. India's External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar is in Australia on the first leg of a two-nation tour. He had an eventful day, including engaging in a conversation with Justin Bassi at the inaugural session of the Raisina Down Under 2024. Here's the report.
India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar attended the inaugural session of Raisina Down Under, Australia edition of India's Raisina Dialogue in Canberra on Tuesday. Dr. S. Jaishankar is in Australia in the first leg of his two-nation tour. Jaishankar highlighted the remarkable growth in India-Australia partnership in recent years and India's efforts to forge diverse partnership in a multipolar world.
I would say probably the bilateral which has changed the most is Australia. One metric of how a relationship is really okay, so how often did the PMs meet? And if you go beyond that, you look at the quality of our defense cooperation today, the fact that we've been able to do the first phase of a free trade agreement, the fact that Australian universities were the first universities to come and say, okay, we are prepared to explore a new Indian policy regarding foreign educational presence.
External Affairs Minister also emphasized on India's active engagement in grouping like the Quad and BRICS.
Quad has a certain Indo-Pacific context. Again, the manner in which it grew, the building blocks of Quad were very different. In the case of BRICS, it was really a coming together of some large countries whose common feature in many ways was that they were non-Western.
Dr. S. Jaishankar also met Australia's Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister Richard Marles. They spoke about the strong moment in India-Australia's comprehensive strategic partnership. The minister also shared perspective on Indo-Pacific and regional developments. Earlier, Dr. Jaishankar met his Australian counterpart Penny Wong for the 15th India-Australia Foreign Ministers Framework Dialogue in Canberra. Both the leaders also deliberated on respective neighborhoods, Indo-Pacific, West Asia, Ukraine and the global strategic scenario. Bureau Report, DD India.
Well, that's all we have in this edition of DD India News Hour. It's a special edition where we've been focusing on the US presidential election. Now, for those of you on the go, you can get the latest news and updates from India and across the world on the DD India mobile app, which is available on both Android and iOS platforms by scanning the QR code. You can download it. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. My name is Mark Lynn. From all of us here in Delhi, thank you very much for watching DD India News Hour, the special edition. Namaskar.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
गर फिरदौस बर्रुए ज़मी अस्त हमी अस्तो हमी अस्तो हमी अस्त Jammu and Kashmir, nature's finest works. A land of verdant valleys, pristine lakes, striking autumns, unforgettable majestic beauty. A place of unwavering devotion, wholehearted smiles, and warm hospitality. World famous for its exquisite artistry. Leader in diverse agricultural products. Heartland of winter sports. Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant, diverse, ambitious, future-focused, full of life. Welcome to heaven on earth.
Hello and welcome to DD India's rolling coverage of the US presidential elections 2024. Apart from India, perhaps the most significant democratic contest among the over 70 which have been taking place in different parts of the world throughout this momentous year. I'm Gautam Roy. First, the headlines at this hour. Voting in the United States for its next president is in its final hours now. The winner needs 270 electoral votes of the 238 to win. Republican candidate Donald Trump casts his vote in Florida, says he's very confident of his win. Democrat Kamala Harris turns up at the Democratic National Convention to work the phones. US stocks closed sharply higher on Tuesday after data signals a solid economy. But markets could remain volatile this week till final US election results come in. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Israel Katz appointed as the Defense Minister now. right, we are focusing on the latest in the US presidential elections as the race to the White House is approaching the finish line. Well, voting for the 2024 US presidential elections has been underway, a race churned by unprecedented events, 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump, President Joe Biden's surprise withdrawal and Harris's rapid rise, remained neck and neck after billions of dollars have been spent and there's been months of frenetic campaigning. If Harris wins, she would make history, becoming the first woman, first Asian American and first black woman to win the presidency. While a Trump victory would also be historic, he joined Grover Cleveland as the only president to serve non-consecutive terms. Of course, he's also a convicted felon, which hasn't happened earlier. Now, since the US is divided in different time zones, the eastern part of the country sees polling first. More than 80 million Americans have already voted before Tuesday, either through mail or in person. And lines at many polling stations on election day were short and orderly. Some glitches of vote counting technology were reported in Cambria County in Pennsylvania, and a local court agreed to extend voting hours by 2 hours on Tuesday night. Hoax bomb threats, many of which appeared to originate from Russian email domains, were directed at polling locations in 3 battleground states: Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. As voting was underway, that's what the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has said. None of the threats were immediately determined to be credible. That's also something that the FBI added. Opinion polls show the candidates running neck and neck in each of the 7 states are likely to determine the winner. That's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And we're getting some preliminary exit poll results as well. One from Wisconsin, which says 44% of the voters view Trump favorably, while Harris has 46%. In Nevada, if we turn to Nevada as well, well, that's the result for Nevada. Trump has got 47%, while Harris is at 44%. And in Michigan, Trump is 45%, while Harris is at 48%. So there you have the difference in each of these states. And the exit poll is about 3%, which I think should be within the margin of error as well. But that's how close these elections are in these key states. Now, Democratic presidential nominee and US Vice President Kamala Harris visited the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. on Election Day. Harris expressed her gratitude to phone bankers supporting her campaign. During her visit, Harris personally connected with multiple callers, encouraging them to cast their votes. Harris, the first female vice president, would become the first woman, black woman, and South Asian American to win the presidency if that happens. And Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump on Tuesday said he would be prepared to concede defeat after Tuesday's vote if it's a fair election.
If it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat.
And asked about fears of unrest after the election and whether he would call on supporters to avoid violence, he criticized the question and said his supporters are not violent people.
I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
And Trump again raised concerns about the use of electronic voting machines. After casting his vote in Florida, Donald Trump reiterated his previous criticism of electronic voting machines, suggesting they were less secure than paper ballots and would delay the outcome being known.
A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
All right, let's give you a live update from Washington, D.C. My colleague Shubhendu Ghosh is joining me from there. Shubhendu, well, good morning to you. It's almost morning here in Delhi, but it is election night indeed in the U.S., all over the U.S. Washington, D.C. is where Kamala Harris is soon to have an election watch party in her alma mater, Howard College. But what are these exit polls indicating? These are very early exit polls, but in battleground states, it seems that the battle is very, very close. 2 right now being declared in favor of Harris, 1 in favor of Trump.
Absolutely, Gautam. Good evening from Washington, D.C. The election night is just about to begin. Where I am, if I could tell you just briefly, I am at a polling station, a prominent one. You can see the queues behind me. The queues have been continuously getting longer. Till 8 p.m. there is still time for people to come here in the queue and vote. People who join the queue till about 8 p.m. will be allowed to vote. And we see this queue continuing, people patiently waiting in the line for their opportunity to be able to vote. There's a lot of work that the voters have to do. It's not just a choice for the president they have to make. There are a number of seats of senators, House of Representatives. There is also an amendment on abortion, also on marijuana. There are local referendums that each respective state and city is offering on the ballot. So that's where what is about my location. Coming to your question, Gautam, yes, it's a nail biter. It's a very close contest, and I think the initial figures, exit polls that you referred to, really indicate that. It's a pattern that we've also seen in the opinion polls in the run-up to the election. Very, very closely fought contest, and we see that tonight is going to be an important one when more figures, more data comes in. These are really early hours for us to be able to talk about the meaning and the direction of the trends, because there's so many places. Here in Washington, the national capital, the voting is still on, and till about, as I mentioned, 8 p.m. the voting will go on, and that's pretty much the order in the other states as well. And from here, if you go towards the West Coast, which there's a 3-hour difference because of the time zone, there's still maybe many more hours of voting to go. It's a little early, but yes, the polls that you suggest do indicate the manner in which the opinion polls were also hinting. Very closely fought contest. We'll have to wait and watch, really, who comes out on top. But it's not going to be an easy calculation as I see it.
Any reaction so far from the Kamala Harris camp? What's the mood over there? We saw that she was working the phones at the Democratic National Committee that she had visited a short while back. When is she going to Howard College?
Well, no reactions again, perhaps because these are early trends that are coming in. Also, more consciously, both the leaders, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, we're learning from sources, have decided to get a little quiet. It's been a very hectic campaigning season. But till more solid numbers come out, more trends appear from the other states, till the polling concludes, at least in the East Coast, and more concrete numbers can be talked about. Till then, the leaders are expected to be at their respective camps. Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, near the Palm Beach, and Kamala Harris, as you mentioned, Howard College, her alma mater. That's where she is likely to be, an important place of her own upbringing and education. So on a night as historic as this, she would like to be where she found her roots, her knowledge, her expertise, and her will to fight for the people. So in that sense, not much that we're hearing from the leaders as yet, but it may be a little too early to expect that too.
Okay. Well, Kamala Harris, of course, sent in her mail ballot in on Sunday, so she doesn't have to really step out to vote today. But just tell me, we're also getting inputs about how there have been some delays in certain places because which voting time has been extended. How is that likely to affect, when polls close and then ultimately the results?
We have to look at the kind of electioneering structure that the United States has, Gautam. It's unlike India, for reference. There is no common central election body that regulates the elections everywhere. It doesn't work like that in the United States. Every state has its own election mechanism, the speed at which the polling is conducted, the speed at which the counting is done thereafter is independent for all the 50 states, and therefore there is a gap at the speed at which, the efficiency at which states are able to gather the votes and then count them. And it is millions of people are voting in these elections. Overall, 244 eligible voters. About 80 million people had already voted in the early voting. So there's a lot of data, a lot of voters that the administration has to engage with. The station where I am, the polling station where I am, the queue it appears becoming longer as we are getting closer to the time of the conclusion of the poll. So in that sense, there are a lot of variables that the poll authorities have to face as well. There's a very strong, very heavy security apparatus also, which is monitoring the movement of people. All those reasons put together, there is a certain difference in the speed at which this electioneering is happening in different counties and different states, and that is yet part of how it happens in America.
Yes, and of course there's been hoax calls as well, the FBI putting out that a lot of those calls have come in from certain domains in Russia, and there was an incident at the capital as well. So is there still a lingering apprehension, some fear that something untoward could happen, and people are being watchful about that as well?
Well, I'm sorry to inform Gautam, but really that tension that we've been talking about, the lingering tension in the air as to what will happen in these elections, that phase, in fact, is yet to begin. The polling has been quite peaceful. People have come in. We've gone to multiple polling stations in Washington, getting updates from other states. The polling, by and large, has been very peaceful, but this was also expected. It is when the trends begin to come in, it is when this very, very closely fought election, such a polarized electioneering meets its conclusion, when we get to know who's leading and who's falling behind. That is when there is an apprehension that there might be some kind of outpouring or expression of passions or anger by the side who does not see the results as favorable. So that phase where the tension were all getting accumulated, the anxiety was all getting accumulated, in many ways is yet to begin. For now, it's the polling that is happening quite peacefully, but the security apparatus has been upgraded everywhere. Here in Washington, national capital, all the important buildings from White House to the Capitol, they've all been barricaded behind steel fences. Visitors can't even go close to them. Again, one refers to the 2021 insurrection incident at the Capitol when the armed mob tried to overturn and in fact block the electoral vote counting here at the Capitol. So in view of that and the kind of vitriolic campaigning that has happened here, the allegations of voter fraud, all of those put together, the nervousness in the system, the security apparatus is on the alert. We're hearing police sirens every now and then because they are trying to monitor every corner of the county and the districts here in every state. National guards are also on alert, we are told, especially when the counting begins and more trends begin to come in. That's when there is an apprehension that some law and order situation could prevail if the results are particularly problematic for one side or the other.
Okay. The other thing is about the counting process itself. We heard Donald Trump come out and speak in Mar-a-Lago. He said that he'll accept the result, whatever it is, even if he is defeated, if the process is fair. Now, he's always raised questions about it, that it's not fair. He's questioned the electronic voting machines. So tell us about the kind of transparency that there is, and is there also a way of ensuring that the results come out well quicker than they did the last time around?
The poll authorities would make us believe that the election process is absolutely foolproof. The allegations of voter fraud, election manipulation that have been made since 2020 when Donald Trump lost those elections. We've seen that investigations have happened over the past 2 to 3 years. They're still underway in many ways, but nothing major has come out. There have been instances of clerical error, some errors as far as counting of a few votes are concerned, some duplication is concerned. But the kind of large-scale election manipulation and stealing that Donald Trump had accused the authorities of, that is something that has not been proven at all. And the authorities, in fact, say the same thing, that investigations have been done. There is nothing that should make people doubtful about the manner in which the electioneering mechanism works here in the United States. But this is time of elections, politics, perceptions. What the leaders say has a great bearing on the minds of the supporters. So Donald Trump earlier, although today he came across as more reasonable in saying that, if I lose, I lose, and the election looks fair for now. But earlier, it was him who said that the only two ways this election is likely to pan out. Either Donald Trump is going to win, or it's going to be an election fraud.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Shubhendu, thank you for joining us for the time being from Washington, D.C. with the latest on the U.S. elections. Now, the 2024 U.S. election, which went to the polls on Tuesday, is set to become the most expensive in history, with the total contributions reaching $15.9 billion US. According to non-profit Open Secrets, the spending, which includes congressional contests, will surpass $15.1 billion spent in 2020 and more than double 2016's $6.5 billion. In the hotly contested presidential race, Vice President Kamala Harris has emerged as the fundraising leader. Her campaign directly raised over $1 billion US, with 40% coming from small donors, plus an additional $586 million from supporting political action committees. Donald Trump's campaign raised $382 million directly, with 28% from small donors, while affiliated committees contributed $694 million. The largest donor was Timothy Mellon, with inclusive 82-year-old banking heir, who contributed $197 million to Trump and Republican causes. Trump and Republican other major Republican supporters included Richard and Elizabeth Uline from the packaging industry, casino magnate Miriam Adelson, Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk as well.
Absolutely.
Well, let's bring in our expert guest now. With me also is my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran, and our guest Avanthan Kumar is joining us. He's a well-known columnist from Chicago, Illinois. Good morning to you as well, Mr. Kumar. What do you make of how the election is going at this moment? It's been largely peaceful, but if you talk about Illinois itself, it had turned blue the last time. It's been blue for quite some time. The last time Biden won it by 17%. How's it going this time around?
I think in Illinois is a pretty safe state for the Democrats. I don't think Republicans have won here in a while. It's a pretty much Democrat monopoly state, just like California, New York, and New Jersey. So I don't expect that to change at all in Illinois. As far as peaceful being concerned, it's usually the elections are always very peaceful here. There's no issue during the election time.
Wonderful. Ramesh, if I could come to you now, if you talk about the exit polls, just your comments on them. These are very critical states, the battleground states that the first numbers have come for. And for now, it seems that it's still within the margin of error, 3% in all of these three states.
Indeed, Gautam. Just quickly before that, for the benefit of viewers joining us from around the world, the first polls, Gautam, will close in under 8 minutes from now at 4:30 IST. That's 2300 GMT. Moving on to Pennsylvania by 6:30 India time, and then if you move westwards toward the western coast of the US, all the way up to California. So progressively we'll get to get news about the polls closing across the US. Now, coming to the exit polls conducted by Edison Research, Gautam, very interesting national picture emerging. and also the specifics. If we take a deep dive into the 7 key swing states in particular, let me give our viewers an overview of the national picture emerging, Gautam. In terms of the issues involved, 35% say democracy is the biggest issue for them, or the lack thereof.
Not the economy.
Not the economy. Economy comes a distant second at 31%, Gautam. So 35% say democracy is the issue, 31% say economy, 14% say abortion, 11% say immigration, and only 4% say foreign policy is the biggest issue for them. Now, coming to the two personalities, the two key candidates in question, Trump and Harris, Gautam, 51% across the US say we trust Trump on the economy, and 47% say we trust Harris on the economy. So clearly Trump winning hands down insofar as economy is concerned, whereas 73% say democracy is under threat in the US, and 25% say democracy, on the other hand, they feel is secure. So clearly more Democrats, it seems, voting for democracy being under threat as one of the key issues. And coming to the one key state, to my mind, Gautam, that's Pennsylvania. Now, again, very interesting numbers coming up. 83% voters were white in this election, which means that there were more white men voting in 2024 than previously in 2020. 9% were black, which was again less than the last figure of 11% in 2020. Hispanics more or less the same at 5%. 46% view Harris favorably in Pennsylvania, down from 50% for Biden in 2020. Therefore, Harris is less popular than Biden in Pennsylvania. Whereas, interestingly, again, Trump, Gautam, 47% say we view Trump favorably. That's more or less constant for Trump for the last two elections. No change in that. So, very interesting numbers insofar as issues are concerned, and also how the viewers and the voters view the respective candidates, be it Trump and Harris insofar as democracy is concerned, or the
you spoke about
big
the demographics,
picture
no
economy.
data for women?
Yes, there are, in Pennsylvania in particular, Gautam, 83% voters were white, male, and there were no separate figures for women insofar as Pennsylvania is concerned.
All right. If I could again go to Mr. Kumar. Mr. Kumar, in terms of how the national picture is emerging, and it's been emerging for quite some time now, do you think that this is something that is really hitting the nail on the head, that perhaps people care more about how, the fate of democracy in America than the fate of its economy?
Well, you have to look at it this way. Fate of democracy is a concern for both sides, even Republican side and for Democrat side as well, because for Republicans, they say that the democracy has been watered down because of all the censorship, all the freedom of expression issues that we saw during COVID time and during Biden-Harris administration time. So yes, that is a bigger issue. I haven't looked at the data, so I don't know exactly what's going on there. But previously, prior to the exit poll data that you're citing, all the indications were that immigration and economy were the bigger issues and for most people.
Okay. Why do you think it might have changed?
I don't know, depending on where the data is coming from. We are just looking at the...
It's come from Edison Research, which basically does this kind of an exercise for a number of networks.
Right. I'm not discounting what they're saying, but depends on where the data is coming. It's coming mostly from the East Coast area where the polling has been done, right? Otherwise, we still have the Midwest and the West Coast. There may be variables over there. So I'm not sure why the difference is, but again, I'm just trying to hammer out the point that the concern for democracy is expressed in a different way for both groups of people, for those who are voting for Democrats and those who are voting for Republicans.
All right. Ramesh, do you think that particular point that Mr. Kumar is making has a weight that could be a reason why democracy has become such a big concern, although most voters thought and spoke really openly about the state of the economy as well, and again divided on who should be really steering it ahead as far as the White House is concerned.
Well, Gautam, our guest would probably be correct in assessing and thinking the way he does. But that said, in the run-up to the election and polling day in particular, Gautam, three key issues stood out for many voters across the US and analysts around the world as well. Those three key issues were, one was abortion, reproductive rights, the issue of immigration, illegal immigration in particular, and last but not the least, the economy and jobs. But the survey points to a different picture altogether. They put the threat to democracy above all else, including that, as you mentioned, economy and immigration. And that, to my mind, would give you a fair indication of the
Do you think that the Democrats really trying to get the message home about Agenda 2025, that might have hit the nail on the head?
Well, as I guess mentioning, we don't know the sample size or from where they've sourced these respondents. But if as he mentions, we are focusing primarily on the East Coast, then I guess what he's saying is correct and could be correct. That it reflects a sense of the voter sentiment across the eastern seaboard of the US as compared to the so-called red states in the middle and going further back westwards to the other states which have traditionally voted Republican. But the big picture emerging as of now in this exit poll in particular, Gautam, is that it beats expectations by suggesting and pointing to the fact that democracy is a key issue as compared to even economy, immigration issues which have been bandied about for the better part of the year and more by both candidates, in particular from their respective constituents. And most people saying that they trust Trump on the issue of economy more than anything else.
All right, in any case, the life expectancy of exit polls in this case is quite short since we'll soon start getting results once the polls close as well in quite a few states, if not in all of them, and the election cannot be called, completely if it's a close one till all the results come in. Now I'm told that I can cross over to my other colleague as well in the US, Amritpal Singh, joining us from Florida, West Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago. Amrit, good morning to you from here in Delhi. It's election night, of course, still polling going on. We saw Donald Trump coming out and talking about how he might accept whatever the outcome is if the entire process is fair. But just tell us about the mood in the Trump camp right now, considering the kind of exit polls that are coming in.
Donald Trump added a very big rider saying if the polls are fair. That means he still is casting aspersions on the whole electoral process, which he has been doing all through his campaign. Trying to suggest that there is a vote fraud that is taking place, especially in the mail-in votes. That could be a tactic by him to ensure that more and more Republican voters come out and in person today and come out and vote if he raises up this bogey of electoral fraud without evidence. And I use that word very, I consider that word, and I use that after much consideration, the word bogey, that there is no evidence that he's provided. I don't speak for any county election board, but after having visited various polling stations, there is a system in place here, and it is not easy, despite what people like Elon Musk have been saying, that voter fraud is possible. To my eye, the possibility of that is very minuscule. Anyway, so that could be a tactic by Donald Trump to draw out more Republican voters for him. What is the mood of the voter? Oh, the nation is divided right from the middle. At each and every polling station that I have been to and have interacted with voters today, and also in early voting in various states like California, Texas, New York, Pennsylvania, where I've traveled across the United States, people have their preferences are based on partisan loyalties. They say jobs, economy, cost of living, rising housing affordability, taxes, etc. matter to them. To women also, abortion and reproductive rights and women's rights do matter to them. But when you ask them off camera that finally on the voting day, where do you vote, or how would you vote on? Would you vote on based on issues? They say we would vote how we've been voting all along. So the society here is very, very polarized, and in this campaign, the kind of rhetoric which came out from both sides charged up the atmosphere and divided the American society further. Gautam.
We have this particular exit poll saying that the people think that the topmost issue is democracy and the fate of democracy in the US. Now, in terms of how things are bearing out, because there have been certain delays as well in counting, time has been extended in certain counties as well. Do you think that ultimately it will impact the time period that the results are declared as well?
In very few counties, the time period has been extended after complaints were received that there were glitches in the electoral process. Most places it's ballot voting. Only very few places it's voting through machines. But so in very few counties in some states, the voting has been extended. I think the overall result, when it will come out, will depend upon how close the contest in the swing states is in particular counties, and if it's very, very close, then there could be demands for recounts. We could see lawsuits being filed. Already about 90 lawsuits were filed even before the first ballot was cast. So expect all that. But if it's a clear mandate for one party, for either party, then you could have the results coming in earlier. But my sense is that it would take days before a clear picture emerges that who will sit in the Oval Office for the next 4 years. Gautam.
Yeah, just stay with me. Let me bring in our guest, Avatans Kumar, as well. As a political observer, as a columnist, a political columnist, Mr. Kumar, what are the things that you're looking out for in this election that will give you an indication of which way might it go?
It's very hard to say right now, depending on how the elections have been held in the last couple of cycles. All it matters is those 5-6 swing states, and a matter of few thousand votes in each state. That has been the difference. Even in the 2020, it was about 40-some thousand votes. There was totally, in terms of difference between winning and losing in those swing states. So I don't see any sea change significantly going on. I don't see any major state flipping in terms of from blue to red or red to blue. But we will see how it comes out in terms of those swing states. Remember last time Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, those states went to Mr. Biden, whereas in 2016, those states were won by Mr. Trump. So that's the difference is going to be. And if you allow me to address the point that you were making about the fraud and all that, you have to understand the fraud element that Mr. Trump talks about is not necessarily in terms of any kind of the fraud in terms of voting, but if you change the rules, like the rules were changed in 2020 unilaterally in the middle of the things, those are the things that matter much. For example, also a lot of censorship was there. Hunter Biden's laptop issue was not allowed to be published in the social media or in the newspaper. Nobody cared. And there's a research that suggests that if had the Hunter Biden laptop issue been allowed to carry on as a normal news cycle, that would have changed the outcome of the election. Also, as you know, during because of the COVID, the election rules were changed. The mailbox, where they are put, how they are collected, things like that. So that's some of the things that people in the Republican Party, or maybe even Donald Trump, that's what they're talking about.
But it hasn't happened this time around, has it?
Well, not in that scale. No, but we also have heard about things where non-citizens are on the voter list, right? Even if it's a fraction of, thousands of, just a couple of thousand, those are the things that raises concern and raises the, whatever you want to call it in terms of, but the Democrats have tried to, they don't allow to have ID, they don't allow to have proof of citizenship for registering for election. So those are some of the things that are always going to be coming back whenever we talk about the integrity of the elections in the U.S.
Okay. Ramesh, do you think that this sort of thing will become an issue depending on how close the results turn out to be? If they're not, which is an unlikely prospect at the moment if you go by what's been said all along in the opinion polls, even the exit polls for that matter. But do you think that this will become an issue as we go along into the long election night and then into the next morning as well, perhaps?
In fact, Gautam, it's interesting you should raise this point, because I have my own list of questions that I've been pondering over the last many hours and days now. For instance, the one question that comes to my mind is that, we've heard of conspiracy theories in various elections in the US, talk about foreign interference, of vote theft and voter fraud. As you mentioned, Trump himself has said that all parties,
well, the
both
FBI itself has
Republicans,
confirmed that there is foreign
are getting lawyered up, and 90 odd cases have already been, this battle might still be fought in the courts as we see it. But the big picture that's emerging, I want to go back to those numbers that have come up in the exit polls by Edison Research, Gautam, and that's interesting. I want to go back to those numbers. Why? Because the conventional wisdom was that economy, immigration, abortion were the three key issues. But here's a fourth issue that's trumped everything else. 35% say that democracy or the lack of it is the biggest issue for them. And more than half, 51% say we trust Trump on economy, and 73% say democracy is under threat. The question that is agitating many a mind as we speak is the U.S. ready for a woman president? Conversely, is the U.S. ready for a Trump 2.0? And the answers are not far to seek. If the numbers are correct by any such of imagination, Gautam, then it's not even too close to call. It's much beyond that.
Yes, it's so divided. That because to a lot of people, if Kamala Harris wins, that's unpalatable, and to another set of people, if Trump wins, that is also unpalatable. So let me bounce this to Amrit. Amrit, a question was posed to Donald Trump about will there be violence and all that. He snapped back and said that why would there be violence? My people are not violent. But do you think that is something that is a prospect that could materialize, considering how divided this polity has been and the kind of language that has been used through the course of this entire contest, how new depths have the entire conversation has the discourse has gone to new depths and new lows really, and this could all then become something that precipitates something.
That's right. First, the threat of violence, it does exist, Gautam. It is a real threat. That's why you see the Capitol Hill being guarded off, the White House being guarded off, the rails constructed, bullet-proof glasses at polling stations, snipers on rooftops, sniffer dogs. All this is unprecedented. Like never before has these kind of security measures been put. So clearly there is a threat of violence, no matter what Donald Trump says. I think I was there at that voting station when Donald Trump spoke about this. I think what Donald Trump's strategists would have told him, because Donald voted early in the day at about noontime here, US Eastern time. So there were still about 7 hours left for voting to go. His strategist must have told him that to get the undecided voter who may side with you on economy, on jobs, and the anti-incumbency may weigh against Kamala because she's a part of the current administration. But the way you've spoken about, you've derided in the kind of tone that you've used, if you tone it down a bit, you may attract that voter. And both of them really need voters right now because it's too close a contest. It's just who will win will depend upon how many voters they are able to get out, especially in the swing states. So
Certainly.
to appeal to that voter, he might have trying to send that massive message that there'll be no violence from my camp. But trust you me, read the social media. It's a buzz with how there are camps ready to protest. Go in as protesters. Once you go in as protesters, what was December 6, 2021? It was just a protest that went out of hand, and they tried to stop the
We're getting to the juncture where we begin finding out, Amrit, as to what actually will happen, because the breaking news that we're getting now is that the first statewide poll have started to close. Polls have closed, in fact, in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. The next polls will also close shortly as well, and we will then be heading straightway into counting. So right now, polls are closing in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. That's the breaking news. That was the first two regions that were supposed to close their polling, and that indeed has happened. So no delay there as such, it seems. Ramesh, if I could come to you and talk about that, it seems that now we will be getting into that phase where perhaps we will have some of these networks also calling different states for, the two camps.
Indeed, just to recap for the benefit of viewers joining us right now, Gautam, as you mentioned, the first polls have closed just minutes ago in the states of Indiana and Kentucky. That's 4:30 India time, that's 2300 GMT. And progressively, as we move westwards to the west coast of the US, more states will see the polls close as we go along. The last state to go to the close the polls would be Alaska at 11:30 India time, 11:30 in the morning. That's 0600 GMT. So we have to wait and watch how the other states, the polling pans out there. And as you mentioned, Kamala can be expected to visit her alma mater at Harvard University to spend the election day. And as the counting begins, Trump will be at Mar-a-Lago and Biden will remain in the White House. No engagements for him as of yet. So clearly, another question, a key question would be to look out for the voter turnout. In 2020, the percentage was more than 60%, which was less than 60% in 2016. So all eyes on the number of people who go out and actually vote, because that matters to both Harris and Trump. Remember,
and for now it looks like it will be more.
It's at the intersection of gender, race, and class, with the working class, middle class, the upper middle class, how affluent you are, how poor you are. So it's the intersection of gender, race, and class which will determine the outcome of this election, and also whether the white women, which about 30% of whom had voted for Trump in the last two elections, will they remain with Republicans or will they switch loyalties to Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party? In this election remains to be seen. Also, the way the white male will turn out to vote in this election will also hold a key to Trump's performance in this election. So all eyes on the way these demographics perform in the next several hours, Gautam.
So as polls start begins to close, let me also bring in again Avtans Kumar, our guest from Chicago. What do you make of the fact, as Ramesh mentioned, a key criteria to assess these elections will be the actual turnout, and that already we've had over 80 million people coming out in early voting, and it's quite possible that the numbers of 2020 might be surpassed as well. Do you think that will indeed happen? There will be record polling in the US this time around because of the kind of issues that have been raked up, but then there's fatigue to consider as well, because it's been a very, very long race as well. Initially it was Trump and Biden, then it suddenly 107 days ago turned into Trump versus Harris.
Yes, I expect the turnout to be much larger this time. Anecdotally, I can tell you that I voted early, and even during my voting, there were lots of people in line. So, and also there is a lot of enthusiasm about this year's vote. And I, remember last time's voting in 2020 was during COVID time, and there is no such factor at this time. So I expect a much larger voting percentage this time. And one point I would like to bring to notice is also, when you're talking about the demography also, the education level is very significant. Usually, the more educated you are, graduate level or higher, undergraduate, graduate level, the more you are more likely to be a Democrat. If you are less educated, you're more likely to be Republican. Another point I would also, if you allow me, I would like to mention is that when we talk about violence, I think we have to keep in mind that the most of the violence that happened was during the last election cycle was Antifa and BLM kind of violence that was going on in the U.S. since the death of George Floyd. There was no violence when Trump lost. There was protest at the Capitol. There was some rioting, very unfortunate, but there was no violence from the Trump camp. And also, if you talk about the armed people, I don't think there was armed people. But you remember, if there are armed people, you are allowed to carry conceal in the U.S. because of our Second Amendment law. People had rifles and in the open, and they were protesting at the Capitol Hill. And remember one more thing, the only person who died during the January 6th riots was a writer who was killed by the police. So keep those things in mind when we talk about violence.
Sure. Got that. Thank you so much for joining us, Avtans Kumar from Chicago, with your comments on how we're seeing these elections unfold. Ramesh, in terms of how things are going, do you feel that this election will deliver in terms of a record turnout? And that tells us about how the US collectively feels about this entire democratic process. It's not just about the divide, it's about issues that are important, and which is why people are going to turn out in the largest numbers possible.
Indeed, the expectation is that the voter turnout will be bigger than the previous elections put together. But that said, Gautam, I'm wondering whether what these numbers say, what I think they mean. For instance, in Pennsylvania, the key swing state all eyes are on, with 19 electoral college votes, Gautam. What does it mean when the exit polls say that 83% of the voters were white male? In terms of demographics, what would that translate into votes for the Democrats or the Republicans? The number of black voters has gone down marginally from 2020. What does that mean? How will that translate on the ground? These things, have to be factored in, and we have to wait and watch how these numbers pan out. But these are very interesting numbers, and one doesn't know what to make of them, because if the numbers, as it suggests, is that number of male white voters has gone up as compared to black voters correspondingly, then it will point to an interesting figure in Pennsylvania, which, by the way, is a must-win state for Kamala Harris. Will she win there or not remains to be seen. We'll know in the next several hours.
Yes, certainly. Biden won it by more than 80,000 votes the last time around. We'll have to wait and see what happens this time. Thank you so much for joining us, all three of you, Avtans Kumar, and as well as Amritpal Singh and Ramesh, talking about the US elections that are taking place today. Perhaps the most important, as both the candidates have been saying for a long time in that country. Now, we're moving on to some other news around the world. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday has dismissed Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over a breakdown in trust during the Gaza war against the Hamas.
The crisis of trust that was getting wider between myself and the Minister of Defense became public, and this crisis does not allow the proper continuation of the management of the campaign. In light of this, I decided today to terminate the term of office of the Minister of Defense. In his stead, I decided to appoint Minister Israel Katz to the job.
In response, Gallant said that working to ensure the country's security would remain the mission of his life after Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed him. And Israel Katz has been appointed as Israel's new defense minister. After his appointment, Katz has vowed to prioritize the return of Israel hostages from Gaza and the destruction of Hamas and the Hezbollah. And Gideon Saar has in turn been appointed to replace Katz as foreign minister. Now, more than 100,000 cars have been damaged after last week's deadly floods in Spain, with over 60 people dead. Paiporta is one of the worst affected areas by this disaster, which in total has killed at least 217 people and left dozens missing in the country. Damaged homes and dozens of cars have been left piled up on the streets in Paiporta. Public anger has mounted over what locals decry as a slow and insufficient response by authorities, which led to King Felipe and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez being pelted with mud during their visit on Sunday. And that's all we have at the moment in this edition of our broadcast, the special broadcast we're bringing to you tonight as far as the US elections is concerned. Do stay tuned to DD India for all the latest. Well, that's of course something that you can do right away as well. Download the DD India mobile app, scanning that QR code on the screen. And for all the latest, keep watching DD India.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India. Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India. Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them.
Namaskar, and thank you for joining us on our continued coverage of the US presidential election. Our correspondents Amritpal Singh and Shubhendu Ghosh are on the ground in Washington, D.C. and Palm Beach, Florida. And this is a keenly contested election, as we've been telling you, with both the Democrats and the Republicans hoping for large turnouts on voting day. And because that's the only way they feel that either side can be assured that they are going to win or do their best to win. Well, voting for the 2024 US presidential election is underway. The US is witnessing a tight election battle between the Republican former president, Donald Trump, and his Democratic rival, the current Vice President Kamala Harris. Various polls have predicted a neck-and-neck contest, which brings the focus on the swing states to decide the fate of the presidential election. A race churned by unprecedented events, 2 assassination attempts against Trump, President Joe Biden's surprise withdrawal, and Harris's rapid rise. They remained neck and neck after billions of dollars in spending and months of frenetic campaigning. If Harris wins, she would make history, becoming the first woman, the first Asian American, and the first black woman to win the presidency, while a Trump victory would also be historic. He'd join Grover Cleveland as the only president. He'll be joining him, so there'll be only two presidents who have served non-consecutive terms if he wins. Now, since the United States is divided in different time zones, the eastern part of the country has been polling first, and some parts of it have concluded their polling, and more than 80 million Americans have already voted before Tuesday, either by mail or also in person in the early voting. And lines at the polling stations on election day were also quite well organized and orderly. There were some glitches of vote counting technology, where these were reported in Cambria County in Pennsylvania, and a local court agreed to extend voting hours by 2 hours on Tuesday night. A hoax bomb threat, in fact, many of which had come through, and they originated from some Russian email domains. They were directed at polling locations in 3 battleground states of Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That was when voting was underway, the FBI said, but none of these threats were immediately determined to be credible. Opinion polls show that the candidates are running a neck-and-neck race in each of the 7 states likely to determine the winner. These states are Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And the latest update from the U.S. presidential polls, well, the polls have closed in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, and the polls will close in Georgia, South Carolina, Vermont, additional parts of Indiana and Kentucky and Virginia by 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That's about 5:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Now, the last state to close polls will be Alaska at 1 a.m. ET. That's at 11:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Okay, we have some preliminary results. This is exit polls, actually, conducted by the Edison Research. Results are being continuously updated as additional poll responses are being gathered. Now, in Wisconsin, 44% of the voters view Trump favorably, and 47 of them view Harris favorably. In Nevada, Trump has 47% favoring him, while Harris has 44%. In Michigan, Trump is 45%, while Harris is at 48%. In Pennsylvania, Trump is at 47% and Harris at 46%. This is as per the exit polls of Edison Research. The former U.S. President and Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump cast his ballot on Tuesday in Florida for the presidential election, and he spoke to reporters after that. He said that he's ready to concede defeat if the election results were fair. But once again, he voiced concerns about the security of electronic voting systems.
Lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat.
Well, asked about fears of unrest after the election and whether he would call on supporters to avoid violence, he criticized the question itself, and he said that his supporters are not violent.
That there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
Well, Donald Trump also raised concerns about the use of electronic voting machines after casting his vote in Florida. He reiterated his previous criticisms of electronic voting machines, suggesting that they were less secure than paper ballots and they would delay the outcome being known.
The thing Something like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
Well, the Republican nominee Donald Trump cast his vote in West Palm Beach in Florida, and DD India's correspondent Amritpal Singh reports from Ground Zero over there.
I'm right now outside the polling booth where Republican candidate Donald Trump has just voted. He said that he's confident that he will make it back to the White House as his voter base has turned out in large numbers to vote. But more importantly, Donald Trump said that there will be no violence from his camp. He said these reports about violence are not true. He called them fake and said that he's appealed for no violence, for fair and smooth elections. He said if it were a paper ballot, the results would be known by now, basically casting aspersions on the voting process, hinting that there could be a voter fraud, but at the same time trying to say that his voter base has turned out across the country in large numbers, and he's confident that he'll make it to the White House. With cameraman Sanjay Jaina, this is Amritpal Singh for DD India at West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, even as voting progresses, both Republicans and Democrats are confident of their victory. DD India correspondent Amritpal Singh judges their mood outside Trump's beach house at Mar-a-Lago.
This is Donald Trump's beach house, Mar-a-Lago, at West Palm Beach in Florida. I'm right outside Mar-a-Lago, which has become the election headquarters of Donald Trump. It is from here Donald Trump is watching the election results. To give you a sense of what the atmosphere here right now is, there are people out on the streets outside Mar-a-Lago, understandably Republican supporters, people out here carrying Trump banners, American flags, supporters, Republican supporters, even as the voting goes on. And once the trends start coming in, we would know how much have the Republicans come out and voted. To talk about how the Republicans are shaping up. Here you're wearing a t-shirt saying "Women for Trump." Do you think on the abortion issue what stand Kamala Harris has taken cuts ice with the women of this country?
I do. I think if you mean by cuts ice, like has divided this country, yes, I do. I think it shouldn't even be an issue anymore. We're in 2024. President Trump is for women's health, for women's safety, like keeping men out of women's sports. He didn't take the right to an abortion away for rape victims, for incest victims, women who might die if they carry the baby to term. All he did was overturn Roe versus Wade and bring it from the federal government back to each individual state. And I don't know any state out of the 50 states in our country that tell people they may not have an abortion. They have to have the abortion within their term limits, whatever that may be. So I think Kamala Harris is pushing this women's rights issue, and the women just aren't researching it for themselves, or they're just listening to whatever. They don't even care. They're just hearing this and they're getting so upset, and that's not what he has said.
So clearly the opinion here in the United States is divided. Once the figures come in, we would know how many women, how many young voters have voted for Kamala Harris, or will it be Donald Trump who emerges as the winner from this race? With cameraman Sanjay Jaina from outside the Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach, this is Amritpal Singh for DD India.
The Democratic presidential nominee and the U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris visited the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. on the election day, and she expressed her gratitude to phone bankers who are supporting her campaign. During her visit, Harris personally connected with multiple callers, encouraging them to cast their votes. Harris is the first female vice president, and she would be the first woman, black woman and South Asian American to win the presidency if she does so. Well, Shubhendu Ghosh is joining us live now from Washington, D.C. with an update. Shubhendu, so what, it's now obviously probably comes to the end of polling time there. Fill us in with what we are to expect.
Right, Mark. I continue to be at that polling station I was about an hour ago, where long queues were seen. Now the queues have disappeared. People who had come have been able to vote. There are many people who are still coming in and dropping their postal ballot at this box that has been kept here to accept the ballot box and the votes. I asked them about how long the voting will continue. The authorities here say that 8 p.m. is the cutoff time for people to be in the queue. If anybody is in the queue till 8 p.m., they will be allowed to vote. It's about 6:45 here in Washington, D.C. local time. We've seen very encouraging voting, long queues all through the day across the polling stations at Washington, D.C. Quite reminiscent of the kind of encouraging voting that we saw during the early voting. Over 80 million people had already exercised their franchise even ahead of the election day. And similar trends were seen today, election day. About an hour from now, at many places around the East Coast, the states would be concluding their polling and the polling would close. But 8 p.m. is likely to be the deadline for people to be in the queue to exercise their franchise. One last opportunity.
Right. Shubhendu, to avoid people standing in the queue for a long time, they have provided different kinds of systems such as mail voting, voting through, by mail ballots, as well as also absentee voting. Can you fill us in about, the other systems of voting?
That's right, Mark. In that sense, it's an organized democracy with a lot of reforms. Here in the United States, you can vote in different ways. First, of course, there is early voting and the voting on the election day. Absentee voting, if you cannot come in person and if you can give a proper excuse for the reason why you cannot come and drop your ballot at the voting center, you can give a reason, and as an absentee voter, you will be allowed to vote. Your postal, your voting card will, your ballot will reach your house, and you can exercise your franchise and send it through a post. Then, of course, there are postal ballots. You can fill those ballots, and you can come here at the polling stations and drop those ballots. You can stand in the queue and you can get access to the document, the 6-page long document where you put your vote for the different candidates besides the president, other candidates such as in Senate and House of Representatives as well. And you can exercise that. So in that sense, very unique, a system which is meant to encourage more and more people to exercise their franchise. By law, some 45 days in advance, across different states, people were eligible to vote in these elections. But today is the final date, about 8 o'clock, at least Eastern time, and also the time difference taken into account in the West Coast, the polling will close. So this hectic electioneering, one phase of it, concludes in a short while from now. Mark?
Right, and despite all these reforms that have made voting easy, did you see, some sort of voter apathy, or would you say that there have been, the people have come out wholeheartedly and tried to vote, and that the voting percentage is going to be very, very high?
It is most likely going to be the latter, Mark. From what we have seen in the early voting trends, the encouraging number, it's already a record number, over 80 million people voting in advance. Republicans also coming forward, that's sort of a new record in itself, coming out with as high numbers as the Democrats. The women voters coming out in large numbers as far as the early voting is concerned. And here too, across polling stations in Washington, D.C., we've seen long queues, and the people we've spoken to, more than voter apathy, what we could sense was voter anxiety. They think it's a very closely fought election. They think that the issues that the election is fought over, whether it's abortion or the borders, illegal immigration, these are issues that directly affect their lives. And the two leaders, the key contenders for the White House, have taken such opposing stand that it is very, very important for the voters to really calibrate what combination of issues and the positions they're going to take And they're coming in large number, therefore, to vote because they think it's not an election. So polarizing it has been, not an election where one can afford to really sit at the margins and watch it from the outside. They want to be a part of it and do their bit.
Right. Also, Shubhendu, we've seen that the country is so clearly divided into red and blue, and some states, never change. Are we likely to see some sort of surprises this time round, or it's only these 7 swing states that are going to always decide the presidential elections in the United States?
Well, it's difficult to answer that one, Mark, but given that there are many firsts in these elections, to begin with, the voter participation, the kind of narrative that the two leaders had put forth, which made this such a polarized contest, it won't be surprising if we get some interesting figures and developments, as you mentioned, also from the non-swing states. The issues deeply divide the people. I could give you an example that many voters that we spoke to, the cities that we traveled to, they traditionally, many Republican supporters, they said that we support Republican, we've been voting for them for years, but the issue of abortion as a woman, they would say that it is very close to us, and therefore we're not sure what our final vote is going to be. Similarly, an example involving the Democrats. Educated, young, liberal immigrants, Indian Americans and also others, who spoke very passionately about how they've been traditionally Democrat supporters, but the issue of illegal immigration resonates with them. They do think it's a problem. They do think that Democrats, perhaps because it was a Democrat government, and perhaps they did not do enough. In fact, in the past couple of years, America has seen one of the largest influx of illegal immigrants, more in New York. That's where we spoke to these people. And they were concerned that, although we are traditional Democrat supporters, we need someone to deal with this issue with a strong hand, because if illegal immigration does not stop, one of the first section of population it threatens are the legal immigrants, because they have to wait for longer, they have to scavenge for resources. So in that sense, we see a great deal of overlap in Democrat and Republican supporters, Mark. It'll be interesting to see finally what choices they make and who they choose as their leader.
Right. Some of the analysis that has been made is that the Democrat voter of a few decades ago could be a Republican today, in the sense that the issues that the Democrats used to talk about back then are pretty much the issues that the Democrats are that the Republicans are talking about now. Maybe the Republicans are progressing a little slower than the Democrats. And over a period of time, there's going to be some sort of movement between this voter base. And do you see that, by talking to people, that, there could be in generations, there could be differences in terms of voting in families, for instance?
There are some trends that we're looking at, Mark. That's a very interesting point that you've raised, and it also has to be sort of understood a little delicately, because there are so many levels of complications involved in it. Just for an example, taking a cue from what you said, the traditional Democrat supporter, the middle class, the lower middle class in America would go with the Democrat traditionally. The elites, the rich, would be Republican supporters. But we've seen some fractures that are coming in there. We've seen, especially when we were engaging with college-going students, we see that the middle class also is experiencing a certain fracture. The educated, college degree holding youngsters, professionals, they still have their loyalties with the Democrats because they've also benefited from certain interventions, whether it's about tackling the loan burden of the students or creating more opportunities for immigrants and welcoming them is concerned. But at the same time, the blue-collar workers here in America, Mark, who do not have a college degree, who are working in different vocations and to make their ends meet, they feel a little left out from the larger democratic narrative and the provisions that the Democrats have had, the welfare measures. These blue-collar workers feel that it really hasn't addressed their concerns. It has really aimed at college-going, educated elites in terms of professional elites. And therefore, that middle class is getting fractured, and a part of it is then moving to Republicans, hoping that they would address their concerns in a better manner. Latino vote is also interesting to study, Mark. Latinos we refer to as people coming in from Latin America. Again, as immigrants, traditionally, the immigrants are seen as being welcomed by Democrats, and therefore they also return their loyalty by supporting the Democrats. But Latinos who've settled down here over the years, who've become citizens who are Americans, who are voting, they also, in a very interesting way, stop identifying themselves as immigrant, and they like to project their identity as American as it gets. And that identity, that sort of slightly bordering on a nationalist sort of an identity, resonates more with the Republican Party. So we see those interesting trends happening, the traditional Democrat voters slipping into the Republican territory, and vice versa.
We leave it there. Thank you very much, Shubhendu Ghosh, for joining us for the moment. Now, the New Hampshire hamlet of Dixville Notch, it opened its polling at the stroke of midnight on Tuesday, traditionally marking the start of the U.S. election, hours before the rest of the country. People in Michigan enthusiastically lined up at polling stations to cast their votes. Michigan is one of the 7 key battleground states where the U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is running neck and neck with the former U.S. President Donald Trump. Voters in North Carolina, Georgia, New York and New Hampshire also cast their ballots on Tuesday.
I'm here first thing in the morning. I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen, so, you know, take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other. And if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted. And it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Well, voters in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania came out to vote in what polls have shown is also a neck-and-neck race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Both candidates have raced to pitch for support in Pennsylvania, which is expected to play a pivotal role in deciding this week's U.S. presidential election. The Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance cast his vote in Cincinnati and Ohio. J.D. Vance joined millions of Americans who were headed to the polls to choose the president.
I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio.
Amid the ongoing voting, the American citizens have expressed their views on the two candidates, highlighting the significance of voting in shaping their country's future. Key issues such as border security, abortion, and illegal immigration emerged as primary considerations influencing their decisions.
I voted for Kamala, and I think it's especially important because just all the ridiculous and outrageous things that Trump are saying, and he's trying to make America a fascist state again. And as people of color and as a woman, I thought it's important that we have to vote this time.
I voted for Trump, and I don't know not about politics, but I think he's good for the economy. But I don't know that much about the election because it's my first time voting. So
I want to vote for the candidate that has values, that backs his values, that backs it with fairness, that makes sure that in America, it doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, Patrick or Patel, Singh or Smith, that you get not ahead on the color of your skin, but the content of your character. So the candidate who does that, and I know in my heart who that is.
Abortion is really important to me. I think immigration laws are really important to me. Recessions and economics are really important to me. And I think it impacts not only students, but everybody else.
I think it's in God's hands, and whoever's supposed to win is going to win, and that's where I'm coming from.
I just hope they do it right, you know. I'd rather they do it right than just rush through it.
I'm here first thing in the morning. I think it's very important to, whatever you're doing today, if you haven't voted, get out and vote. It's a right that not everybody in the world gets, so you have to take advantage of it, and it does matter. It will change your life. You never know what kind of legislation is going to happen, so, you know, take advantage of your rights.
It is so important that everyone comes out to vote today. It is an election like no other. And if you have any thoughts of not voting, today is the day to change your mind. You can do voting today, even if you're not registered to vote. And it will be an important part of our history as Americans that today you have gone and voted. And it's important whether you vote Democrat or Republican. It is a special thing to be able to vote for your candidate.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Capitol Police on Tuesday arrested a man at the visitor center, and he was carrying a torch and a flare gun. This is what the police said in a statement. The Capitol Visitor Center was closed while authorities conducted their investigation. The arrest occurred as the voting is underway in the United States. The Democratic vice presidential candidate and the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz, expressed his confidence about the battleground state of Pennsylvania on Tuesday after making a campaign stop at Harrisburg. He said that he and the Vice President Kamala Harris were excited about their chances in Pennsylvania.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just came from the diner. Going to board the plane and head to D.C. We're feeling great. I just want to remind folks, still got a plan to vote. A lot of time for these polls to be open. iwillvote.com if you need it. And I think the choice couldn't be starker. We saw the closing arguments of one of hopefulness, unity, and a focus on the middle class. The other one of dark, divisive, focused on himself. So we're feeling good about this, America. Get out, get this vote done, and let's win this thing. We're excited about Pennsylvania. I think being here, we started it here. For me, it feels like closing the loop. We're excited about being here. We're taking that positive message, and you saw the energy in that room.
Well, we are joined by our guest, Dr. Rajan Kumar, professor from the School of International Studies in JNU, and Preeti Uppala, geopolitical analyst from Las Vegas. Thank you, both of you, for being with us. Ms. Uppala, let me start with you. You know, what are your expectations from this election? I mean, who do you expect to win, first of all?
Namaste, and thank you so much for having me. It's this is truly such a consequential election, I think, of our times for all of us, with the great geopolitical ramifications. It's a very divisive, quite a hateful, polarized election so far, and it's just warming up. I think hopefully in a few hours we'll start to see which way the political winds take us. You know, usually elections are divided on left, on right, but I think this is the first time where we are seeing really the main divide here is a gender divide. Whereas you find a lot of young liberal women, just women in general, coming out to vote in droves for the Democratic Party. And then you see a lot of men who have been perhaps they feel disenfranchised today in many ways. They're coming out like never before to vote for the Republicans, for President Trump. So it's going to be a very interesting election. I think this is the one election where both political experts, pollsters, even astrologers are finding it difficult to agree on a winner. So even they are divided. One of two things is going to happen. Either the polls were spot on and it's going to be a very, very tight election, which means that we'll not know who the winner is for probably several weeks to come, because it's going to be highly contested. The other option is that actually the polls had it completely wrong, and it's a landslide victory. I think right now at this moment, nobody knows which of those two options are going to manifest. I think the whole world really watches to see how America chooses to vote. And I think a lot of people are voting. There's a lot of first-time voters. People are voting for, whether it's immigration, the economy, border security, national security. And then on the other hand, I think women's rights, specifically abortion, has somehow really made it to the ballot. And I think it's really the dichotomy of these two kinds of rights and values that America seems to be divided on. It's funny, it's an election where almost $2 billion has been spent, and just a few tens of thousands of voters in 7 swing states are going to ultimately decide the result.
Right.
That affects all. It's very, very interesting. I'm sure there's a lot of Indian Americans who traditionally used to vote Democrat. I think there has been a slight change of heart for various reasons. So we're even seeing the Indian American community shift, I think. There's far more people coming out openly and voting for Trump this time. So it'll be very interesting to see which way the polls swing and which way the result goes.
Dr. Rajan Kumar, how would you look at it? Some analysts look at it as say that the Democrats may have underestimated the popularity of Trump, because it's in any case, I mean, he's the central figure of the election. It's either you love him or you hate him. And the other issues are, probably not as important at the end of the day, because, I mean, though they do matter, people are just voting whether they, like this man or dislike this man.
Absolutely, Mark. First, thank you for having me here. And let me tell you that this is very tight election and very keenly contested. And America at this moment looks completely divided. Divided in terms of ideology, divided in terms of gender, divided in terms of race, and also to some extent geographical division. So what I see is that there is a very polarized kind of America which we are seeing in this election, and Trump being the most polarizing figure today. And he's popular. He has been the president of America, so he's very well known to the entire American citizen. So there are a number of issues which have divided the people on these lines. What I mentioned just now, I think some of the people think that that Trump does not believe in democracy, so that has become an issue there, and people are saying that this is an election where it's a democracy versus fascism or democracy versus some kind of authoritarianism. So that is one issue. As Ms. Pala pointed out earlier, that gender has become a very important issue because the debate is about how do you consider the gender, how do you define gender, and then women versus men. That issue is there. Kamala Harris has massive support among women, but equally the white men they support Trump. So that gender has become a real issue there. Then you have economy. Trump is on the economic issue. Trump has better support compared to Kamala Harris, because many of the white people and also the other people, they think that the economy is not doing that well, and that need for reform, etc.
Right, Professor Rajan Kumar. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's only one vote, and you're voting on one of these issues. So I mean, I suppose the economy, Trump is always scoring more. But then if you look at abortion, obviously, Kamala Harris is scoring more. So at the end of the day, I mean, if a person has to decide between these two issues, how do they decide which person to go with?
I think abortion is very important, gender is very important, and on the issue of gender, if you're a woman, you are likely to vote for Kamala Harris. And but there are also other issues where people vote across that the traditional stereotypes. For instance, on the issue of economy, some of the black people also support Trump. But there are also, for instance, immigration. On the issue of immigration, people are divided there, and also divided in the geographical region. So where you are located, that also matters, because what has happened in the last few years, if I tell you, the American population has grown primarily because of the immigration and mostly Hispanic population. If you see the growth of America, so Hispanic people from earlier it was 12%, now it has gone up to 19% approximately, and the other population remains static in comparison to that. So immigration has become a very, very important issue, and on the issue of immigration, Trump is the favorite. Trump is favored by a lot of people. So abortion, immigration, gender, economy, so these are the issues. And if I tell you the stereotypes, kept so white male population, in conservative, non-educated. Also, let me tell you that roughly 65% of the people in US are have not seen the college. So that population, white population, that is likely to vote for Trump. But educated and immigrant and women, they are likely to support Kamala Harris. So that's how you kind of locate yourself, in this voting.
Mr. Pala, so would you say that, amongst all these issues, perhaps the Republicans have underestimated the importance of the Roe v. Wade being overturned? And as a result of that, they probably are looking at all these other issues where Trump is likely to score more and thinking that perhaps the electorate is going to go over that. But then you're seeing huge queues of women and they're probably getting worried as to whether that's, going to change the fate of this election.
I actually think that both parties underestimated each other. I would say even the left underestimated how important the economy has, how hit the American population has been in the past 4 years. Also, the immigration, border security, national security. These issues are not just affecting, traditionally conservatives. It's affecting everybody, even in very blue states. I'm from California, so there's a lot of people from California because it happens to be a border state. Illegal migration affects Californians greatly. So for the first time, we're seeing them be, very critical, I think, of the administration's lack of efforts in the last 4 years. I think you have to vote though, and there's a plethora of events. I think you have to issues. I mean, the voter needs to ask himself or herself, what really has been the most pivotal issue, and sometimes it's split between gender, and other times it's location, and also just your social economic strata. But I think across the board, Americans don't feel like they are seeing their best days at the moment. I travel a lot around the world, and I have to say, America has become a bit of a laughing stock, and you see the rest of the world and who don't look up to America. They don't see the U.S. as a police or a leader, a global leader, or anything like that. So in that respect, both voters, both kind of voters, want to see a better tomorrow, and which leader they think is going to get them there is who they're going to vote for. I think it's very exciting because of the time differences. We're going to start seeing the results very quickly. I think Georgia is first to go. It's going to start trickling in, and we'll know very quickly which way the winds are taking us this time. So it's just very exciting.
Mr. Pala, given what you're saying, and you're from California, and it's it's been blue for the longest time, and we've seen that Elon Musk has talked a lot about the state and how it, he feels that it's not really fair in many respects. He talked about how people can vote without any, what is that called, proof, ID proof, voter ID proofs and things like that. And the question is whether that is a free and fair election that's taking place there. And the fact that, given what you're saying, is there a possibility that, it can stop being blue, or it's going to remain blue forever? How does it remain blue? How do these states remain blue and red when there's so much disappointment in an incumbent government? Oh, I can't hear you, ma'am.
This is why the electoral college becomes the electoral college becomes very, very important, because that gives, I think, equal opportunity to all the states, whether you happen to be California with 50 odd states, or Nebraska or someone like that, and they have a handful of states, because I think every voice counts, every vote matters. California is blue. Usually they swing that way, so of course you're going to get a bunch of seats that way, but that it doesn't mean California doesn't represent the United States of America. You have 350 million people, and it's pretty split across the border, across the board right now. So I don't see California turning red anytime soon. However, I think the number of smaller races within California, we're going to see a lot more conservatives win these races. We had a conservative governor for a while, and of course Ronald Reagan is from the Republican Party, and he's from California too. So we have so I think sometimes you do see a big wave. I will say this though, there's a lot of closet conservatives out there in California who, depending on whether or not Trump wins this election, I think they're going to feel a little emboldened to come out and perhaps be more open about their political leanings. And I hope that people are able to share their views without feeling like they're going to be canceled. We pride ourselves on being this great country that has freedom of expression and freedom of speech, but I think in the last several years we've seen so many instances of those rights.
Ms. Uppala, let me stop you there. We are getting some projections, preliminary results coming in from various sources. My producer tells me that he's going to play them out now. So let's wait for these to come in. We have some preliminary results from various sources. Donald Trump, according to AP, has taken the state of Indiana, and Harris has taken the state of Vermont. This is Associated Press. Donald Trump wins Indiana, Harris wins Vermont. Trump takes Kentucky, and polls close in the first 6 U.S. states, including the swing state of Georgia. So this is what we get. I'm also joined by my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran, who's with us in the studio. Ramesh, can you throw some light on these results? These are generally red states and blue states?
Right. So, Mark, just to bring our viewers up to speed with the latest news we are tracking on our coverage, we have projected winners on 3 seats: Indiana, South Carolina, Kentucky, all 3 where Trump is projected to be winning. So as the graphics on the screen show, Trump is winning Indiana, South Carolina and Kentucky, whereas Kamala Harris is leading and has probably won Vermont. But that said, the numbers as they stack up at the moment based on projections is 28 to Trump and 3 to Kamala Harris. Just to repeat, Trump is projected to win or has won Indiana, where 11 votes were at stake, South Carolina with 9 votes up for grabs, and Kentucky with 8 votes up for grabs, making a total of 28 at the moment for Trump and just 3 for Kamala Harris, who is leading or has won Vermont. That's the news we are tracking here on U.S. election breaking, Mark.
Right, indeed. And none of these are the swing states, so they were on expected lines, one can say.
And also, if I can just quickly bring our viewers up to speed with where the polls are closing or have closed already. Reports suggest that the polls have closed in the states of Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, and Georgia, the key swing state there. Next would be a couple of more states as we move westward, moving away from the eastern seaboard across the mainland of the U.S. further westward. More states will see polls closing. But as of now, we have reports that polls have closed in the 6 or 7 states, including Georgia, the key state, the swing state. So Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, and Georgia, polls have closed there. Meanwhile, reports
Georgia
also
and Pennsylvania
coming in,
are close by, so that should be...
reports also coming in, Mark, that Trump is alleging cheating in Philadelphia and Detroit, but officials in Philadelphia in particular have refuted those claims. They say no such thing has happened as claimed by Trump. And exit polls also suggest, remarkably, surprisingly at that, Mark, that as far as national voter sentiment is concerned, based on the exit polls, In fact, the numbers say that 35% of voters say democracy is the biggest issue for them, followed by economy by 31%. 14% rate abortion as a third most important issue. 11% say immigration, and only 4% say foreign policy. And just to add quickly there, Mark, 51% of the voters say we trust Trump when it comes to the economy, and 73% say democracy is under threat. Mark.
Indeed. Let's turn to Professor Rajan Kumar. Professor Rajan Kumar, what do you make of these initial results?
Thank you, Mark. I was reminded of my college days. I was in University of Kentucky, so that was a red state, although the educational institutes are very liberal. So that was an expected line, and many of my professors are there. They're still there. Those Indiana going to this Trump, that was again expected. Vermont going to Kamala Harris. So these are the early predictions, and I think they're also accurate, but they are very pre-decided states in the sense that they're either blue or red. I don't think that captures the real image. The real image will start when you start getting results from either from Georgia, nearby North Carolina, and then on the little upper side you have Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and on the other side, just below California, you have that Arizona and Nevada. So from those states, if the results start coming, then that will give you a real picture that where is it going. Trump has said that Pennsylvania there is a fraud, but according to some of the latest polls, they are saying that in Pennsylvania, this Trump is leading. So I don't know why he's making this kind of claim. But again, Trump being Trump, he's known for making such these kind of allegations on his his social media forum, etc. But these are the early indications. We cannot make much out of it. These went as expected, so there has been no change, and we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, Ms. Uppala, the polls had suggested that people who had already decided who they were going to vote for well in advance of the last few days. Some had decided, like in September itself, they were clear who they were going to vote for. They haven't changed their opinion. There was a poll that I was reading that said, 9 out of 10 people had already decided who they were going to vote for. So the last few days are not really didn't make much of an impact. What would you say? I mean, is that the way generally Americans would be thinking about this election? After all, they've had such a long campaign, and they've also had plenty of time to vote, early voting.
Absolutely. Most Americans know who they were going to vote for, I think, weeks and months, some years, in some instances, years ago. So it's a very small number of undecided voters, really specifically in these 7 swing states that were the key target market for both of these two parties, right? So $2 billion was spent really to court these handful of undecided voters. And amongst them, I think if in the last week or several days you are undecided, then you're probably not going to vote. I think I know many people who, they're on the fence. They're not going to be voting, and sort of they didn't bring it upon themselves.
Mr. Uppala, sorry, may I interrupt you once again? Ramesh is
Mark,
here with us with an update.
Again, in news just coming in. Again, a projection, Mark. Just to remind the viewers, these are projections. Trump is projected to win the key swing state of Georgia, 51 to 48. That's what reports are suggesting. Trump winning a 4th state now after Indiana, South Carolina, Kentucky,
and this is
now Georgia.
According to AP.
16 electoral college votes going there to Trump. These are projections, mind you.
Oh, they are projections. They're not been called by the...
Not yet. So we have 28 plus 16, 44 as of now going to Trump, and only 3 in Vermont going Harris's way.
Okay. So one of the swing states, at least, we can see that there has at least a projection towards Trump. Carry on, Ms. Uppala. Sorry, I interrupted you for that bit of breaking news.
This is fantastic that it's come at the right time, because when you look at pathways for both of these candidates to the White House, as far as Trump is concerned, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, I think that's much of the legwork done. It's almost a 90% chance that he's going to win because, those are such key states. And so winning both of them, and then maybe he'll pick up another, either Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. I think that will do it for him. For Harris, she has to maintain her blue wall. She has to win all 3 key states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. It's very doable, but it's to win all 3 of them, and it's possible, but it's not easy. I think if she loses Georgia, that's a huge blow for her. She pretty much has to win almost everything from now on end, I think, if she loses both North Carolina and Georgia. So, I mean, yeah, these are just projections, but I think these are trends, right? They seem to be showing
they're projections.
That are voting. So I think we might have a result by the end of tonight. I just want a landslide either way. I don't want questions in a highly contested election where half the people think that the other side cheated, and they feel like their voice was a waste.
Ms. Uppal, also, what Ramesh was saying earlier about the fact that democracy is the #1 issue in this election. We were talking about some of the other issues. We talked about, the economy and abortion. But if democracy is the #1 issue, how would you view that, the manner in which it has been portrayed? The Republicans, at least the MAGA Republicans, believe that the Democrats, when they take over the popular vote and they take over the institutions, will become a single-party system over a period of time, and then that's the end of democracy. And of course, the Democrats feel that the Republicans are beginning to take over control of the judicial systems and run down the rest of the democratic institutions to a large extent, and they believe that democracy is under threat. But how do you view it as a voter?
I absolutely think democracy is such a crucial issue, but I would say it's from both sides. And just like you mentioned, from the left, I think the risk is, the total really weaponizing different institutions and having a situation where perhaps there's a large section of the other side that doesn't feel safe or that they're not heard. There's that, and also when you look at the democratic process to elect a nominee, I think there's a lot of even independents and libertarians who would make the claim that the DNC has not been democratic in the fashion that it's nominated its candidate, because they didn't have primaries, they didn't have a fair process. There were several candidates that could have probably been extremely popular and would have made it had there been an actual primary. That didn't happen. So we can make a claim that way too. And of course, from the right, we have, I think it's well documented what the left thinks of Trump's, what a Trump administration would look like. I think it's interesting to note that the rest of the world doesn't view it in that terms. They don't look at democracy being their biggest issue. I think the rest of the world really is looking at geopolitical issues, conflicts, endless wars. No more. I think a lot of them would like to put an end to these wars and not have prolonging.
Sure, but the rest of the world is not voting in the election. That's the problem. Anyway, thanks a lot, Ms. Preeti Uppala. Thank you for being with us for the moment. I understand that you have other commitments. Thanks for being with us. Right. Ramesh, you were telling us about the issue of democracy. When we look at the US, it has this two-party system, but there have been attempts to make it more than a two-party system, which have all been failed. So, to that extent, how do you see this issue of democracy being really an issue that is troubling the US voter?
In fact, these numbers, Mark, would surprise many, because conventional wisdom dictated, leading up to the polls, the polling day, that 3 key issues were immigration, economy, and of course the issue of the abortion or reproductive rights. So these three key issues dominated the campaigning. But if these results are anything to go by, it completely changes the argument on its head, so to speak, with 35%, the maximum number of voters saying that for them, democracy trumps everything else, including economy, jobs, abortion, reproductive rights, immigration, and even foreign policy. And that, to my mind, will determine the outcome of the elections in the key swing states in particular, especially now given the fact that the trend suggests that Trump is projected to win the first of the 7 key states of Georgia, where 16 seats are up for grabs. So clearly things pointing in a certain direction, but these are still early days. We'll have to wait and watch and take the numbers as they trickle in.
Professor Rajan Kumar, you've studied and lived in America. So, I mean, to what extent do you look at the issue of democracy? I mean, the two-party system, the failure of other parties, of independents to make any ground. In fact, if we look at this whole issue of Donald Trump, he's been considered an outsider. And, you know, the first time he won, there was this whole thing that 84%, even now, it appears that, you know, 84% of the media is against him. And he's still considered an outsider to the establishment, even though he served a 4-year term. So how do you view this?
I think, Mark, in my view, America was never an ideal democracy, but given even the limitations were under control because of the very powerful institutions like judiciary, separation of power, etc. And then media was very powerful, media was not controlled. But of late, what has happened that all those institutions have declined, and there's a kind of there's a competition between the two parties to grab the institutions, and Trump has successfully done that by appointing judges in the Supreme Court, and also by controlling media. Recently, you have seen that because you come from media, Washington Post had the convention of endorsing a candidate, but this time realizing that the result may go any side, it might go towards Trump also. So this time, Washington Post, one of the most important newspapers of the United States, it refused to endorse any candidate. So what is happening that there is some kind of fear, intimidation, which has gone into the institutions, be it media, be it judiciary, be it civil society, and also as far as democracy is concerned, what has happened that people are divided, because let's remember that approximately about 19% of the population now would be a Hispanic population in the United States. So that is a major minority there, 19% I'm saying. And it has increased very fast in the last few years. And then you have 12% black population. So, and the Democratic Party representing that minority. So you can imagine the kind of politics which is being played out by the Democratic Party. Right. And America is a multi-party system, and there are various parties there. But only thing is that the two parties are the dominant parties. Even other parties, Green Party, etc. But they do get vote 5 to 6%, and people are saying that this time, Trump, because the Green Party candidate, that party, supported Trump, so that has gone in favor of Trump this time. So, America has become very polarized. The biggest threat to democracy is from very, kind of fascist ideology, very centralizing ideology. If there is a cult figure emerging in democracy, and that is dangerous for any democracy, and that is what we are seeing in United States happening today. Whoever wins is a different issue. But even if, say, for instance, even if Trump loses, the impact of Trumpism will remain for a long time, and he has already done the damage whatever could have been done. And now, as you see in Georgia, he's winning. So we never know. That can be a shocking news for Kamala Harris. And the way Georgia votes, and North Carolina is very close state, neighboring state. And if North Carolina is also lost, then Trump might be the winner also. So democracy is under real threat, and because America was a champion of democracy, and America used to support democracy in other countries through regime change, through other methods, through funding, etc. So that America as a leader of democracy will be questioned throughout the world, and it was always questioned. But now, if you have a leader like Trump who does not believe in democracy, he also said just a few days back that he'll accept the result only if the election is fair. Now the question is, who decides whether the election is fair or not? Trump believes that only his supporters will decide whether the election has been fair or not, which means that he does not believe in the existing institution of the United States. And that's not good for democracy. And even we have doubt, the fact that we have doubts that whether he'll accept the election result or not, that kind of shows the problems which have crept into American system and democracy, and how institutions are not being trusted by people from both sides, from the left, hardcore radical left, but also from the right side. So that shows kind of crisis which has come into American democracy today.
Mark, if I can quickly update our viewers on the closing, the polls closing in more states. Remember, we'd spoken about 6 states where polls closed. 3 more have been added to the list. North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Polls have closed in these 3 states as well, taking the total number of states where polls have closed to 9. And at the moment, just to repeat for the benefit of viewers, Trump is projected to win 4 states: Indiana, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Georgia. Georgia is one of those 7 key states, swing states, that we have to watch out for. And Kamala Harris is projected to win only 1 state so far, that of Vermont, which has 3 electoral college votes up for grabs.
Well, as the U.S. votes to elect its 47th president, DD India correspondent Shubhendu Ghosh has tracked the mood of voters in Washington, D.C. Let's listen to what they said.
We are in Washington, D.C., outside of a polling station. It's evening, but the long queues of voters are still visible. Similar queues we have seen at polling stations across Washington, D.C. Just as record number of voters had polled in the early voting, similar record-breaking numbers are also visible in this big election day. We'll have to wait and see if it breaks the record of 2020, when some 2/3 of the registered voters had cast their ballot. It has been a closely fought contest, a polarizing contest between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. We spoke to some voters to understand what was on their mind as they cast their ballot.
Most important issues for me: reproductive freedoms, better resources for kids that are not in higher class, like lower class resources, because like Kamala Harris says, we didn't just fall out of a coconut tree, we are the product of our environment. And then my other very important issue would be funding for community colleges, public schools, not private schools.
For me, it's like rights on women's bodies and people of color. Like, I think more of us need to go out there and vote, because a lot of us feel like we don't have a voice, but we're here right now, and like in our society, like with all our freedoms, because we voted in all those like past elections. So I think we need to continue that, and I think the younger generation, everybody's like getting out there and voting.
I think what you're seeing are 2 really clear contrasting visions for how do we be a country that says we can uphold the best of American values, we can keep families together, versus someone who wants to pull people apart in Donald Trump. And in Kamala Harris, somebody who we may not agree on everything, but someone who says we'll all be better if we can work together, if we can be a more fair economy, if we can be a better democracy, if women have the right to choose, if immigrants have a place here, we can keep families together. Versus Donald Trump, who's promising to pull not just immigrant families apart, try to pull the fabric of this country apart. And so there's a big line behind us. Now, we should make it much easier for vote. That's enthusiasm, but it's also a policy choice.
I'm worried about Donald Trump's attack on democracy. He shouldn't have been allowed to run after January 6th in the first place.
The most important issues for me, probably the economy, our spending, our foreign spending, with the wars that are going on in the war world right now.
So record number of voting on the election day here in United States, but the political action is far from over. From here, we'll move to the counting stage. That is when we will have an idea about who is coming out on top between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and who's likely to become the next president of the United States of America. With camera person Jaishankar, Shubhendu Ghosh for DD India in Washington, D.C.
Right, we'll get a word in from Professor Rajan Kumar. Professor Rajan Kumar, we were talking about the democracy being an issue, and you were explaining a number of aspects about the U.S. system, but and also the threats which many of these voters also expressed about Donald Trump. But the point is that Donald Trump, as I said earlier, is an outsider to the system, and he's a disruptive force because the system has become stale. It's functioning in a particular way. So he's trying to bring, isn't that a democratic way of doing it, to be elected and to come and try and change the system from within?
Thank you. I forgot to answer that question earlier, but yeah, in America, I won't consider that he's coming from the outside system. America, that American elites, they control the system through different methods. Yes, he does not come from a political family background. That's correct, and he does not have that legacy of what Clintons and other people, and they have. And that way, this Kamala Harris also is not coming from political, except that she is a current vice president. But beyond that, let me tell you that American system is also controlled by the lobbies. And be it the liberal lobby, be it the climate lobby, be it the farmers lobby, and be it the corporate lobby. So the reason I'm saying that that Trump is not coming from outside the system, the so-called, because the different poles in the American political system and the economic system, and those poles are controlled by powerful lobbies, and Trump is part of that establishment. The fact that Trump made billions of dollars by saving taxes and by the playing with the institutions, playing with the laws, tax laws, etc., forming multiple companies. When one company was losing, he formed the other company. So through those methods, he was also a part of economic establishment. Yes, he was not the part of the traditional political elite family, but yes, he was part of the economic system which controls America. And corporate, as you know, corporate America is extremely powerful, and the gap between the rich and poor is very, very high, much higher than probably India also.
Right.
So in that situation, he was a part of broader economic establishment, but yes, he was not from political background, and that's why people in the first time 2016 election, when he was contesting against Hillary Clinton, so he was a favorite for American people, because people are thinking that George Bush Jr., before that George Bush Sr., and earlier Clinton, and now his wife. So people revolted against that, that kind of lobby, which was trying to throw up same kind of candidate from the family, etc. And Trump became the winner in 2016. But the way Trump followed the policies, especially on the issue of democracy, large number of people, especially the younger people, women and immigrants, they turned completely against Trump. But the white conservative voters in the white belt, so-called belt, they remain committed to Trump. They still support Trump. They think that the American system is not working well, and they blame immigrants and the representative of immigrants like Democratic Party for that. Although be it Trump, be it Kamala Harris, let me tell you that there'll not be too much of surge in American economy, irrespective of whoever comes, because the rest of the world has started growing, and that has certainly impacted US in multiple ways. Trump stands for what he calls exceptionalism,
right?
America first kind of policy, and that may not serve America in the long term. The fact that America is growing and Europe is not growing is partly because of the intelligent immigrant population who are coming from other places, and they're willing to work in the United States. So, and in European countries, that working population is declining, immigrants are not allowed. So America has major advantage because of immigration, but Trump's policy of America first, anti-immigration policy, will go against America.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan Kumar, Professor, School of International Studies, JNU. Thank you for joining us for the moment. Now moving on, Donald Trump, in fact, has claimed massive cheating in Philadelphia. Trump said that there was a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia after Pennsylvania's largest city posted exceptionally high voter turnout. The former president provided no evidence, even as he claimed that the law enforcement is coming on his Truth Social platform. The American singer and actress Jennifer Lopez also talked about voting in the United States' presidential election, calling it an important day. She said that every voter's vote and voice counts.
I know. It's a very important day back in the States.
you know, my whole goal was to inspire and empower people to understand that they matter and that their vote counts and their voice counts and they have power in this country, and that's what the whole country is based on, and to not forget that and to not sit this one out, and to remind people of just facts, you know, not to bring anybody down, it wasn't about that for me. It was really about, here are the facts, here's where we're at. You love your kids, just like this movie. You love your life, your children. You have to fight for that.
Well, in the New Hampshire city of Manchester, 6 registered voters split their votes between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump shortly after midnight on Tuesday. In fact, they were the first people who voted on the election day. This occurred as the intense presidential race between the Republican Donald Trump and the Democrat Kamala Harris moved towards an uncertain conclusion.
On the streets at the direction of Trump to shoot my fellow citizens. So it's pretty fundamental. All right, all the other things. First of all, I'm not going to have an abortion. Not me, okay? And even if I was, I'm too old to have it. But those type of issues, they're important. But I think it's more important that we continue the democracy of this country.
I think the number one reason why I did vote for her was abortion rights, and also just being a person of color. I think that she's generally a better person than our other options. So, yeah.
There's a lot of major issues going on that I am interested in. Abortion, of course, is women's rights. That's a big one for me. Of course, the border is also a huge issue with immigration. I think reform needs to be happening all around. Unfortunately, the platforms are based on Republicans versus Democrats.
Ultimately, ideologically, I don't have a lot in common ground with Kamala Harris. She seems nice, but we're just not on the same page on enough issues for me to vote for her. Donald Trump I voted for in the past, but after the last election, I lost a lot of faith in him, so I didn't feel comfortable voting for him again.
The 2024 U.S. election, which went to the polls on Tuesday, is set to become the most expensive in history, with a total contribution reaching $15.9 billion. According to nonprofit Open Secrets, the spending, which includes congressional contests, will surpass the $15.1 billion spent in 2020 and more than double the 2016's $6.5 billion. In the hotly contested presidential race, Vice President Kamala Harris has emerged as the fundraising leader. Her campaign directly raised over $1 billion, with 40% coming from small donors, plus an additional $586 million from supporting political action committees. Donald Trump's campaign raised $382 million directly, with 28% from small donors, while affiliated committees contributed $694 million. The largest donor was Timothy Mellon, the reclusive 82-year-old banking heir, who contributed $197 million to Trump and the Republican causes. Well, the business tycoon Elon Musk is facing a proposed class action lawsuit from registered voters who signed his petition supporting the Constitution for a chance to win his $1 million a day giveaway. The plaintiffs allege that the promotion was fraudulent. The complaint, filed by a resident in Arizona in a federal court in Austin, Texas, accuses Musk and his America PAC organization of misleading voters by claiming that winners would be chosen randomly, when in reality they had already been predetermined. The home of the Las Vegas Raiders, the Allegiant Stadium, it's made history today by opening its doors for voting on Election Day. Fans lined up to cast their ballots at this iconic venue. They were excited to be part of the unique experience. Voters received special Raiders I Voted stickers adding to the excitement of participating in democracy. Among those casting their votes was Nevada Senator Jackie Rosen, who highlighted the diverse and younger turnout of the voters at this significant occasion. With over 90 voting booths, Allegiant Stadium served as the largest polling place in Clark County, bringing together the community in a celebration of civic engagement.
It was important. I was the first one in line this morning, and it's important. I'm a big Raider fan. I'm from California. We've been here 4 years, and I brought my friend with me. I'm like, you have to come with me. We have to make history.
Well, just the vote by itself is very important. So many people have paved the way for people to vote, so it's very important for me to vote. Doing it here at Allegiant Stadium, yeah, I didn't want to go nowhere else. I did want to come and get this Raider voted sticker, and me and my wife came out to cast our ballot, and it was very easy.
Well, it's really special because the only reason why I drove out here to Allegiant Stadium is for this sticker, because if I wanted this sticker on my wall. And the Raider connection, well, Oakland from the Bay, baby, so I got to come out and represent my Raiders. I love the stadium. Any excuse I have to come down here is the best excuse, any excuse I have.
The U.S. presidential race isn't just about promises made to the voters. It's about reputation, experience, and the track record that Donald Trump and Kamala Harris bring to the table, with moments that have shaped their careers and challenges that could define their futures. Let's take a look at the highs and lows of the candidates competing for the Oval Office.
In this high-stakes battle for the White House, the two presidential nominees, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, have a lot on stake. Both have seen towering successes and faced sharp criticism in their careers. And now, those defining moments are under the microscope as the election approaches. For Donald Trump, his highs are largely tied to his role in reshaping the US economy during his presidency. His America First agenda led to tax cuts, deregulation, and what his supporters saw as a booming pre-pandemic economy. He has consistently stood for job growth, energy independence, and a tough stance on trade, especially with China. But his lows are equally significant. His handling of the COVID-19 pandemic drew widespread criticism, and his policies on immigration and foreign relations left the US divided, both domestically and internationally. Trump's legal challenges and controversies since leaving office have also cast a long shadow over his 2024 campaign. On the other hand, Kamala Harris has made history as the first woman and the first woman of color to serve as US Vice President. Her highs include her advocacy for healthcare reform, voting rights, and environmental action. She is seen as a champion of progressive policies, and her rise to the second highest office in the US has inspired many. Yet Harris faces her own lows. Critics argue that her tenure as vice president has been marked by challenges, with less visibility on key issues like immigration and handling of the US-Mexico border issue. And largely, questions remain about her ability to unite the broad Democratic base. While Trump leans on his experience as a businessman and former president, Harris positions herself as a progressive leader for a more inclusive America. Bureau Report, DD India.
Well, DD India correspondent Amritpal Singh is live now from Florida with updates. Amrit, when are we likely to see the results of Florida being declared?
Well, anytime, Mark, because officially the voting here was supposed to close at 7 Eastern time. It's past 7 Eastern time here. What happens here, like it happens in India, anybody who's inside the polling booth before 7 or at 7 gets to vote. So they're just waiting for a handful of people who were in the queues, because they were rather long queues, and as pardon me, happens in India. Excuse me.
Yeah, go
As
ahead.
happens in India, voter parties try and mobilize their voter base to get voters to vote in counties they feel their voters haven't come out enough. There were long serpentine queues again towards the evening. So there are voters inside polling booths, and very soon the counties would be calling in, and the state would be announcing the closure of the election in Florida. Mark.
Talking about those serpentine queues, Amrit, we've seen that, people generally probably get tired of standing in queues for a long period of time. Did, people leave queues or get fed up with the system? And if that ever did happen, who would it benefit?
I never met one in the day that I went around at different polling stations. It's relatively easier to vote here, though there were queues. That only speaks about the large numbers of people coming out, but there are facilities here. People come out with their families and friends to vote, so they're chatting up. It's a pretty festive occasion like it's in India. So I didn't come across anyone who was saying that they're frustrated waiting in queues, Mark.
No, but isn't it a long voting process since they have to go through a huge ballot paper and have other questions asked of them, and each voter takes a reasonable period of time?
Yes, the ballot paper is long enough, mostly because they already know what's on the ballot. Either they're voting, of course, for the president, but they're also voting for their county officials, their county judges, their county sheriffs. All that is by vote. Their county other officials, their school boards. There are certain kind of referendums that are on the ballot. The House is going to election. So there are reps on the ballot. There are senators on the ballot in some cases. Because 1/3 of the senators are changed every 2 years. So, so they already know what is on the ballot beforehand. But yes, it's a long ballot. It's about 6 to 7 pages, depending on which county you are in, and you're more voting for multiple. You're voting for multiple options on the ballot paper. And so, in that sense, it does take a longer time than, say, in India, where you're voting for a particular MP, or you're voting in a different election, you're voting for a particular member of the Legislative Assembly. But some state congresses are also up for polls. So yes, it's a long ballot, but people generally make up their minds before they come to the polling booth as to who they want to vote for. But it does take, because there are multiple options they have to exercise, it does take longer.
Right, Amrit, stay with us. Ramesh, how would you look at this election from the foreign policy point of view? That's an area where you have an expertise. People are concerned that there are two wars going on, and they probably thought that Trump is a person who can probably deal with it better. Do you think that is one of the issues that people would have debated in their minds before they voted?
Indeed, Trump, there are two ways of looking at it. One, from an Indian perspective, in terms of how India-US ties would be impacted depending on who wins the election. The other is, as you mentioned, the global crises confronting much of the world, including the conflicts between Russia and Ukraine, and between Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah in West Asia. Now, broadly speaking, the key to understanding the lay of the land, as it were, is to understand the personalities and policies of the two people in question, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. If we look at the Biden-Harris presidency in terms of India-US ties, Mark, two things stand out. One, it was under Biden and Harris that the Quad summit, the Quad was elevated to the annual summit level, number one. And number two, India and US set up what is known as the ICET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, which focuses on semiconductors and so on. So these two key developments have taken place in the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris presidency. If you look at Trump 1.0 between 2016 and 2020, two things stand out. One, he was instrumental in reviving the Quad in the first place, number one. And number two, his focus, accent, emphasis on the Indo-Pacific in general and China in particular, where he sought to impose tariffs and launched a trade war, as it were. So these two issues stand out in terms of the Trump presidency, reviving the Quad and focusing clearly, spelling out the strategy in terms of the Indo-Pacific region. If we look at the other crises, other hotspots, under Trump, we saw the US, one, recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital, number one. And number two, it was Trump's son-in-law, Mark, Jared Kushner, who was instrumental in executing the Abraham Accords, Israel's agreement with UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco to start with. On Iran, we saw Trump quit the Iranian nuclear deal, and that has consequences which run to this day. Climate change, he famously said that it was a hoax, and that his answer, by the way, his solution, as he spelled out in the last campaign speech in Michigan just 24 hours ago, Mark, he said drilling, meaning that he wants to drill for more oil and gas in the US to shore up the US economy. But to his credit, he ended up in succeeding in eliminating the ISIS terrorist Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in Syria in his first term in office. And also, it was under Trump that India happened to remove or reform the constitution and remove Article 370, and that we know how that played out in the immediate term. In terms of the global crises, Mark, it's a big question mark what will happen if either Harris or Trump win in terms of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, in terms of the West Asia situation, in terms of North Korea in particular, and also in terms of China and the EU-NATO relations. All these things are up in the air depending on who comes to occupy 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Mark, in Washington, D.C., which, by the way, the road to reaching there passes through the state of Pennsylvania in no uncertain terms.
Okay. So Pennsylvania, the results of Pennsylvania we're still awaiting, right?
Well, the latest results, we have leads for some states. If I can just get up, the latest leads coming in. So, Mark, the polls are closing in almost half of the 50 states of the US, which means that about 26 states polls have closed already, number one. Number two, leads suggest that Trump is leading on 6 states, Indiana, South Carolina, Kentucky, Georgia, West Virginia, and Ohio, which includes Georgia, one of the 7 key swing states, and Harris leading on 2, Vermont and North Carolina. That's the situation. That's how the numbers stack up as we speak.
So we're joined by our guests as well, Prabhu Dayal, former senior diplomat, and Dr. Swasti Rao, foreign affairs experts. Thank you, both of you, for being with us. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, the fact that Kamala Harris is the vice president of a term that is being completed, I mean, she was trying her best to probably look at this without carrying that anti-incumbency. But, while listening to a lot of the voters, they seem to have suggested that the last 4 years have not been the best years of their lives. So, so that would have really worked against her, wouldn't it have?
Well, first of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And I must compliment my friend Ramesh Ramchandran's very apt description that the road to Washington passes through Pennsylvania, because it is also geographically true, while of course what he meant was that the road to the presidency passes through Pennsylvania. It's a very apt description. Now, it is true that the last 4 years have been problematic in many respects. But some of the problems arose because of the COVID situation. For instance, the economy slumped. Then there was a housing crisis of sorts because the pace of construction slowed down dramatically. And then, of course, there were some other issues, like, for instance, for meeting the costs related to controlling COVID, the government had to resort to some steps pertaining to taxation. That in turn also had an effect on the welfare of the people. So, as I see it, there are 10 most important issues which are going to be of consequence in these elections. Some of them, of course, arise from the current Biden presidency, but some are of a more enduring nature. And these 10 issues, of course, are inflation, taxation, abortion, immigration. Then, of course, foreign policy is very important. Trade is important. Climate, health care, law and order, the gun control issue. These are the main topics on which the electorate is going to concentrate on. And as I said, some arise from the policies of the Biden administration. As I said, COVID has been a factor, so healthcare becomes a major issue. Affordable healthcare has always been a major problem confronting the section of society in the United States which is not so well off. And while Harris has been emphasizing that she would devote more state resources towards confronting this problem, Trump had been seen to be a little indifferent.
Right.
But now he has said that if he is elected, he would improve affordable health care. But of course, he has not given any specific ideas which would clarify how he would bring about improvements in affordable health care. Of course, gun control is an issue which has increased in importance.
Right.
Because there are so many mass shootings in the United States.
Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, we are getting some news that's coming in. We're treating it as breaking news. These are projections that are clear. We can see that according to AP, Harris has won Vermont and Trump has taken Kentucky. We played this out earlier as well. We have updates on this. Polls have closed in the first 6 U.S. states, including in Georgia, and Trump has taken West Virginia as well.
Mark,
go
Trump
ahead.
is projected to win Florida as well. So the current projections based on the early leads, Trump is leading on 90 seats as against 27 to Kamala Harris. That's 90 versus 27. The latest seat to be projected is Florida, where Trump is projected, as I said, to win that state.
Indeed. According to numbers that are still coming in, it appears that there are quite a few blue states that are also appearing as we speak. So it's
Harris,
still early days. Still
leading
early
on
days.
Vermont and in North Carolina as well, another key swing state.
Right. In fact, according to the CNN polls that I'm watching, it seems to show that Harris is ahead in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in Virginia, and even in Texas. But of course, these are very early days. We're turning to Dr. Swasti Rao as well. Dr. Rao, how would you, analyze these results as they're coming in? Were they on lines that you expected?
Well, a very good morning to you. And as far as the lines on our expectations were concerned, I think everybody here and everywhere else in the world as well actually mentioned very clearly that this is going to be a very tight race, and one has to watch out for what happens in the key swing states. And this is, I guess, turning out as we were expecting, which is that it is indeed a very, very tight race. And finally, I think we will come to know in a while which candidate is making heads where, because for now we all knew that there are certain states that traditionally vote Democrat and they have voted Democrat. There are others that vote Republican. They have voted Republican. And you just mentioned in your latest updates that there are certain 2 of the key swing states, and one has I think both Harris and Trump have won each. And then you mentioned about Pennsylvania, and ultimately it is going to be Pennsylvania because of the number of seats it has. So it has about 19 of those electoral colleges out there. So basically I think this is going to be a very tight race. But end of the day, looking at it from India's perspective, if you allow me to take that discussion forward that Ambassador Ambassador Chawla was just having, and I think everybody is interested in India, is that how does it change or not change anything from India's perspective? And I have been arguing that as far as drastic measures are concerned, I do not see any drastic measures, although of course some fine tuning will happen depending upon who comes to power, because the Republicans and the Democrats have their own distinct worldview, especially with regard to India. Let's remember that India right now has a trade surplus with the United States, and the United States is also India's biggest trading partner. So if Donald Trump were to come back, he's gone on record saying some very, very strong and harsh things about sanctioning those that are promoting de-dollarization, and he's known for the trade wars and known for, higher tariffs, etc. So I think that kind of a situation, more protectionism is expected. But I guess one thing, Mark, that people do not realize is that even with somebody like Kamala Harris coming to power, we will still see some protectionism, because by and large, trade protectionism is the mood in American trade ecosystem. So maybe it would more be a difference of degrees than a really drastic thing. The other thing about the Indo-Pacific, I completely agree that larger convergence is going to continue regardless of who comes to the White House, because of how the geopolitics is evolving. So we are going to see, in a long-term view, my perspective perhaps would be that both the countries would develop the strategic communication to manage the points of friction, such as the Pannu controversy, or things like sanctioning of certain 19 Indian firms for giving dual-use technology to Russia. So I think these kind of things would be managed better. But as far as the long-term perspective is concerned, starting from the last decade or so, we will see that convergence, going even further. So I do not see too much of a change in Indo-Pacific. However, the one thing that everybody expects is that somebody like Trump would come, and he has been projecting himself as a problem solver compared to the Democrats as the problem makers, especially when it comes to Europe and West Asia. You also mentioned, and I think Ramesh also mentioned that, how his son-in-law was instrumental in normalizing West Asia. On the contrary, right now the global system that he's going to inherit is such that even in the case of Russia, Ukraine, or West Asia, I think in Europe, Putin wants Trump to come, Europe wants Kamala Harris to come, but in West Asia, Netanyahu wants Trump to come. Basically, long story short, the point that I'm trying to make here is that even for these two regions, starting from Ukraine, I do not think that Trump really has a plan to end the war. He remains unpredictable, and it is because of his unpredictability that a lot of people in Europe have already started the process of what is known as Trump proofing, which is that trying to sort of, stand on their own feet if Trump were to come and actually reduce support to them, military support to them, and NATO. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, I think when it comes to Ukraine, let's also remember that because he is at his, at the core, he's a transactionalist politician and a businessman at heart. He could also activate the Lend-Lease agreement that was signed by the Biden administration, but never really activated, because Biden kept taking money from the presidential drawdown when it came to Ukraine. So what I'm saying is that instead of coming and providing a knee-jerk solution that he's very much capable of, it's the global system which perhaps puts some certain restraints on how far American foreign policy can become isolationist or globalist. And finally, there's this argument that I find very appealing, Mark, which is that of course, we do see between Harris and Trump, we do see, both these sides represent very competing natures of the American worldview. Trump champions in an inward-looking foreign policy, an inward-looking American policy, and Kamala Harris, kind of champions an outward-looking, foreign policy, or more globalism-oriented foreign policy. But frankly, I think that whoever comes to White House next is going to be sort of, having these restraints on how much they can maneuver as far as sweeping maneuvers are concerned. And what I will see is a perseverance of a conservative kind of an internationalism, which is a kind of a middle path. So I do not see very drastic measures in foreign policy. However, fine-tuned to, of course, how their worldviews are. With respect to India, I expect little change. What we have to watch out for is the trade protectionism I just mentioned, and of course the question of visas, because for Trump, how does he make America great again? So make America great again by also making in America, buying in America, and hiring in America. And that's where, it kind of affects the interests of the Indian service class. But then a lot of speculation out there. I'll probably get back to you, and, let's just discuss discuss the election results further.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's turn to Amritpal Singh, who's at Palm Beach in California, beg your pardon, in Florida. Amrit, if Trump, I mean, supposing he wins, is going to be constrained by international institutions, what do you think? I mean, how would we understand the rhetoric, especially with regard to climate change, which has been an issue that is affecting the entire world, and it's affected the U.S. quite significantly this year with so many hurricanes. Maybe you were there already, when some of these recent hurricanes came.
Yeah, when Helene hit, it hit Florida, and the Floridans were impacted by that. They are impacted by climate change, but as happens, Mark, people, when they vote, issues like international issues or things like climate change take a backseat. More important issues that affect their everyday life in terms of living, rising costs of the rising costs of living, housing affordability, jobs, economy, etc. They take precedence. Though Ramesh, when we were together on the show about a couple of hours back, one of the first surveys that came put democracy as a bigger issue for people here, or the lack of it here. But subsequent surveys said that economy was a bigger issue for the people when they voted. So I think what Donald Trump has been saying he's been saying that fracking will go on, and I will pull out more oil, and that I need to pump up my economy, and he's been using rhetoric against the Chinese, saying their EVs shall be banned, etc. But all that to a certain extent is election rhetoric. Because it's directly, it's about what appeals to people more. But what he does when he comes into the White House is often seen, is very different. Political statements are very different from the decisions that governments make. Mark, if you allow me, I want to come back at the results or the projections really that are coming in right now. I think most interesting is that in Georgia, which is a swing state, Donald Trump has a 14% lead with about 36% of the vote counted. With this kind of a lead, it looks like Georgia could end up going red. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina going red, no surprises there. Vermont, projected to go blue, no surprises again there. West Virginia, Alabama, red. Connecticut, red, with huge margins, of course. And these projections are, if they are, the margins are huge, generally go right. Florida, again a red state where Trump has 12% vote with about 88% or 12% lead with about 88% of the vote counted. Now, what is interesting amongst the other states really is the swing states, Mark, is that North Carolina seems to be going blue, and in the projections, and Georgia seems to be going red, out of the two swing states that have projections right now, Mark.
And Mark, if I can quickly add to what Amritpal had to report there, we're getting some more leads now. Projections suggest that Trump is leading in Tennessee, in Missouri, in Alabama, in Oklahoma and South Carolina, and Harris is leading in the key swing state of Pennsylvania, also Maryland and Massachusetts. So 3 states going to Kamala Harris: Pennsylvania, Maryland, Massachusetts, whereas Trump is leading on Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma and South Carolina, in addition to the other states of Indiana, South Carolina, Kentucky, Georgia, West Virginia and Ohio. So at last count, 99 to Trump and 27 to Kamala Harris. Mark.
Okay, so Trump is closing in on the 100 mark in the Electoral College as we speak. Amrit, I understand that you have some work, so thanks very much for joining us for the moment. We'll continue with our discussions here. Ambassador Prabhudayal, Amrit was saying that the economy is the key issue here, And as voters were going through I mean, that was what was reflected on their minds. But the US, being the largest economy in the world, has also the largest debt, and most economists believe that this is an unsustainable problem. Their debt is about some $35 trillion or something like that, which how would you look at, the way that they're going to go deal with this? In fact, that's one of the issues if Trump wins. Elon Musk is supposed to be handling, cutting down the costs.
Donald Trump has been saying that he will go in for some tax cuts. But it is understood that these tax cuts would be on the wealthy. So that will not really help to ease the budgetary deficit situation. Kamala Harris has been saying that she will raise taxes on big businesses. And in fact, she has unveiled a number of measures that could end up easing the tax burden on families which have lower incomes. So this overall question of the debt situation in the United States has also to be looked in the against the background of how the common person perceives the whole idea of tax raises or tax cuts. So if you have to ease the budgetary situation, you have to raise taxes. But then if you raise taxes, then you annoy some sections. So it's a catch-22 situation. Let me mention that from what Amritpal said, that Pennsylvania is now inclined to, it appears that it's going to the Democrats, it's going to Kamala Harris. It's a crucial state. But of course, Donald Trump probably had some indications that things were not going his way in Pennsylvania. That is why he started shouting that there has been election fraud committed there. So I expect that there could be some trouble in this context, because he would certainly appeal against the results if they don't go his way in Pennsylvania. Now, to come back to some issues pertaining to the economic steps and where they impact India. If you recall that during Donald Trump's earlier term, the annual growth rate of trade with India was only 7.5%, whereas during the Biden era, it has already crossed 9%. So there were some steps which Donald Trump had taken, which had adversely impacted the trade situation with India. So I think that if Donald Trump resumes policies of that sort, like for instance, he had eliminated GSP, the Generalized System of Preferences, and that alone sort of affected about $6.3 billion worth of Indian exports, whereas Kamala Harris is in favor of renewing the Generalized System of Preferences, which has a beneficial impact for India. So since Donald Trump has a protectionist approach, and he in fact wants to renegotiate a lot of trade deals, while Kamala Harris is in favor of ensuring the continuity of multilateral trade agreements. I think there is a perceptible difference in the policies of these two, and that will certainly impact the overall economic relationship with India.
Right.
So as I said, there would be some benefits which may come to India on account of the sort of tariffs that Donald Trump plans to impose, particularly against Chinese import. He has categorically said that he would go in for higher tariffs on Chinese products. And there is a possibility that Indian products could then replace Chinese imports into the United States. At the same time, of course, Kamala Harris appears to be quite supportive of India's trade interests and doesn't intend to bring about any major change in this context.
Indeed. So the situation in Pennsylvania is that Harris is quite ahead, but there's only about 7% of the vote counted so far.
That's
So
right.
there's plenty of counting to take place. Dr. Swasti Rao, what do you feel? I mean, we've always known that both sides, India, of course, has bipartisan support in the United States, but for some reason, people, the general public in India feels that Trump seems to have been better for India. Is that actually the case or not?
Well, I mean, in short, why Indians feel more comfortable with Republicans and in the White House is basically because they do less of international lecturing, and on the other hand, Democrats are known to be lecturing all the time about all kinds of democratic backsliding and anything and everything that they consider, their views on, and that is something which is of course not liked in India, because from India's perspective, this kind of strategic communication also somewhere fundamentally explains what kind of a mutual trust and a mutual respect it does a strategic relationship have. And if you go by the kind of statements that our Foreign Affairs Minister has been making, Dr. Jaishankar, I think India does put a lot of premium on the factor of strategic mutual trust and mutual, respect. And part of that mutual respect is coming from, what I just mentioned, that of course, from India's perspective, then we would prefer having somebody like the Republicans who are less inclined towards this international lecturing compared to the Democrats. But let me just also explain something important, which I think is usually not discussed when we're discussing trade. While of course, on the one hand, like I said, that with Trump in power, we will see a kind of change, and he has a very strong rhetoric on China, and he has a very strong rhetoric on Make in America, etc. And that rhetoric on China can land up helping India, because then Indian products can replace, etc. But the one thing that is missed often in this particular argument is that because Indian economy remains so dependent when it comes to raw materials, etc. from China, so the more India becomes in a position to export to the West, the more India imports from China. So in many ways, you see this kind of a circular kind of a, closing in of these gaps, where fundamentally the global economy is unable to really decouple or de-risk from China because of the major dependence that major countries, have, because when they say manufacturing, ultimately the raw materials, etc., that dependency continues to grow on China. So that is one catch that perhaps we need to understand better, that even though on the face of it, the figures tell a different picture, ultimately deep down the decoupling or the de-risking is actually reversed, and you are even more dependent. So that's one part, that's a caveat I think that we need to be discussing. On the other hand, of course, it is good for India if we are able to try and divert some part of that world manufacturing away from China. Of course, it will be very, very good. The third thing is that I do see more strategic convergence, and for example, what happened in the case of Biden administration, especially you mentioned in your opening remarks about ISET and the semiconductor agreement. I think it's these kind of things that are going to play a larger role generally, when it comes to India and the US, and the role why they are called the most important strategic partnership when it comes to stabilizing the security of the world. I think not much attention is given to the fact that the fabrication agreement, the semiconductor, is not about any semiconductors, but it is about complex semiconductors. And these complex semiconductors, the world is still being dependent on countries like Taiwan and China. So by sort of, turning that attention to India, the complex semiconductors have a wide range of applicability, not only in modern warfare, technologies, but also in every single modern, electronic items that you see. So with these kind of things, with these kind of supply chains, is being, rewritten when it comes to bringing India into the picture. I think this is something which is definitely going to grow. We have
Right.
seen how India's defense exports are more than 50% have gone to the US, so that will also continue. But I am, of course, a little worried about what happens to trade, the status given to Indian trade. And I think that is where perhaps we would need to have more communication with the Trump administration if he were to come to power. Yes.
Right. We leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much, Dr. Swasti Rao and Ambassador Prabhu Dayal and Ramesh. Thanks for being with us for the moment. Of course, this coverage will continue after a short break. Well, that's all we have in this edition of the DD India Special News Hour, which is focusing on the race to the White House. But you can always contact us about your thoughts on the news of the day. And for those of you on the go, get the latest news and updates from across the world on the DD India mobile app, which is available on both Android and iOS platforms by scanning the QR code and downloading it. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. Thanks very much for watching. Namaskar.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
welcome to DD India's special broadcast, which is all about the 2024 US presidential elections, perhaps the most consequential of all in around 70 democratic exercises which have been unfolding across the world throughout this year. I'm Gautam Roy, and coming up in the next 30 minutes. The world anxiously awaits the result of one of the tightest elections in US history. Donald Trump claims fraud in Philadelphia, Detroit without evidence. Authorities refute the claim, say elections are safe, simple and secure.
There is no cheating, there's no smoke to it.
Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, appoints Israel Katz in his place. The US says will work closely with the next one. And Ukraine troops engage with North Korean units for the first time in Russia. Zelensky says it opens page to instability and escalation. Well, voting for the 2024 presidential elections has closed in at least 6 US states in the bitterly contested election between Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris and Republican former President Donald Trump, including in key battleground states such as Georgia. Voting has been continuing largely smoothly across the rest of the USA on Tuesday, except for a few reports of delays, technical problems and printing errors. Additionally, a few hoax calls have caused some disturbances for a short time, but voting resumed without much delay there as well. There are 538 Electoral College votes allotted to the 50 states and the District of Columbia. It takes 270 votes to be declared winner. Now, we have some preliminary results or projections by different networks that have been coming in from various sources. Results are being continuously updated as additional poll responses are also being gathered and then given out. Donald Trump has so far been projected to win in Florida. These are Edison Research projections as of 6 a.m. IST. According to that, Trump has secured 90 electoral votes and Harris's count so far is 27. Donald Trump has been projected to win Indiana, whereas Harris has been projected to win Vermont. But there's a long list where these projections have come in. Now, these include, like I said, Kentucky, apart from that, for Donald Trump, Alabama, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, I had mentioned, South Carolina and Mississippi as well. So quite a lot of projections have already come in. The tally so far is 90 electoral votes for Donald Trump and 27 for Kamala Harris. These are the Harris projections now. Let me quickly tell them, sort of recount them for you as well. District of Columbia is there. There's Maryland, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, and New Jersey, all for Kamala Harris. That's the count we have so far, right there on the screen. But these are projections, these are not results. The results will come in later. But there are different networks and a lot of them syndicated out of Edison Research. And these are projections that have been made by Edison Research. Again, for Donald Trump, the list is Florida, Alabama, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Mississippi. For Kamala Harris, it's DC, that is District of Columbia, Maryland, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, and New Jersey. Now, even though projections have started pouring in, people might not know the outcome soon unless any one of the duo scores a significant victory in most states, especially the swing states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If there are no blowout margins of victory and the election numbers follow the polls, all of which give leads within the margin of error, with crucial swing state Pennsylvania as narrow as 0.4% for Trump, it may take days or even weeks to sort out the contested results with recounts. And of course, with the polls closing in some states and the counting underway, Donald Trump has claimed massive cheating in Philadelphia. Trump has said there was a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia after Pennsylvania's largest city posted exceptionally high voter turnout. The former president provided no evidence, even as he claimed that law enforcement is coming on his Truth Social platform. Refuting the claims, Philadelphia officials said there is no smoke in it.
And to be clear, Philadelphia elections are safe, simple, and secure, and they have always been. There is no cheating, there's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
And besides Donald Trump's claims of election fraud, there are also reports of Russia's interference in the US presidential race. The federal agency, that is FBI, has warned of bomb threats at polling stations in multiple US states on a tense election day, adding that none were credible, but many appear to originate from Russia. The statement from the Federal Bureau of Investigation came as authorities in the US state of Georgia said hoax bomb threats had briefly disrupted voting there on Tuesday. At least 7 polling stations in Georgia's Fulton County were among those facing threats and were briefly closed. Now, the bomb threats were not the first time US authorities have pointed the finger at Russian interference during the vote. Hours before polls opened, officials warned that Russia-linked disinformation operations had falsely claimed attempts were being made in battleground states to fraudulently sway the outcome of the election. But Russia has denied claims of interference in US presidential polls. In a statement on social media, the Russian embassy in the United States said the allegations made by US intelligence services about electoral violations are baseless. US stock futures and the dollar pushed higher in Asia on Wednesday as early results from the US presidential elections suggested the race remained too close to call, leaving investors jumping at shadows. The S&P 500 rose 1.2% to pull closer to its record set last month. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 427 points or 1%, while the Nasdaq Composite gained 1.4%. While the US dollar index saw a rise of 0.3% to 103.69. Overall, world stocks rose and treasury yields retreated from early highs on Tuesday as markets awaited early indications of the outcome of the knife-edge US presidential elections. Only currency markets showed some jitters. Eurozone bond yields edged up, with Germany's 10-year bond yield climbing nearly 4 basis points to 2.431%. Okay, now let me open this up. I'm joined by my colleague Shubhendu Ghosh from Washington, D.C. And apart from that, we're also joined by our esteemed guests, expert guests, Ashok Sajanhar, former senior diplomat, joining us. Also, Professor Anshu Joshi, School of International Studies at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. Good morning to you all. First to you, Shubhendu. It's turning out to be a long night which might stretch into the day the way things are turning out, although right now If you look at the projections, it seems that Donald Trump is way ahead. But isn't this all so far along expected lines and the numbers could change?
That's right, Gautam. Good evening from Washington, D.C., capital of the United States. Yes, just a cursory glance on the projections as they're coming in might show that Donald Trump appears to be sweeping ahead, but these are still on the expected lines. He's sweeping ahead in the states where, the red states in particular, and we will really have to wait and watch, look at the swing states in particular, and the manner in which those pan out. Those will be the results which will be something that one has to look out for. Pennsylvania, for example, could play a crucial role in determining who is going to be the next leader. Right now, I'm at Howard University. It's spelled as Howard, Howard University. This alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. It's a festive atmosphere here. In a short while from now, she's expected to reach the venue. This is where the election party night is going to be, the election watch night, as they call it, when the candidates finally hang their boots and they look at the numbers and the projections as they come in. A lot of students, a lot of former colleagues of hers, they're all gathering here. They're all going into the space where they'll be sitting together and looking at the projections. Outside there is music. There are posters supporting Kamala Harris. Already some of them calling her as Madam President. So the atmosphere is pretty boosted here. But of course, those projections are just coming in. Donald Trump seems to be doing well on the expected lines, but we'll have to wait and watch till the projections and the numbers from the swing states pour in. Gautam?
Yes, certainly. And just tell us in terms of how these projections might be read so far, where you are at Howard College, where perhaps the entire Kamala Harris camp is going to be pretty soon crowding out that particular area, where they will then look at the numbers every passing moment.
Absolutely. As I mentioned, it seems like a festive atmosphere here. Hundreds of people who are going to attend this particular special night of vote counting have already entered a short while ago, till about half an hour ago. This place was buzzing with people. They've all gone inside. You need a special pass to be able to sit at the same space as the Vice President and look at the projections and celebrate along with her. So the mood right now is that of celebration, but yes, as the projections come in, especially of the blue states, of the swing states, we'll have to see if the music that is played out quite loud right now, if that's going to go down. But right now, people here, the supporters, the alumni of the college, they're pretty kicked. This is where Vice President Kamala Harris studied political science and economics, graduated in the year 1986. It's one of the first time that such a big event, an election night counting, is being organized at the university. The head of the university said it's a matter of great privilege. Kamala Harris already is a very illustrious alumni of this institution, and now the big night could be historic for America as a whole. She could possibly be the first woman president of the United States of America if results pan out in her favor. But for now, those initial projections should be making the Democrats a little concerned. But again, these are on expected lines. We'll have to see how are the swing states playing as far as the counting is concerned. Gautam?
Yes, certainly. Let me bring in Professor Anshu Joshi of the SIS at JNU, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Sarjandhar. Professor Joshi, what do you make of the prospect right now of both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? Because the numbers, the projections are coming in thick and fast, but as far as the results go, we're quite a long time off still from getting the first results.
Gautam, at the moment it is very difficult to say or speculate anything, because many times we have seen that these early speculations could be misleading also. And we are not even standing at the last step of the very complex US elections, though the elections are very critical not only for United States of America but for global politics as well. And right now entire world is looking at these elections, but this is like last but one step wherein people are casting their votes to choose their electors 538 in numbers, and these electors are going to form electors college. This college will finally elect the President of United States of America in the month of December, and the oath taking ceremony is going to happen, or the results would be announced in the month of January 2025. So at the moment, Gautam, it is very difficult to say anything, but the kind of news reports that are coming in clearly indicate that Trump is having a lead so far over Kamala Harris, and the focus, and especially I'm looking at those 7 swing states that are going to play a critical role in deciding who is going to become the next president of United States of America, especially the state of Pennsylvania with the 19 electoral votes, and then North Carolina having 16 electoral votes. And there are then 5 other important states, swing states. They will decide who is going to become the president of United States of America. But we all have we all have read the reports today morning that Trump is having an edge in the state of Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia. And the news reports also claim that Republicans are going to have both seats in Virginia after 1958 for the first time. So it's really significant. On the other hand, Harris is having an edge in other states like Vermont and Connecticut. But these are only speculations, Gautam. So we will have to wait until the month of January or first week of January when we would be able to say something like in a clear-cut manner. Right now, these are only speculations. But yes, we can see that on the other hand, we can see that Trump is having an edge to become the next president of United States of America.
Right, right. If I could come to you now, Ashok Sajjanhar, while Professor Joshi was speaking, again the numbers seem to have changed. So we're on old numbers right now. It's 101 for Trump and 71 for Harris. And the way these projections are coming in right now, it's seeing 12% has been reported in the case of Pennsylvania, where Kamala Harris has a tremendous lead for now as far as this contest is concerned with Donald Trump.
Me on the show. You're right, meaning these are early leads. So, of course, early leads can solidify. But
do they generally bear out? If we look at the history of elections in the US, do such projections, these leads, do they bear out in the ultimate count, in the final results?
By and large, Gautam, they bear out. By and large, they bear out. But of course, there can be aberrations. There can be sort of, changes that take place. And that is what I was coming to right now. And actually, Shubhendu might be able to sort of, guide us on this a little more, because what I understand is that first it is the mail-in, voters, mail-in ballots that are being counted. So if it is, as you mentioned in Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has taken a lead. It was said, that there are a large number of women, young women, and in mail-in ballots, it is the women that have participated in a much more active manner. Out of the about 82 million early voting that took place, there was about 55% that was by women and about 45% by men. So, it is to be expected that in Pennsylvania, if it is the mail-in votes that are being counted first, that, Kamala Harris would take a lead initially. But we'll have to wait and see. The other point that I want to make is that, what you have mentioned, first you mentioned 90 leads for Donald Trump, 27 for Kamala Harris, now about 100 plus for Donald Trump and 70 odd for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's according to AP.
These are basically trends. These are basically leads in the traditional red and blue states. So that means, it's nothing surprising, because it is only in terms of the counting that is taking place in some of the states, which is taking place faster. So, the results, the projections are coming in quicker. But otherwise, what you had shown earlier, which was, as we were discussing yesterday also, that the blue states are 224, which gave Kamala Harris 224 electoral votes. She needs 46 more. As far as the red states are concerned, they give Donald Trump 219, and he needs 51 more. So I think there is nothing really to get very, for the Kamala Harris camp. nothing to get perturbed about it that, Donald Trump is leading, because he's leading in red states. He's not, being able to flip over any of the blue states as per the indications. So we'll really have to wait and see how it goes. But I agree that it is the battleground states which are really going to call the shots as we progress during the course of the day. And you've given first indications in Pennsylvania, so we'll really have to wait and see how the...
I'll give you another one. Georgia. 61.7% of the estimated vote tallied. Trump has 52.7 and Harris is 46.7. So I've given you two battleground states, one for Harris, it's too early although, and the other for Trump.
Yeah, basically, it was Biden was able to flip by a mere 12,000 votes last time in 2020. So if Kamala Harris is able to retain it, I think it will be huge. It will mean that, she'll not have to depend on the great lake states,
the blue wall states.
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, the blue wall states. So she'll not have to depend completely on that. She will have some maneuvering margins. She'll have some maneuvering leverage if she's able to flip either, keep Georgia and get also North Carolina.
Trump is leading right now in Georgia.
Trump is leading in Georgia.
Yes.
Okay, so it's again flipped as we have seen, because earlier you said it was Kamala Harris which was leading, but now it is Trump which is leading. And if he's able to flip, then of course it makes the race, Gotham, that much tighter for Kamala Harris. That means she has to capture the three blue wall states, which give her 19 in Pennsylvania, which gives her 15 in Michigan and 10 in Wisconsin. But still she will need a little more to get to the 46 electoral college votes that she is asking for, 10 more votes, which she'll have to get from the other four battleground states. I think it's important to keep in mind also, Gautam, that last time Biden was able to capture 6 out of these 7 battleground states. So it is going to be a little tough as we go, because Kamala Harris will have to do the capture the blue wall states, and then also look at something else. Arizona is being voting, at least the surveys and the poll preferences seem to indicate that Trump has a lead there. Trump has an edge. So I think Arizona can really safely, 10 votes of Arizona can be safely moved out of there. So out of the 93, we have only 83, from which Kamala Harris has to get 46. So really, we'll have to wait and see how counting pans out in the coming hours.
Okay, just stay with me, Professor Joshi, as well as Mr. Sajjadhar. Let me once again go back to Shubhendu Ghosh, who's at Howard University, where we're expecting Kamala Harris to turn up for her election watch party. Just stay there, hunker down, and watch the results or the projections. Right now, of course, we're talking about projections as they come in, and then perhaps at some point either claim victory or concede defeat. That moment is still quite far away, isn't it, Shubhendu?
Absolutely, there is still time. We were talking about the ballots and the votes, Gautam. As I understand, the states, unlike India...
It looks like the crowd is building up behind you, Shubhendu. If you could just give us a good sense of where you're standing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If I can give you a picture of how people are gathering, more and more people are coming in. A short while ago, hundreds of people had already entered the venue. They have a special pass that allows them to go inside. Many of them are students of Howard University. Many alumni, they've all come to meet their very illustrious alumni who's already the vice president, but she is now gunning for the highest office here in the United States, for the position of the president. Excited students there, they'd like to see one of their alumni get the top job, but the counting is still on. Inside is a festive atmosphere, there's music being played. Kamala Harris speaks of Howard University as a very, very special place. Her alma mater, this is where she studied her basics of politics and economics. She talks about this is a place which really drove her ambition and also the idea of service into her. And she's been in touch even in her professional career and political career. She has been coming back to this very special university, and the head of the university talks about how they're very proud of her alumni, and never before such an event has taken place in the university premises on the vote counting night. So big day for Kamala Harris, and also big day for the students who've all gathered here for a memorable night, hoping that things will pan out in their favor. But coming to real politics, the counting of the ballots, we understand that each of the states have their own rules of counting the ballots. Many count them later. First, the electronic votes and the ballots that are taken in today on the election day are counted first. The early voting and the ballots are taken in later. Each of the states decide for themselves, and that's how the ballots proceed. So in that sense, certain projections that we see right now could be projections of today of the election day. But soon what happened in the early voting, what happened in the postal ballot, mind you, many also participated in elections through the postal ballot. It's just that the postal ballot take time to process. They have to verify the document. They have to make sure that it's authentic in every manner, signature, document. And those processes take a little more time. And therefore, postal ballot results take a little more time for come in as compared to, say, electronic voting, whose results data is just fed into the system. So in that sense, projections is what we are looking at the moment. At Harvard is a festive mood, but we'll have to see how the night progresses and how does that impact the mood here.
Yes, definitely. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that there is some kind of a concert going on over there, because the crowd is young and they're clearly quite enthused by the fact that they might see history in the making today. The first woman president of the United States, if that were to happen, and of course a woman of color as well, of mixed descent, part Indian and part African American. So that is something that can turn out to be quite remarkable. Anshu Joshi, we were talking earlier. Yes, go ahead. Yep. Go ahead, Shubhendu. We're getting
if I may just add,
yes.
Because you mentioned about because you mentioned about Kamala Harris's legacy as a woman of color, possibly has a chance to become the next president. This university also is particularly known for the kind of support, kind of infrastructure it offers to students of color here in the United States. It is seen as a safe haven, a place of aspirational youngsters, especially from the colored background. So in that sense, this aspiration to get to the top office, not just for Kamala Harris, but of the entire community here. And that is what we're experiencing here at the moment. The music, the excitement, the energy of the place, all contributing to this whole aspirational value of not just one person, but the entire community. Gautam?
Well, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if come admission season in, I guess, in spring, because there are 2 seasons normally for admissions in US universities, a major port of call for students worldwide too, foreign students, might become Howard University as well. What do you make of that prospect, Professor Anshu Joshi?
Gautam, I would like to comment on, or would just add to what you had just said few minutes back about Harris. If at all she wins the elections, and if she gets to become the next president of America, definitely it's going to be a history, as in, the first woman president of United States of America, and that too like a woman of color. I mean, having her roots from India as well as from Africa, America, as we can see the visuals also, you can see a diversified community of students here representing different races, different religions, of course, different types of communities and so on. But they're having a similar kind of aspiration, and that's where Kamala Harris comes into the picture, because at the moment, this is how I can see both the candidates keeping apart their ideologies, or for that matter, parties. If we look at both these faces of Kamala Harris, on the other hand, Donald Trump, actually, Harris represents those who believe in this woke culture, or Generation Z, when she speaks about laws related to abortion, the kind of approach that she is having related to climate change containment, or for that matter, sustainable development. There she is different from Donald Trump, and there actually we can see why and how the fervor coming from the new generation or the younger generation, and why this generation Z is speaking in favor of Kamala Harris. On the other hand, when we look at the face of Trump, we have already seen his tenure as the President of United States of America, and if at all he manages to become the next president of United States of America, again, it is going to be a history like consecutively, like last time he could not manage to win. This time, if he manages to become the president of America, again, it will be like a new chapter. So all eyes on what would be the results. But again, I would say the same thing. It is very early to say anything at the moment, though we are looking at the projections. But the candidate who would be able to manage his or her traditional red or blue, state, along with flipping the rivals state, I think, and mostly things depend on these 7 swing states, I would say, and we are coming across the projections coming from Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia. But what about Arizona and states like Michigan and Nevada? They are very important, very crucial in deciding who will become the next president of United States of America.
Well, yes, certainly. And this is, again, we have more projections coming in. New York projected for Harris. That has 28 electoral votes, a fairly substantial kitty there. But again, Trump has got Louisiana. Again, these are projections, 8 electoral votes. And there's Kansas as well, which has been projected in favor of Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. That's according to Fox News. So all these updates are coming in, Mr. Ashok Sajjanhar, and we can see on the screen as well. Right now for Donald Trump, the projection is 154 electoral votes as opposed to 27 for Harris, and these are the projections that are being given by Reuters. Of course, figures are varying from other sources as well, and we are trying to get you something which is more conservative at this moment in terms of how things are being projected, because projections otherwise are stretching to as much as 120 for Trump and 99 for Harris as well. Ashok Sajjanhar, what do you make of how things are panning out right now? It seems red is staying red and blue is staying blue.
Yes, that's right. So far, red is staying red, blue is staying blue. And of course, in terms of the counting that is there, I think it ranges anything from, the leads are being given. Even if 1% of the votes have been counted, the leads are there. If 4% have been counted, the leads are there. 55% have been counted, the leads are there. So, meaning I think these leads also need to be taken in terms of how much of the voting that has been done, and as a result of which these leads are being offered, because anything about 4 to 10% of votes counted, there could be a change. But the bottom line is that, as you put it very rightly, and I fully agree with you, red is staying red, blue is staying blue. There has been no change so far, no flip at all. And the map that you have shown, Gautam, you see the Midwest, you see the Rust Belt. As it is, it was expected that this is going to be the the red playground, and the blue playground is basically on the 2 coastal areas. The eastern part, New York and Massachusetts and all, Connecticut and all the other areas. And here, as far as the western seaboard is concerned, you have California and Washington and some of the other states on this side. So but basically the real issue will be on the battleground states, and that is where I'm sure the eyes of the whole world are riveted, the whole world are focused, and we will see the trends. And trends, I'm sure, there are going to be much more volatile. They are going to be changing very quickly, as you mentioned also yourself, in one of the states. First, Kamala Harris is leading, and then Donald Trump leads, because that is really, when we call this election a neck and neck battle, absolutely, it is keeping everyone on tenterhooks, because these are the states, 93 electoral college votes. they are really ultimately going to determine who the future occupant of the White House is going to be. Total number might be 538, but out of that we have seen 224 plus 219, 440 or so. They are, quite accounted for. It is only the 90 plus votes that people are focusing on. So we'll really have to wait and see. And of course, along with it, Gautam, there is also the total House of Representatives, 435 congressmen who are also being elected. There are also 34 senators who are being elected, and there are also about 10 governors who are being elected, in addition to voting on so many other specific issues like abortion, like the use of marijuana and all that sort of things, in which about 10 states, they are also participating.
Yes, these are all the issues that are on the ballot. But let's talk about why there's blue staying blue and red staying red, and just everything hinging on these battleground states, Professor Joshi, because why is the American polity so divided now? It was divided to a certain extent even earlier, but the division is very sharp and very even now, 50-50. It just seems you just have to shift a bunch of voters and then the entire election can swing one way or the other. Why is that the case?
Gautam, it is a very clear-cut division when it comes to the by parties that exist in and their ideologies that exist in United States of America. So much so, Gautam, that even industrialists are, clear-cut, in a very clear-cut way, they are lobbied. And we have seen in past few days that how they are coming up in support of their chosen ones or the parties they support. So
we're just showing, just for the benefit of our viewers, I just wanted to interrupt you to tell you that we're showing images now of the Trump Watch Party at West Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, his resort there, which is also his second home. The other one, of course, being in New York. This is the Trump Watch Party. Lots of supporters gathered there as well. And more will be coming in, not just from within this particular region or from Miami or from the state of Florida, but from even outside, including people from Washington, D.C., a lot of people such as the House leader, the Speaker will be coming there, Mike Johnson will be coming there, and lots of other people as well will be joining Donald Trump. I believe Elon Musk is also one of them who's going to be there. Professor Joshi, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just trying to explain that the two parties and the kind of political system that United States of America has, actually both the parties represent by and large the two ideologies that exist in the world as well. So that is why, and that is where we can see that, be it about a common man or the industrialists or for that matter media, everybody has their own clear-cut ideology, and they don't have any confusion. So when we look at Republicans, we know, they have an image, the kind of ideology they follow, their policy. So we know that from where does it come. And when it comes to economy, we know that what kind of policies the Republicans follow. On the other hand, when we look at Democrats, we clearly, they reflect the left face of the nation. So that is why I had stated earlier that when we look at Kamala Harris right now, she is representing this younger generation, women voters, people who believe in this diversity of gender, people who believe in wokeism and so on. So people in America, they are quite mature when it comes to the ideologies to follow, and that is why we can see that what Ambassador Sajjanhal was also discussing, that it's very difficult to flip the conventional or traditional red or blue state. So in America, that is where, because of having this bipartisan system and having only two political parties and with clear-cut ideologies, with clear-cut policies, which are not flipped like with time. So we can see that people stick to the party they follow or the candidates they follow.
Certainly. Mr. Sajjanhal, if I could come to you again, we put out the numbers there, 154.30 according to Reuters right now. But these numbers could change. These are still projections, and Of course, again, we see how red is saying red and blue is saying blue. But what are your thoughts on why this sort of a divide where even polls couldn't tell us whether it will be Donald Trump or Harris there?
Excellent question. Let me make 2 points here. Number one is that the US elections, if you look at the last quarter of a century from 2000 onwards, they have been very close elections. It's not that, barring the election in 2008 when Barack Obama had a landslide victory over John McCain, in which he won, I think, close to about 400 electoral college votes. All the other elections have been, by and large, very closely contested. The memory, of course, goes back to 2000 when George W. Bush won over Al Gore through a decision of the Supreme Court, in which he was declared a winner merely by 532 votes in Florida, because we knew so many of those voting ballots. There were chads and there were some ballots which would not be accepted. So 532 votes was the margin which really brought George W. Bush for the first time in 2001 to the White House. And after that also 2004, I was in Washington DC at that time, and when George W. Bush came in again to occupy the White House, that was also a very close election. And we of course know what has happened in 2020. We also know what has happened in 2016. 2016, it was Hillary Clinton and the Democrats who thought that they were winning, and it was a very close election. And although Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but then she lost the electoral college vote. While in that was 2016. In 2020, we had the highest voter turnout, which I'm told could be overtaken by the voting this time, because both the sides, since it's such a polarized election, both the sides appear to be very, very charged. And 2020 also, it was a very close call, and it really boiled down only to these battleground states. That having been said, I think what really makes this election so difficult to call and makes it so very polarized is also because of the personality of one of the protagonists, that is Donald Trump. He is a disruptor. He is an insurgent. He is, going against all the norms that have been established. You look at the language that he uses in terms of, not only as far as the opponent is concerned, but even as far as women are concerned, as far as, his misogynistic approach to the whole thing. So I think that charges up his own base, but it also, causes revulsion in his opposition. Kamala Harris has, been able to maintain a very civil and a very civilized and a very cordial tone, although, hitting out strongly as far as the issues are concerned on economy, on gender, on immigration, etc., and on preservation of democracy, which she says is, going to be under threat, which the Democrats say is going to be under threat if Trump were to come back to power. So I think the polarizing figure, because earlier, whenever you saw, whether it was George W. Bush and Al Gore or Senator John Kerry and John McCain and all the others, they have all been, there are certain norms according to which you conduct yourself in terms of, this in the presidential polls, in the field of politics. But Mr. Trump, he doesn't believe in any such norms. And that is what I think has caused this polarization. And if it is so polarized, the whole atmosphere is so polarized, then of course it forces, it energizes, it enthuses the supporters of the two incumbents to come out onto the field, come out onto the voting booths in much larger numbers. And I think that is what we are witnessing today.
Yes, certainly. It was interesting that you mentioned that most elections since 2000 have been close, except for the one between McCain and Obama, which Obama won with a landslide. But Professor Joshi, hasn't the US of 2000 changed quite a lot demographically till 2024, so much so that immigration and illegal immigration has become a major election issue, which is what is the reason that this is not being reflected in the kind of elections that the US has been having through the years?
That's a wonderful question, Gautam, and it is not only about United States of America. When you look around the world, you would see that how demographically, or for that matter, ideologically, because of the intervention of latest technologies, the world has changed by and large. And the same can be seen in United States of America also. And when it comes to the kind of people now who are living in US enabled by latest technologies and the kind of challenges being posed on United States of America because of people also, you would see that the new challenges have cropped up, and that is where one of the most important themes picked by both the candidates comes into the picture, which is related to immigration. That's where Trump seems to be really harsh and very stringent because he knows, or for that matter, people from America know that how this, issue of illegal immigration, particularly between United States of America and Mexico, is causing immense problems when it comes to for United States of America in terms of its security and safety. So that's where Trump is very strict when it comes to this illegal immigration in particular. But by and large, you see that how demography also has changed in United States of America. And here I would like to bring into the picture the kind of skilled professionals who are living in United States of America who basically come from India. So all the engineers, doctors and other skilled professionals. And here Trump is talking about hire in America, which is kind of, creating a question mark or apprehensions among the Indians who are living in United States of America at the moment. And definitely this particular kind of, the policy proposed by Trump would definitely impact the voting or the Indian voters who are going to vote. So these are all examples that, people from diversified sections of not only United States of America, but from rest of the world are also having a say in the politics of United States of America at present. And definitely it has changed since 2000s. And the kind of claims being made by both the candidates here would play a critical role. For example, when it comes to the proposed policies related to immigration, wherein Harris seems to be a bit, relaxed, while Trump is coming up with the harsh statements, would definitely impact Latino voters. On the other hand, in the area of economic policies, wherein Trump is proposing make America great again, he's talking about make in America thing, and he's also talking about hire in America. So definitely it is going to impact the Indian voters or the other skilled people who are living in America at the moment and having their rights to vote. And then there is another kind of what should I say, section. For example, you look at the younger generation and women voters. So when this theme or this issue related to abortion is coming into the picture, there also it's going to play a very important role in deciding who is going to become the president of United States of America. Climate change containment is another issue. We all know that when Trump became the president of United States of America, he took a very lenient view of, related to sustainable development, or when it came to the policies related to pollution. He also withdrew United States of America from Paris Agreement at the moment. Yes. It was a very critical decision, and later it was reversed when Biden became the president of United States of America. Last but not the least, foreign policy, wherein Trump is talking about ending the wars. So definitely people who belong to the countries that are indulged into war and they are living in United States of America at the moment, having their right to vote. Definitely this kind of a policy being proposed or statements given by Trump would play a decisive picture or a decisive role. So definitely US has changed in terms of the people who are living in or are going to cast their votes in United States of America. At the same time, Gautam, technology also has played a critical role in shaping the nations that look like what they are at present. So a lot of things have changed, but ideologies remain the same. So it would be interesting to see, because the ideologies are intact with both the parties, both the candidates. So there it would be interesting to see that what ideologies the voters pick at the end of the day.
Certainly, and again, that has divided America down the middle. Let's just take a look at a graphic that we made for you, where we can show you which way which state has been leaning, and this is something that tells us where some of these states are completely sold, where Democrats are concerned. But then there are other states, fewer in number, that lean Democrat, but not very strongly. Then competitive states are the ones that are now also referred to as swing states or battleground states. Then there are lean Republican states, and then solid Republican. So the Republican side of the scale, if you just look at it in terms of how this table is working out, looks heavier. But there are very, very heavy states which are solidly Democratic, such as California, which has the highest number of electoral votes, 54 of them, and even New York is pretty substantial, although there's Texas, which is on the solid Republican side, which is again the second highest in numbers as far as electoral votes are concerned. Even Florida with 30 electoral votes, where Trump is right now in West Palm Beach, in Mar-a-Lago, that too is a substantial number. So that's how these states have been stacked up of late in the US. Now let's talk about the biggest issue, as it seemed to have been emerging, but if you look at exit polls now, another issue emerged even bigger than that, the issue of democracy. But let's talk about the economy, Ashok Sajjanhar. If we look at how economy has been talked about in these elections, if you believe the Democrats, the economy is doing great. The US is among the faster growing developed countries. The jobs situation is great. People are making decent money as well. They're doing better economically. They're better off compared to the way things were in 2020. And of course, we've got the Fed cutting rates as well. Another cut might be coming right after the election, even before perhaps the final results come in. So inflation is in control as well. But if you look at what Donald Trump is saying, he's saying that the American economy is in the doldrums. It's gone to the dogs, and people are much worse off than they were when he was himself president. So who do you believe?
Yeah, no, I think that is one of the most critical issues, that always decides elections. If you remember, whether it was Bill Clinton or it was George H.W. Bush, and, their famous quip that they had made, it is the economy stupid, because it is the economy which really determines which way the people are going to vote, how much money they have in their pockets, how they are able to supply, their kitchens and their dining tables with food for their families, education, healthcare, housing, etc. These are very, very important issues. And this is what, Donald Trump has been tapping in. Because, I could look at it on two perspectives. One is, as far as the broad figures are concerned, what you said very rightly, at the macro level, the US economy seems to be doing quite well. It is 2% plus growth. Even the Fed has brought down rates. The inflation also seems to be under control, etc., etc. But that is the overall figure, that is the overall level. But if you look at the individuals, particularly, you're showing this map where we see the red states, and, those are the Midwest states.
Yes,
and one comment,
but the color, let me just add, is completely bold in both the cases, red and blue. So that indicates red is red, blue is blue. Had it been flipped, there would have been these diagonal lines across it. So they are not there anywhere right now on the map.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, the point that I wanted to make is that the population in these states, although, the territorial area, the geographical area that they might occupy is very large, as you can see, the central part of the United States. But the population is low, so that the number of electoral college votes that they send to Washington, D.C. for the final decision, that is much lesser. And that is why, when you had shown your own chart also, Gautam, you showed that, there are about 20, 30 of the states which are going the Trump way, which are the red states. But in terms of numbers, they are just, 10, 8 electoral college votes. But that having been said, coming to the economy, as far as this area is concerned, these are the people who have lost jobs. They are the white males without education, without college degrees. Earlier, they used to have, much more, their average income, their average salaries were much greater than the normal salary in the United States. This is of the white males in the Midwest, because these were the blue-collar jobs. Now all the blue-collar jobs have disappeared. They've all gone to China. And that is what Trump was able to tap in 2016. And what
the issue of US steel became so big that you had Harris saying that it will stay with the US will continue to own it, and it's not being sold to Japan.
No, absolutely. I think that was what he was able to do in 2016. And he says that, his track record of the economy was very good. The inflation was low, housing was low, there was no problem, investments were coming in, jobs were there, and he had been able to push back against China. Today, what is happening, after that we saw that COVID-19 pandemic came, and the United States has still not been able to get out of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So
and that was followed by the war in Ukraine, which had its own add-on,
yes, absolutely,
which brought its own add-on misery.
Absolutely, energy prices, etc. That has added on. So I think while the headline numbers might look quite impressive, but at the level, at the micro level, people are feeling the impact, feeling the pinch of the economy not doing well for them. Housing is more expensive, inflation is huge. They are not able to get decent paying jobs for themselves. So I think there are all these problems. Trump has a track record which says that I will come and I will set it right. As far as Harris is concerned, she has some plans. She says middle income groups, I will give them housing loans. But then Trump asks her, okay, if you had these plans, you had 4 years to do them. Why didn't you do it at that time? So I think she has her back to the wall, and economy, of course, is playing an important part, even as far as the immigrants are concerned. The young immigrants are concerned. Many of them are going for Trump because they have greater faith in Trump in terms of his economic policies.
Right, it does look that way, which is why even when you have the changing demographics and white America sort of falling, giving space or giving way to a more colored America, yet the polity remains as divided as ever, because the issues at the core are pan-American and they affect everyone in multiple ways, and people are feeling the pinch where the economy is concerned. People are concerned about illegal immigration. Everybody is concerned about it. Anybody who is a legal citizen, and legal citizens are the ones who have the vote. They are the ones who are concerned about it. So these are the two big issues. And the issue of democracy being under threat, being in danger. Anshu Joshi, Professor Joshi, do you feel that that is something that has also had resonance with people, because that is something that the Democrats talked about a lot in the context of Agenda 2025, which Donald Trump disowned?
Gautam, what is when we talk about what is there when we talk about democratic values, or for that matter democracy? So when the day-to-day life of a common man of any country is good, when the person is having a house, good food to eat, a good job to go for, and peace and security. then we can say that, democratic values, and when, of course, the person has a freedom to express his or her views. So democratic values by and large revolve around all these things, actually the day-to-day life of a common man. And that's where we have seen that in past 4 years, how when particularly it comes to the economy of United States of America under the leadership of Biden and of course Kamala Harris, because she has been the vice president of the nation got involved into two big wars. First and foremost, this Russia-Ukraine war started, and we all know that indirectly it's a war between Russia and United States of America. And on the other hand, we saw that how this Israel-Hamas conflict started. Not only started, the other countries, neighboring countries are also getting involved into the war. And we all know that there also indirectly it is kind of a war between United States of America and Iran at the moment. And we all have seen that how under the leadership of Biden, he actually fueled up both the conflicts. So that actually has impacted not only the economy at the macro level of the nation, but also day-to-day lives of common people living in United States
Yes,
of
so
America
all these
at
issues
micro level.
are coming together and making it a very, very contested election, and that is what is playing out where these numbers are also concerned. The projections, of course, right now favoring Donald Trump, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. Thank you for joining us, Professor Joshi. I believe Ashok Sajjanhar too had to go, so we have said a good night to him as well, or a good morning rather, and we will keep our continuous coverage of the US elections going. This is an election that is going down to the wire. It's just the beginning right now of the uncertainty that we may have to contend with, so keep watching DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Kolkata, the city of joy, the capital of the eastern state of West Bengal in India, has long been one of the leading metro cities and cultural centers of the nation.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the latest here on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy and we're getting you all that is the latest about the US 2024 presidential elections. Right now, projections coming in thick and fast from different states and mostly the numbers that are staying right now in favor of Donald Trump. Although these are early days yet, no results have been declared. These are just projections, and these are projections along expected lines. Red is staying red, blue is staying blue. Only one Senate seat so far seems to have been flipped in terms of the projections, but we'll get to details as we go along. First up, let's get you the top stories. The world anxiously awaits the result of one of the tightest elections in US history. Donald Trump projected to win 162 votes so far. Kamala Harris stands at 62. Trump claims fraud in Philadelphia, Detroit without evidence. Authorities refute the claim, say elections are safe, simple and secure.
There is no cheating, there's no smoke to it.
Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, appoints Israel Katz in his place. The US says will work closely with the replacement. And Ukrainian troops engage with North Korean units for the first time in Russia. Zelensky says it opens page to instability and escalation. All right, first up, as far as the US elections go, let's show you the projections coming in from different networks or channels. These are up on your screen. You can see, as far as ABC is concerned, 154.27, CBS 154.30, NBC 151.30, Fox at 178.100. That's a fair jump there. CNN at 154.30, Edison 154.30, AP 135.99, and DDHQ is at 143.95. So these are all projections that are coming from different sources, networks, as well as research organizations. With that, it's time to get you a new panel of our expert guests. We have joining us Ambassador Neelam Deo, co-founder Gateway House. We also have Michael Kugelman, who's from the Wilson Center in the US. Good morning to both of you. If I could come to you, Ambassador Deo, what do you make of the projections so far? Because none of the states that have been projected so far by different networks seem to have been flipped. Again, blue is staying blue and red is staying red, although red right now is a fairly larger number compared to the blue.
No, I think that's exactly right. These are states that are already deemed to be either blue or red, and they have come out with those projections. As you know, a lot depends on what percentage of votes has been counted, and other than the Fox projection, everybody else seems to be arriving at more or less the same state. So no surprises yet, even if it looks as if former President Trump is way ahead, but that's only because big Republican states like Texas and Florida have already been called by the networks.
Yes. Michael Kugelman, why do you think this is the case? Why isn't it a case where, blue flips blue, red and the other way around, even in these states? Why is it just boiling down to what is being termed as battleground and swing states, and just 7 of them out of a total of 50?
I should mention first that I'm not Michael Kugelman. I'm Michael Davis.
I'm sorry.
Michael
I'm sorry.
Kugelman.
I was given the name Michael Kugelman. I apologize for that.
He's my colleague at the Wilson Center, but I'm not him.
Okay.
I'm Michael Davis.
Well, great to have one Michael with us. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Davis, yes. No, the thing is, you know, right now we're getting a lot of votes that are from red states, and so it's going to make Trump look like he's far ahead. But I wouldn't expect that to continue for a long time. Another thing that happens in the vote counting is rural areas, which tend to be Republican, even in swing states, will come in first before urban areas because of the challenge of counting the votes. So those swing states are important because of the electoral college system. So we know already pretty much which states are going to go Democrat, which are Republican, and it's these swing states then that will determine the outcome. And right now, the most important one is Pennsylvania.
Yes, it certainly is, where again we had certain projections which showed that it might be Kamala Harris might be leading, but very few votes even projected at this moment. Ambassador Deo, what do you make of the fact that you have had elections where Trump has only managed to hold on to one, which is the last time around, which is North Carolina, among these 7 swing states. But most essential for Kamala Harris, it seems, is the blue wall states that she needs to hold on to be able to win this election. Right now, the projection numbers changing as well. 162 for Donald Trump and 81 for Kamala Harris. And this is essentially the Edison research numbers that have been given out by Reuters.
You know, I think these are going to change as the day progresses, because if once Pennsylvania is declared, which can take time and last, in the last election, you will recall that it took 4 days for Pennsylvania's result to be accepted and for Biden to have won. So I think we shouldn't be reading too much into this, but it is interesting that red states are staying red and the blue states are staying blue, which would imply that despite all the difficulties that the Americans feel they have gone through in the last 4 years with inflation, cost of living rises, the wars in, the Russia-Ukraine war, the Israel-Gaza war, not much has changed in their voting patterns, at least so far. We will find out as the day goes whether, in fact, it influences voting in any declared states which are red or blue, and most importantly, whether these difficulties, the abortion change of law, these things, whether they make a difference in these swing states.
Right. Now, if you talk about, you mentioned some of these issues, you mentioned the economy, you mentioned the wars, the difficulties post-COVID, the cost of living. But let's talk about some of the other issues as well, which have not perhaps figured as much in the debate around the elections. For example, the changes in the composition of the Supreme Court, the possible changes that can happen in case Donald Trump again becomes president, how the composition could be changed even further from the way he intended it to be. Michael Davis, and even the issue of environment has been talked about as much as it really concerns the world, because we've had COP happening at this time as well. But in the election, it doesn't seem to have been figuring as much as one would have thought.
Well, I think the problem now in the U.S., and it's sort of a characteristic of the Trump era, but it's also a very modern problem in many countries, that people are getting all their information in information bubbles. And so if you're on the political right or Republican supporter, you don't hear much about the issues you just mentioned. Those issues aren't prominent. Trump is a kind of climate denier. And so a lot of the people that support him think the climate problem environmental problems are overblown. And Trump, of course, pounds these issues in every chance he gets. So this is, I think, a problem we have. Even on the economy, actually, economists look at it, the economy's performed better under Biden than Trump, actually. But if you listen to the Republican media, the Fox News and so on, you would think the economy's in shambles. And so I think this kind of disinformation that people suffer from in the current state has been a big problem in U.S. politics. and also in many other parts of the world, in many democracies. And so populist leaders are able to promote ideas that may not hold water. And Trump, of course, is very famous for making up things. And there's a score on how many lies he tells that's phenomenal. These are kinds of things politicians in the old days couldn't get away with, but in the politics of the present, they can.
Well, certainly, and one would have thought that the issue of environment, climate change would become prominent with the kind of hurricanes that have been hitting the US from Florida, where Trump himself is at the moment, going up to North Carolina. But only the response to the disaster has been a bit of a focus in the election and not the root cause of it. Let me now bring in my colleague Anil Thomas joining us from the newsroom to talk more about what's really happening in terms of the projections and possible way right now how the numbers are coming in. Anil, it again is completely hinging, as it had always been projected to hinge upon the 7 battleground or swing states. Right now, no flips anywhere else.
Well, good morning, Gautam. Well, that's exactly what everyone is looking for with bated breath, especially in 2020, the swing states. Many expected Trump to come out strong, but Biden managed to flip many of them, and this time around we're still waiting for the swing states. Purely in terms of projections, some saying in some places voting is just closed, but in many places analysts say it's going to be a neck-to-neck race. So those 7 swing states could decide the fate of this particular elections. I think the way things stand at this point of time, 81 to 154 with regards to 47% of vote for Kamala Harris and 52% for Trump. Clearly indicative of, a big gap opening, but we'll have to wait slowly and watch for the swing states when they come into play. And that's where, the big game is going to be, especially Pennsylvania, as mentioned by one of the experts. It took almost 4 days for their results to come in 2020. And if, things don't go the way Trump anticipates, we could see a long drawn battle, especially a courtroom battle that could, unfold in the days to come.
Yes, certainly. What's really happening in Iowa? Because that was again looking like a state that could be flipped. If you look at, if you consider the opinion poll, very controversial and very much talked about opinion poll that had said that Kamala Harris has a bit of a chance of flipping it.
Well, exactly, Gautam. That's been the case with many states in this particular elections, Iowa in particular, where, many expected Kamala to do almost, pulling off a rabbit out of the hat there. But, as things stand, still too early to call, but surely it's going neck to neck, and, somewhere Trump has a slight advantage there on that particular seat. But all in all, in many seats, especially Louisiana, Texas, that's almost Trump is almost certain to win those seats. Things could get interesting. But the big gap opening up, many people calling up and asking the big gap opening up, is it Trump? Is it all the way Trump this time to the White House? I think still early to call, but I think it's an interesting election. You've never seen an American election go so close. And, cultural issues, conservatives, they're very much out. This is the last chance that conservatives have, especially when it comes to, pulling things back. Cultural issues, women's rights, all on the forefront. We'll have to wait and watch whether the Republicans or the Democrats, have they managed to get their voters to come out and vote? That's going to be the big question. And that's where the flip or the swing is going to be.
Yes, certainly. If I could again come to you, Michael Davis, I'm looking at the numbers that Iowa is being projected at the moment. It's not been projected yet. There are still certain numbers that we have where it's being shown as Kamala Harris at 52.7 and Donald Trump at 46.1. If this bears out, do you think that this could be a game changer?
Because most of the math relying on the swing states assumes that everyone's going to get the red states and the blue state that they get every time. So it is significant if she's made a dent. But, that's further west, and the states further west, you're not going to get any serious results probably until way past midnight over here, and maybe well into tomorrow, because, the width of the United States, east and west, that means the time differences. And so those polls are still open out there.
Okay. Ambassador Dev, if I could come to you and ask you about, again, Iowa, what do you make of how things are looking at the moment in terms of any of them, Harris or Trump, flipping a significant state?
So I just want to say that in the case of Iowa, the poll that you mentioned, the pollster herself, very highly respected, but she expressed immense surprise at the result she found. I think that it would be a real gain if, in fact, Kamala Harris wins that state, which is always referred to as ruby red among one of the committed Republican states. I also want to make one other point. You were talking earlier about the environment, climate change, those issues. Actually, young people in the United States, as all over the world, are very concerned about those issues. They do not figure very high because very often they are not part of the questions that pollsters put out when they are seeking the opinion of people that they are polling. You know, economy, even abortion, all these things come up much higher than climate change, because climate change often doesn't figure as one of the issues that people are questioned on.
Yes, clearly that is one gap that perhaps seems to be there. But Anil, if I could come to you again, in terms of when we saw the campaigning going on, there was much elation when, not when Joe Biden stepped down, but when Kamala Harris became the candidate, much elation in India because of India Connect. She's well, half Indian descent at least. But as far as the campaign is concerned, when she was campaigning, she didn't really mention India. It was Donald Trump who mentioned India and Hindus as well. Now, do you think that was a conscious choice? Because, again, the issue of gender did not figure much where Kamala Harris is concerned. And Donald Trump said that I will protect women whether they like it or not.
Well, exactly, Gautam. You know, that particular issue about the mention about India, you know, remember Trump has been using that as a bait, especially when it comes to attacking Kamala Harris. He said that if she's elected to the White House will be filled with curry. So remember, it's either ways that it's gone. But, you know, when it comes to hitting below the belt, you know, Trump has spared no movement, especially when it comes to hitting Kamala there in this political battle as it got heated up. But looking at those 7 crucial swing states, you know, 6 out of the 7 had swung to blue, especially in the 2020 elections. Can Kamala Harris repeat that? That's the big question that everyone is looking for. North Carolina was the only one that Trump had managed to win. And, you know, the challenge gets bigger for Kamala Harris, especially on that lines. Looking at women's rights, you know, that's one cause of concern. That's one sticky topic, you know, that's worked for either sides. So it's all going to boil down to, you know, issues that are there before the people and issues that conservatives look at, you know, and that's where this election would see a big play out, especially when the numbers come out.
Well, certainly. Michael Davis, do you feel again issues that one would have thought sitting here in India, in Delhi, would have been of key concern, not that much of a concern, and even played down by at least one side or the other? Why is that the case?
I think in an age when immigration and everything is such a big issue, and the further fact that Kamala was raised by her Indian mother mostly in the African American community, and took great pride in that, going to a prominent African American school. So I think all of that is, you know, there are more African American voters in the United States than Indian voters. So a lot of things are at play there. I would say a more important issue in this election has been gender. And what we're seeing is that Kamala is getting something like 65–70% of the women's vote, and Trump is getting a lot of similar data on the men's vote. So there's, and this is, he's especially supported by working class men, and apparently there's a lot of gender discrimination going on in their minds as well, that they don't trust a woman. So we'll probably have to wait till after the election to see how much this played into voting choices and the result. But it has been a major divide on gender in the support of these two candidates.
Yes, but when you look at the election that Donald Trump won against Hillary Clinton, that last ceiling had been broken in terms of the popular vote. Hillary Clinton had won that election in terms of pure number of votes, almost 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. It's just how the Electoral College plays out in terms of how these numbers are divided. All the to the victor goes the spoils is the case here, and it didn't work out in the favor of Hillary Clinton. Do you think this time around it could be different, Ambassador?
I think we just don't know is the reality here. Though I do want to say that on gender issues, the abortion ruling that the Supreme Court had given played a big part in the fact that of the impact that had on the 2020 election for the House and the Senate, which enabled the Democrats to win the Senate. We will have to see also how the Senate races and the Democrat elections go in this time round. Will the Democrats win more than the 4 seats they need to be able to flip the House? Will they be able to retain the Senate by staying where they are, even though 8 of their senators have retired or moved out, and those seats are up for grabs? So the importance of the gender issue, the abortion issue, which is linked also to the composition of the Supreme Court, that may play a bigger role in the House and Senate elections rather than be so evident in the presidential election. That's my sense of it. But again, we have to take account of the fact that there are these, the way it is analyzed, older women are apparently coming out to vote for Kamala Harris, and they are reliable voters because they do come out. Young men who appear to have swung towards Trump are not very reliable voters. It will have to be seen how many of them come out. So how far gender will play in will depend on how far the women come out to vote and how much the men also come out to vote.
Certainly. Another issue, Anil, that figured very prominently in previous elections when Donald Trump used to talk about China, China, China all the time. But this time it seems that the preoccupation with what's been happening in Ukraine and what's been happening in West Asia or Middle East, as the Americans call it, China completely went under the radar, and that is again an issue of key interest to people like you and me who are Indians.
Well, exactly, Gautam. That was, that began at one point of time. It was his primary focus, especially when it comes to, getting America back the honor that it's looking for, getting those jobs back, all that he started off. But he slowly realized that, that's not where, especially when it comes to, striking a chord with the American voters, these issues.
And that's an agenda that even President Biden took forward.
Well, exactly. That's something, that the Democrats were expected to take forward, but not exactly the Republicans. And Trump slowly realized that, speaking or focusing too much on China was something that he could, it could be a part of his agenda, but it could not be something that, could help him on a larger scale, especially when it comes to getting votes. He's been, cautious, especially with regards to the approach that he's had, especially to the geopolitical affairs. But he has been time and again indicating that, he could have some of the answers to the problems that, especially the conflict zones that are facing. And that, helps, especially when it comes to the voters under 40. There is an uptick, especially when it comes to the voters under 40 who believe that Trump could be the answer, or Trump could be the solution to the problem that the world faces, with America leading the way. And voters above the age of 40 and above believe that Kamala Harris clearly helps America in giving directions to the conflicts and the problems that the world faces. So it's divided between the two. We'll have to wait, once the voting pattern comes out, how exactly the voters, the age group that has come out and voted will clearly give you an indication of, who holds the edge in this particular elections.
All right. I'm told that my colleague Amrapal Singh, who's tracking what Donald Trump is up to at Mar-a-Lago, is with us now. Amrit, just tell us how these projections are being viewed by the Trump camp. Are they upbeat, or do they know there is a story that had already been scripted? Because blue staying blue, red is staying red, and nothing has been flipped so far.
I think in their hearts of hearts, they know that the picture is still not clear. It's still unfolding. It's too early. All the swing states which are counting, if you look at the projections that are coming out, they are too close to call. So they know that. But I mean, let's look at the numbers. And what they are trying to do is they're trying to put a bravado saying, well, we've scored more numbers, but they do actually know. Out of the projections, right now, 99 are projected for Kamala Harris, 198 for Donald Trump. Out of the projections, the Electoral College numbers. They give you a sense, if somebody were to read that Donald Trump is way ahead. But that is not the real story. That does not paint the true picture. Because in the states, you'll have to go to the states to see how it's unfolding. Now, if we look at the states mostly have voted on predictable lines. The states that were red, that voted red the last time or traditionally have been voting red, are the ones that have voted red. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Donald Trump has a lead, and that it was expected. Vermont, Kamala has a lead. It was expected. Virginia, Trump has a 2% lead. North Carolina, which is a swing state, he has just about 5% lead with 66% votes counted. He is ahead in the race there. Ohio, West Virginia, Alabama, he was expected to. Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois were expected to go to the Democrats. Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, New York were expected. So really, it is the swing states. And swing states, if you look at the swing states, let's go one by one on the swing states. Let's begin with Georgia, which has about 80% of the votes counted. What is the lead Donald Trump has? 5%. I think it's difficult to reverse the lead when 80% is counted. So Georgia looks most likely shall go the Donald Trump way. Let's look at North Carolina. 66% votes counted, a 5% lead Donald Trump. Could take North Carolina, could reverse, but could take because there are close to about 70% votes counted. Now, if you look at the other swing states, just a moment, Pennsylvania, the most interesting. Now 44% counted. Harris has a lead of just 1%. So it's a swing state to it's down to the wire. In the truest sense of the term, it's a swing state. It's to the T. It could go either way. Almost half counted or less than half counted, 44%, 1% vote difference. Look at the other. Look at Arizona. 34% counted, both at a tie. They do not have a lead. Arizona is still not made up its mind. While voting is still going on in Arizona, it's time for them to close. But about 33% of the votes have been counted, or just about. Arizona is closing. Okay, now let's look at the other swing states. Michigan, just 17% counted. Harris has a lead of 3%. That's a lead, but 3% could reverse with just 17%. So 83% have to still come in. So Trump could overtake her there. Now, this is a part, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are part of the blue wall. It is a must for Kamala Harris to win if she wants to be the next president of the United States. Doesn't look like that she's anywhere near to a clear win there. That's what the swing states really look like. Wisconsin, again, Trump has a lead, but of just 1% with 37 counts. 37% votes counted.
Yes, while you're at
so
it,
the rest of the
Amrit,
states have voted. Gotham, yeah, just 1 second. Gotham, I'll complete in within now 5 seconds. All states, none of the states have flipped. The swing states are too close to call. That is the situation right now.
But Amrit, while you're at it, I would suggest that you look at Iowa as well, where earlier Harris had a substantial lead. Now that has dropped substantially again, and just 12%, 32% reporting right now. And we're looking at the AP numbers, although On screen,
That's
we're
right.
referring to Reuters only. Reuters is being a little more conservative than AP.
Yes. So Iowa, Donald Trump now has a lead of 1% with 33% counted. Remember that survey which said that Kamala is taking Iowa? It's too close to call.
Yes, again, too close to call. Now, having talked so much about, and you stick around, Amrit, and I would request my guests to also stay with us. Now, having talked so much about the crucial swing states, we get you our special report on, well, what are these states all about? Not just which states are these, but why they have really become swing states through the years.
About 240 million people are eligible to vote in this year's US presidential election, but only a relatively small numbers are likely to decide the next president. Experts believe only a handful of swing states could plausibly decide who will be the next president of the United States. In this election, there are 7 swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Let's take a closer look at them. First up with Arizona. Arizona has 11 electoral college votes. Arizona helped Democrats win the presidency in 2020, backing their candidate for the first time since the 1990s. Bordering Mexico for hundreds of miles, Arizona is a key focus in the nation's immigration debate. Arizona has been at the center of a heated abortion access debate. Next swing state, Georgia. Georgia counts for 16 electoral college votes. In 2020, Biden won Georgia by 13,000 votes. A third of Georgia's population is African American, one of the highest in the country. Up next is Michigan. Michigan has 15 electoral college votes. Michigan has picked the winning presidential candidate in the last 2 elections. Michigan has the largest proportion of Arab Americans. Michigan is now a symbol of backlash over Biden's support for Israel in the Gaza conflict. The next battleground state is Nevada. Nevada has 6 electoral college votes. Nevada has voted Democrat for the last several elections. Both Trump and Harris are vying to win Nevada's sizable Latino population. North Carolina is the next swing state. North Carolina has 16 electoral college votes. In 2020, North Carolina backed Trump by 74,000 votes. North Carolina borders Georgia and shares some of its top electoral concerns. Key poll considerations of North Carolina include immigration. Nearly 61% of North Carolina's population is North Hispanic white. Pennsylvania is the next swing state. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes, the most of any of the swing states. Pennsylvania in 2020 backed Biden by 82,000 votes. Pennsylvania is a key state for both Trump and Harris. Pennsylvania is the state where Trump survived his first assassination attempt. The economy is a top issue in Pennsylvania, with residents feeling the strain of inflation and rising cost of living. Last is Wisconsin. Wisconsin has 10 electoral college votes. In 2020, Biden won Wisconsin by 21,000 votes. Wisconsin picked the winning presidential candidate in both 2016 and 2020. Inflation has become the primary concern for voters in Wisconsin. But why do some states swing and others don't? Swing states can change over time. Not all remain swing states permanently. Arizona recently became a swing state, while traditional ones like Florida and Ohio have leaned Republican. Various factors can turn a state into a swing state or solidify its political alignment. Demographic shifts from population movement for jobs or retirement can impact a state's political landscape. Mihir Maikuri's report for DD India.
And while we were playing out that report about swing states, another projection is coming in. And this time, Iowa has been projected for Donald Trump. Iowa, again, a state much talked about in the run-up to the election, which was very close to the election day, very, very highly regarded opinion poll had come out which had said that Harris has a chance of winning it, 3% lead over Trump, but that does not seem to be the case where the current projection is concerned. Very, very significant one, this projection. We'll have to wait and see if it abides, if it stays. But for now, for Iowa, the projection is 51.3% for Donald Trump and 47.2% for Kamala Harris. If I could come to Michael Davis, what do you make of what's happening now in Iowa? We talked about it earlier, and now the situation's changed and the projection has come in favoring Trump for Iowa.
Well, Iowa's long a Republican state. The one poll that had Harris ahead even surprised her, and it probably was an outlier because most of the other polls have gone the other way. And so that belt through there is really strongly Republican. As the video you discussed mentions, these states are swing states because they're kind of close, but not Iowa wasn't one of the swing states. So it is not a surprise that it would go for Trump.
Yes, certainly. Ambassador Dev, if I can come to you and ask you, in previous elections, not too further away from 2024, even in 2016, there used to be a larger number of swing states. It's fallen when it comes to 2024. Why is that the case?
That reflects how deeply divided the United States population is and becoming more and more divided. So they are more and more in their camps, whether the camp is red or the camp is blue. And this, of course, is linked to the impact of social media, the fact that people live in a information bubble and only listen to those news sources which affirm the kind of leanings or views that they already hold. And this, of course, is true of the United States, but I think we should look around the world and see it's also a global phenomenon in India as well. Europe, if you look at election outcomes there, that people are becoming more and more divided, adhering more and more strongly to the views that they hold.
Amrit, if I could come to you again, you are at Mar-a-Lago. What can you tell us about what is happening there? Do we see a scenario where in an hour or two from now, Donald Trump could come out like he did in 2020, though he lost in 2020, he could come out and say, I won?
He could do that. The man that he is, he could very well do that. He is with his team inside and his vice presidential candidate, his running mate, inside Mar-a-Lago, closely watching the results that are coming in. There is a convention center a little distance away where his supporters have gathered. That's where the election watch party is. If he wins, then he comes to the party. If he doesn't, then he calls reporters over at Mar-a-Lago. That's what we're hearing. And then he says what he says. Gautam.
Okay. Do you think that is the reason why Michael Davis, Trump earlier when he had voted, he came out and say that he will accept whatever the result is provided the count is fair. So he wanted to sort of not outright say that cheating has been done, although he said that in case of Philadelphia and Detroit. But overall, he didn't want to say that the polls are all wrong, everything has been manipulated, because what would he have to say if he eventually did indeed win?
Well, basically, throughout all the election, he said that he would accept the result if he wins. So that he said one time that, oh, as long as it's fair. Well, he thinks if it's fair, then he wins. So this is kind of the hardline view he's taken. Accusations of cheating are not taken seriously. He said that about the 2020 election, and none of it was found to be true. And so he tends to use this as a kind of leverage, and it's not very honest on his part. He's even told that he lost the election in 2020, but he still persisted to this day to claim it was cheating. In fact, his efforts to overturn it are probably the closest to cheating that we're seeing in the election. So some people like to point out that Trump accuses everyone of being like him. So this is what goes on regarding claims of cheating, and he will certainly make them if we find out that he loses based on fair counts. And I've been watching. I voted here in the United States today, and I also have friends working in this area. And because of all these accusations, there's been great care regarding voting. So I'm not expecting any cheating in any way that would affect the numbers.
I think Amrit wants to add something to what you were saying in Mar-a-Lago. Go ahead, Amrit. I believe you were gesticulating.
Yes, Gautam, he's been doing that, casting aspersions on the electoral process right through the campaign. And this is not the first time he's done that. He did that in 2020. He did that in 2016. He won in 2016. He said there was electoral fraud. I think my sense is, one, it's a personality type. He is, the other, he's using that as a strategy. He did that again when he came to vote. I was there at that polling booth in West Palm Beach where he came to vote, and he said that after casting his vote. I think that's a strategy to get his voters out, because the contest, especially in the swing states, is so close. The person who wins is the person who gets most of his or her voters out. So I think it was a strategy to tell the Republican voters, well, you are being cheated upon, come out and vote, let's defeat them, to get them out. And I think that was a part of a strategy also. If he wins, he'll say, well, they did fraud, but we came out and defeated them at their game.
Yes, certainly. And it is also reflected in the fact, Ambassador Deo, that earlier Trump used to say that do not rely on early voting. That is not something that we should be doing. That is something that can be manipulated. He said all sorts of things, and then he started encouraging his base to go in and vote early, although he did not do it himself.
These are all, in sometimes they become matters of detail. There are analysts who are saying it's not a question of will Trump, deny the outcome of the elections if it turns out that he has not won. But if, it is so much expected of the way his elections and his speeches have gone earlier, that he will always allege cheating unless he comes out the winner. And so there is some concern about that. But equally, there is the argument that because of what happened in 2020, the government is much more prepared to deal with the kind of riot that broke out, or which he is accused of having instigated after the results came out, in which he had lost. So I think there is a kind of uneasiness about whether enough of his followers will want to take to the streets, maybe some might be violent in the event that he loses the election. On the other hand, he's also the kind of personality that believes he would win, and that if he says it often enough, that he's winning, that he will win. So these are kind of the elements of elections in the US, which are in a way what the Americans say are baked in. People are afraid that if the election doesn't go his way, he may try and make trouble. But on the other hand, people also believe that the government is now much better prepared to deal with any outcomes in case there is trouble on the streets.
Okay, while you were speaking, Ambassador, there are two things happened, two more updates. One, we have a projection, a fresh projection, where Ohio with 17 electoral votes has been projected in favor of Donald Trump, and Bitcoin has jumped to record levels because traders seem to be betting on a Trump win. The Bitcoin, which is the most valued cryptocurrency, the biggest cryptocurrency, has risen 7% and crossed 75,000 US dollars. Anil, what do you make of that?
Gautam, it's very much on expected lines. There was a blip that markets world over had seen, and the early morning numbers, purely with regards to the stock markets in US too, clearly indicated that the Dow Jones, also the tech-heavy Nasdaq, clearly showing an uptick over a percent rise, 1% and above rise, especially in the numbers there in the stock markets, and very much of a trickle-down effect that you see world over when it comes to the stock market. So we'll have to slowly wait and watch. But surely the Bitcoin development that you've seen, the record numbers there clearly indicate that they are expecting the Bitcoin, at least the people trading in Bitcoin are looking at a big positive change that is expected to come with Trump leading the way. But too early to call. I would still say the 7 swing states are the decisive one. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all 3 would decide how this particular election pans out. If Kamala Harris manages to win all 3, they are all blue walls. They are traditionally blue walls where the Democrats managed to hold those seats. If those 3 come together, Pennsylvania with 19 seats there, Michigan with almost 15, as Wisconsin with 10, clearly would decide where the next president will come. And remember, the last 2 presidents, the last 2 presidential elections, the person and the party that won the elections in Wisconsin generally managed to reach the White House. The percentage that has decided the winner there in Wisconsin has been 1%, a little more than 1%. So we'll have to wait and watch for these 3 swing states, how they go about, and that's where this elections will unfold.
Yes, for Harris, Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, the blue wall states, is something that she needs to hold to win. Right now, Michigan, 20% of the estimated vote tallied according to Edison Research. Trump has 47.5 and Harris has 50.6. So Harris has a bit of a lead there, 2.1% according to Edison Research, but it's not been projected in her favor yet, which is not the case where Ohio is concerned, although again on expected lines, isn't it, Michael Davis?
So far, that's the case. And I think the biggest caveat you have to hold back on many of these swing states is that the rural areas have come through with their vote count generally earlier. That was the case in 2020. And then people go to bed, even Trump declared his victory last time around. And then you wake up in the morning and you find out that the urban vote has come in, and the urban vote always in the United States favors the Democrats. And so it's very hard to predict this.
Which is why perhaps Trump said that there's been cheating happening in Philadelphia and in Detroit.
Right, when it's basically just the counting of the votes in urban and rural, and also some states limit counting of early voting or mail-in voting until the election closes. And so a lot of that stuff also favors Democrats. So the Democrats tend to do better with some of the late counting. This is not going to affect the hard red states, but it does affect the swing states.
Yes, certainly. Well, with that, I'm going to have to close this particular segment of the show. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael Davis and Ambassador Deo as well, and my colleagues Amritpal Singh from Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach, Florida, and Anil Thomas from the newsroom. We will keep our coverage, the continuous coverage of the US elections going, because we still don't have any results. It's just projections as of now, although Trump looks to be far ahead of Kamala Harris at the moment. But the picture hasn't really changed much from the last time around, because everything hinges on the 7 swing states, and their projections are still to come in. We have some leads, but even that is not conclusive. And as far as the results are concerned, well, that's a way off. So we'll keep our coverage going. My colleague Mark Lynn will be here to take this forward with you. From me, for the moment, that's it. But all the latest will continue right here on DD India. So do keep watching this special coverage.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from ground zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
जल्दी टिफिन पैक करो। राजू, मोबाइल छोड़ो।
अरे दीदी वो बैंक का नंबर चाहिए, रिफंड ही नहीं आया है। मिल गया। अब भी कॉल करता हूँ दीदी।
बिना नंबर जांचे? अक्सर जालसाज बैंक की नकली वेबसाइट और फर्जी नंबर से पैसों की धोखाधड़ी करते हैं।
तो फिर सही नंबर?
बैंक की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट या तो कार्ड।
आपने तो बचा लिया दीदी।
काम से नहीं।
आरबीआई कहता है
सही वित्तीय बर्ताव करे आपका बचाव।
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from ground zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Welcome to Jaipur.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Mark Lynn. Namaskar. Coming up in the next hour. Trump maintains early leads as the counting of votes begin in the United States. The world anxiously awaits the result of one of the closest elections in US history. Trump claims fraud in Philadelphia, Detroit without evidence, and authorities refute this claim. They say that elections are safe, simple, and secure. Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has fired Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and appointed Israel Katz in his place. The US says it's going to work closely with the new Defense Minister. And Ukrainian troops engage with North Korean units for the first time in Russia. Zelensky says it opens a page to instability and escalation. Well, voting for the 2024 presidential elections has closed in 6 U.S. states in the bitterly contested election between Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris and the Republican former President Donald Trump, including in the key battleground state of Georgia. Now, voting has been continuing largely smoothly across the United States on Tuesday, except for a few reports of delays, technical problems, and printing errors. Additionally, a few hoax calls caused some disturbances for a short time, but voting resumed without much delay. There are 538 Electoral College votes allotted to the 50 states and the District of Columbia, and it takes 270 Electoral College votes to win this election. Well, we have some preliminary results or projections by different networks from various sources, and the results are being continuously updated as additional poll responses are being gathered. Now, Donald Trump has been projected to win in Florida with 30 Electoral College votes there, Alabama with 9, Missouri 10, Oklahoma 7, Tennessee 11, West Virginia 4, Indiana 11, Kentucky 8, South Carolina 9, Mississippi 6, Arkansas 6, Nebraska 5, North Dakota 3, South Dakota 3, Louisiana 8, Wyoming 3, Ohio 17, Texas 40 is also leading in Montana, Utah, Pennsylvania. And, well, Kamala Harris has picked up the District of Columbia, which has 3. That's where Washington, D.C. is. And Maryland 10, Massachusetts 11, Vermont 3, Connecticut 7, Illinois 19, Rhode Island 4, New Jersey 14 seats, Electoral College votes, and Delaware 3. New York has 28, which she is projected to win, and Colorado with 10. Well, we can see here, this is how some of the agencies are portraying the current position. ABC says that Trump has 178 electoral college votes already, CBS 178, NBC 201, Fox has gone up to 205, CNN is at 172, Edison at 178, the Associated Press at 198, and DDHQ at 226. And while Harris is at 91, 81, 81, 117, 81, 91, 109, and 108. This is as things stand. Of course, the entire blue wall has yet to be counted, so Harris can look forward to getting a lot more votes. So even though projections have started pouring in, people might not know the outcome unless, unless, of course, any one of the duo scores a significant victory in most of the states, especially the swing states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If there are no blowout margins of victory and the election numbers follow the polls, all of which give leads within the margin of error, then with crucial swing states, Pennsylvania as narrow as 0.4% for Trump, it may take a few days or even weeks to sort out the contested results with recounts. And former diplomat Neelam Dev is joining us, co-founder of Gateway House, joins us from Mumbai. Ms. Dev, how do you view the results currently? There seem to be, of course, most of the red states have been counted, very few blue states from the blue wall. But so far, the Republicans have a very clear advantage, and they're also leading in terms of the popular vote.
That's right. But I think it's clear that most of the states, which is sort of in the heartland of the United States, these are more rural than the urban states, urbanized states, which favor Democrats. It's easier for these heartland states to declare their results faster, slightly smaller populations in most of them, and so the count goes more easily. I think there's no question that if, for instance, along with Florida and Texas, the result in California and New York was also added in, the two candidates would be more neck and neck.
Yes.
So I think we really have to just wait for results in what are blue states to come in. And of course, most importantly, if any of the battleground states are flipped by the Republicans, then that will give us some important indications and will give the Democrats more to worry about than Republicans.
Right, indeed. And of course, the voting has taken place from East Coast to West Coast, and the counting is also taking place that way. So California will be towards the end when we'll get the results from the entire blue wall. But if we look at this election otherwise, how would you see that, the manner in which the Americans have come out to vote? They've come out in large numbers, and the issues have been the economy, abortion, democracy was one of the issues, immigration is another issue. How would you view, they had some polls earlier about the types of issues, and people had said that the issue of the economy was top on their mind. The issue of democracy was also top on their mind. Then the issue of abortion was also there. The question is, when you have all these issues, one is not sure what issue is being voted upon. So how would you gauge who's voting on what? That's my question.
So I think, there have been hundreds of polls and with slightly different outcomes here and there. As far as I'm concerned, a few big takeaways. One is that the deep divisions in American society are reflected in the way what are traditional red states, how they have voted, and how the blue states are expected to have voted. We will see whether that applies to many of the traditional blue states and what happens in the swing states. But there's no question that American society is deeply divided and is not at all open to exchanges of opinions, views, information with the other side, partly because of the way social media enables citizens to live within the media bubbles from where they pick up their information. That's one very important aspect.
Right.
The other is, of course, that for everybody, red, blue, whoever, day-to-day issues are top of the table. You have to be concerned with cost of living, even though unemployment has gone down to just 4%, which is itself an achievement in the United States, and inflation has been arrested. But arrested doesn't mean that the earlier price rise has been pulled back. So there's no question that food, for example, or cars or mortgages cost more than they cost 3-4 years ago, pre-pandemic, shall we say. So it is inevitable that the government in power will be blamed for the fact that prices have increased, even though they have stopped increasing now. And in a couple of cases, like fuel, like gas, as the Americans say, has actually been going down. Now, many of these issues are, of course, out of the hands of the government or the president. The war in the Middle East, that sort of issue it is expected that the American government would have exerted itself more to deal with the trauma that the Middle East war has been causing, but it's not entirely in their hands. On the other hand, some issues which are exceedingly important to different age groups, environmental issues for the young, the abortion and Supreme Court composition related issues for women, these will also be reflected in how the voting goes in other states as the results come in, and particularly in the swing states. The fact that more older women are expected to go out and vote for Kamala Harris, the fact that younger men below 40, including many from the African American community, the Hispanic community, even the Indo-American community, are leaning towards the Republicans. A lot of these differences of opinion will actually get reflected in the swing states and could determine the outcome of the election.
What weightage would you give to the personality cult surrounding Donald Trump? I mean, after all, he is a divisive figure. There are either people who love him or hate him. And, in his first term, he had clearly marked out the media as the opposition party, and he had created the concept of, he started talking about the concept of fake news and created a narrative which also helped the growth of social media. And we can see that social media has played a very significant role in this election. And you did talk about, each within their own sort of echo chambers. To what extent do you think, the personality of Trump has affected this election?
I think there is a view that he has a high ceiling of support. 45% of Americans support Donald Trump no matter what. They supported him for the 2016 election, they supported him in the 2020 election, and it looks like most of them have supported him in this election. The question really is whether he has been able to increase the number of his supporters, and whether undecided voters, which is maybe 1% of the electorate, will swing this way or that way. That he is a divisive figure is also the way the media characterizes him, because you could equally take the position that Kamala Harris, a woman of color, of half Indian origin and half African American or Jamaican origin, all these, misogyny, the gender issues, these are also divisive factors in the United States. So I think it's not appropriate to try and understand the divisions in society by attributing them all to Donald Trump,
Right.
who
Sure.
has a strong base of support. But what will determine the outcome of this election is whether he can increase his support among the men who anyway support him, and whether undecided voters choose to come out and vote at all, and if they do come out, whether they lean Republican or Democrat.
Right. We're also joined by our correspondent Shubhendu Ghosh, who's standing outside, who's in Washington, D.C. And the District of Columbia has already been declared for the Democrats, for Kamala Harris. Shubhendu, we are seeing that, at least the blue states seem to be slower in counting than the red, because after all, the blue wall is on the West Coast. Even though there is some euphoria about, the Republicans already crossing 207 and Kamala Harris only at 91, it's not yet a done race, isn't it?
Absolutely, Mark. We have to look at the projections for what they are, projections, and we have to see the states and the regions where Donald Trump is getting those electoral votes. They're mostly red states. So red continues to be red, and blue is yet to become blue. It's somewhat of a pattern like that. And swing states still continue to be at the heart of what might decide the outcome of this presidential elections. I also want to tell you at the location where I am. I'm right outside Howard University. This is the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. This is where she's going to be tonight to see the manner in which the countings progress. There are hundreds of her supporters, students, alumni of the university who've been pouring in. They've all sort of gone inside. They've all settled down. Vice President would be joining them, and together, what is a tradition of an election night of watching the results unfold together with your supporters is something that's going to happen at this a place which is very, very memorable and close to Vice President Kamala Harris. And here the institution also is looking forward to finding out if the already very illustrious alumni, the Vice President, could in fact become the first woman President of United States of America.
Right. We can see there are quite a few TV crews behind you, Shubhendu. But, you've had a long day, so put it into context for us. An election day in the United States, what's it like? After all, there was a huge campaign. There was a lot of early voting. And then there are people, I suppose, who wait for the election day traditionally. In fact, Donald Trump is calling only for the election day to be the day on which people should vote. He says that's the fair process. What's your assessment about how the Americans have handled the election day?
That's a very interesting question, Mark, and I would say there's almost a mix of feelings that I've experienced through the early voting to the election day. And to this time here, it's a festive sort of a climate. There's a lot of music playing. There are a lot of food courts. Youngsters have come all dressed up as if for a weekend party. They're going to be here with their very illustrious alumni, Kamala Harris, for the counting day. We saw in the early voting there was a degree of urgency in the voters to be done with their duty and look forward to the election day. On the election day, we saw in the run-up to it anxiety, tension, how will it pan out, so much focus on security arrangement that was quite unprecedented. The elections, at least in Washington, D.C., the polling booths that we were covering, we saw that it went quite smoothly. There was police sirens honking in the background to keep a check on any untoward incident. But by and large, the elections went smoothly. And now it just seems that everyone wants to have their hair down, hang their boots, and have a good time, really sit back and enjoy the counting. We yet to, the apprehensions that were there earlier, mostly related to what if Donald Trump lags behind in the early counting, what kind of reactions might come in from his supporters. Those concerns for now are put to rest. So it seems like the whole election mood has come full circle, from urgency to anxiety to tension to getting be done with it. And now more relaxed atmosphere prevails here. Mark?
Right. And when can we expect Kamala Harris to come to Harvard University? And because after all, you know, the blue states have not really started counting, would she be waiting for that entire process to end before she comes?
As you mentioned, the West Coast is...
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. You, for a brief while we couldn't hear
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
but now we can. Go ahead.
All right. So yes, we're also on standby to find that out. Hundreds of our supporters are all inside. Yes, West Coast voting has to conclude, and from there an update has to come. The initial trends have to come. But she would be here. This is the place where all the arrangements have been made. Very first time an election night is going to be celebrated in a manner at her alma mater, Harvard University, here in Washington, D.C.
Right. Stay with us, Shubhendu. We also have senior diplomat Neelam Dev with us. Ma'am, so when we look at, you know, the outcomes of this election as they seem to be moving in a particular direction, let's just presume that it's a victory for Donald Trump. In what way should India be looking at, you know, this new government?
I think the Indian position has been enunciated by the External Affairs Minister more than once, and in fact will be the position of most governments except the Europeans, the NATO members. We work with whoever is elected, and in India particularly, since we we value our own democratic situation, we will go with the outcome of democracy, democratic voting in the United States. But obviously for the Europeans, with their how deeply they are invested in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, it is really, they are treating it almost as a life and death issue. They are very concerned that if President Trump comes in, will there be a change in the American position on NATO, on its support to Ukraine? So I think for some countries, it matters greatly who is elected. But for most of the world, and certainly for India, we are ready to work with whoever the democratic process yields in the United States. And also because it has been our experience in the past that the relationship, the Indo-US relationship, has deepened, it has intensified under both Democratic and Republican administrations.
A final word from you, Shubhendu. You know, now that things seem to be clear to some extent, you had already reported earlier that, you know, there was a lot of security being put up just in case, you know, a January 6th-like incident took place again. Has, you know, any of that security been of any use today?
Well, it has induced a degree of confidence in the election machinery, in the poll officers who've been working so hard all day, for many days, in fact, to make sure that election day goes well. There was considerable security threats against polling booths, polling officers. In that sense, putting all those bulletproof glasses, drone surveillance had made sure that the very crucial day has passed off without any untoward incidents. And again, it's too early to call. We yet to get the final numbers, and we'll have to see the kind of reactions that come in from the supporters of the two sides. For now, Donald Trump seems to be getting all the numbers on his side, but these are again the red states from where he's scooping all the electoral college votes. So it just may be a little too early to also say that the election results are over and the tension one can put to rest, because when the numbers come in, it's the swing states where the main battleground of this election is. Those are also too early to call. So that's the concern, Mark. It'll be possible to answer that question once we have more trends coming in from the swing states, the blue states. So we see the entire picture, and so do the supporters, and we'll have to see how they react to it.
Right. Thanks very much, Shubhendu. You've had a long day. Thanks for being with us, and we'll, you know, come back to you when you do have more information for us. Thanks for being with us for the moment. Well, the Democrat Sarah McBride has become the first openly transgender person elected in the United States' House of Representatives, as per the Edison research, which projected on Tuesday, winning the election to Delaware's at-large seat. McBride, who is a 34-year-old state senator, won the competitive primary for Delaware's at-large congressional district, considered a safely Democratic seat, in September. And she became the first openly transgender person to serve as a state senator when she was elected in 2020, first to speak at a U.S. National Political Party convention in 2016, and the first to intern at the White House in 2012 under the Democratic former President Barack Obama. Right. Let's turn once again to Ambassador Dev. Ma'am, when we look at, the other issues that seem to be in the U.S. society, there is the issue, of course, of abortion, but then there is the other issue of gender. And, of course, there is the progressive stand that a lot of these things are the, par for the course. Things are changing in society. And while the conservatives want to hold back on a lot of things because youngsters may be misinformed, especially about the transgender issues, they don't want to encourage these things. How would you view, American society? The blue states are moving in a particular direction, the red states are moving in a particular direction on this matter.
So I would say to you that American society might be more advanced on these issues than American politicians, especially Republican politicians. If you look back a few decades, American women got the vote, really late in the last century. The American society was, at least politicians were viscerally against gay Americans. Gays in the army was a big issue for a while. All these are now settled issues. Even Republicans and Republican politicians support the rights of American gays. You have seen the immense advances that women have made in American society, in education, and that they are making even now in the corporate American society, where more and more women are becoming CEOs. There are sectors like, the IT sector, which are real bro sectors, as they call them, where not enough women have been able to move up. But I think society is advancing. You might recall that when President Obama was elected or was campaigning, it was felt that America may not be ready for a black man. But in fact, America not only elected Barack Obama twice to be president, but it has continued to embrace his legacy. So is it an issue in America that to have a woman president? I think there will be some people in the American society who will be reticent on that. But I think broadly American society is more liberal than perhaps American politicians are, who try to look for and make issues out of change that is happening in the country, in the society.
Very much, former diplomat Neelam Dev. Thank you, madam, for being with us and enlightening us on, the election results in the United States, the presidential election as we receive them. Thank you for putting them into context for us. Next, the latest channel update is coming up on your screen. There you have it. These are the numbers that have come up, and we can see that DDHQ is given Donald Trump 242. We know that 270 is the number he has to reach to, claim the presidency for a second time. If that poll is correct, if they've called it right, then he's not far away. So these are the numbers that we were showing you on the screen. Clearly, of course, as Shubhendu was also telling us, and as we have been telling you, that it's moving from East Coast to West Coast, so the counting. So actually, the West Coast is where all the blue wall is, and that is a significant Democratic stronghold. So none of those votes have actually come in as yet. They've not been counted as yet. So it looks like a clean sweep for the Republicans currently. But Donald Trump has to reach the 270 number to be safely, elected as the president. Otherwise, there's still a chance for Kamala Harris. And this is the current situation, 207. This is as per the Reuters, 207 for Trump and 91 for Harris. There are a number of states to the left of, to the right of your screen, to the left as you look at it, which, is still not counted. Amritpal Singh is with us. He's joining us from West Palm Beach in Florida. Amrit, of course, the mood in Florida must be pretty, upbeat right now because, if these trends continue and the projections continue, then Donald Trump is, just a few steps away from reaching his, his second term.
Yes, Mark, you're right. The mood is upbeat because they're trying to project these numbers as a victory for Donald Trump. Anybody who would put a cursory glance at them would believe that Donald Trump is inching towards victory. But you have to look close enough. The devil is in the detail, and I'm sure the strategist sitting behind me in that beach house of Donald Trump, which is also the Republican headquarters at the moment, those strategists know very well for themselves that victory, that the picture is still not clear. And I'll explain why I say that. The numbers that you say vary from 242 to 207 and 270 needed, but if you look close enough, they could be misleading. That is not to say that these projections are untrue. That is to say that the states where Democrats traditionally win, and they are big states like California, 54. It will drastically change the number once California votes, while California's trends are out. So it is yet the picture is still emerging. If you look at the states, most of them, none of the states have flipped. Traditionally, they voted traditionally where they are. If I can go down to the states, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina projected red. They were always red. Vermont, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, traditionally Colorado, traditionally blue. None of the states have flipped. They continue to remain red, and the states that were blue continue to remain blue. Now that is why in this whole election, the swing states and the previous election, swing states are important. Now let's go at the swing states, and we'll understand what these numbers do not reflect the whole reality. Georgia, 90% vote counted. It's a swing state.
Right, and 51% is in Trump's favor, as things stand.
3%, yes. So the lead over Kamala that he has is just about 3%. So it's neck and neck. I'm not saying in the rest 10% counting it will change. Looks Georgia is going to go red. Let's look at the other blue state, other swing state, I'm sorry.
Right.
North Carolina.
Right.
Trump again has a 3% lead with 86% vote counts. Too close to call. Could go the Trump way, but still too close to call.
Within the margin of error, yes. All right.
Because it is too close to call because of the margin error. You're right. Pennsylvania. Now Trump, this is your blue wall state, the must win for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has an advantage of 3% over 71% votes cast. 30%, remember, still have to come in. We don't know right now what counties these are based on. what we call the blue states. I was in Texas. It's called the red state.
Right.
But I was in Austin. I was in Houston. They're decidedly blue. They're decidedly blue. Cities
So were you in
are blue.
Atlanta? Were you in
so we don't
Atlanta
know
as well?
What county? No, I wasn't in Atlanta.
Right,
Georgia, I think Shubhendu was in Atlanta. Yes, Shubhendu was.
okay.
I wasn't. I was in San Francisco. San Francisco.
But you were in Philadelphia,
California,
weren't you in
decidedly
Philadelphia?
blue
Were you in
state.
Philadelphia?
I was. I was.
Right, okay.
And Philadelphia, the city is voting blue. Walk or drive 10 miles out. I drove 10 miles. I went to the Bucks County. I went to the Montgomery County. You see Donald Trump and flags and cuttings and hoardings everywhere at house lawns, placards planted, decidedly red. So there is a difference. We still don't know what votes that these surveys are basing them on, these projections. But these projections with 90% vote count, unless it's like 3% or something, it's not going to change. But 3% is too close to call. So the American networks themselves are not calling these states. If you look at, so basically almost all the states, the swing states that have been counted, Wisconsin, Trump has just a 2% lead with 60% of the votes counted. So clearly what I'm trying to say here is that if you read the trends of the swing states, which are going to decide who the next president of the United States of America is. Okay, Arizona, 50% votes counted, Trump's lead 1%.
It's very minor, yeah, it's a very
could
small
very
amount.
well change. So,
It's 0.1%,
it is the election is not over. The overall electors numbers could be misleading, and the guys sitting in Mar-a-Lago really know that. The messaging for their voters they may be doing or their supporters may be doing that we are getting back to the White House. Mark.
Sure, but given the fact that these leads are holding for some time, one usually predicts based on that. Of course, the networks are not calling them because the leads are not big enough, but they continue to hold. The chances are that, these will remain red. In that case, then Donald Trump is through, isn't it?
I don't know that. I really don't know the answer to that because the lead is so close. I'm talking about the swing states here. Trump is leading. Yes, it continues. No, it's not holding. It's going up and down. About an hour back, Kamala was leading in Pennsylvania. Now Trump is ahead. Arizona again is too close to call. Now, remember, this is what is being counted is the in-person voting. There is about 82 million votes that have been cast in early voting. A sizable chunk of that is mail-in votes. They open last because they have to be verified. It takes a while for them to be counted. So, which way those votes have gone will decide, will be decisive. So when it's that close to call, they have to wait for all votes to call in the election. You can call in the election where there is a decisive lead, where Kamala is leading in the blue states with 41%. You can discount the mail-in votes and say if that's the trend, well, call in the state in favor of the Democrats. The same for the red. For the swing states, when the lead is so close, and as projected by pre-poll surveys that it's neck and neck, it is really difficult to say. So I think right now the picture is still not clear. Who will sit in the Oval Office.
So you tell us that the mail-in voting, Amrit, is counted right at the end, is it? And what is the percentage of mail-in voting? Because it looks like, 88% of the votes have already been counted. So, or maybe all the rest of the votes are mail-in votes that are probably left to be counted.
No, what happens is that in early voting, there are two kinds of voting. One, in-person voting, the other is the mail-in voting. So about 82 million votes were cast in early voting. We do not, though the breakup numbers are still not very clear because it's county-wise. They don't put out the numbers, but they broadly put out that these many are, this much vote has been cast. The mail-in, the general sense here is that about 40% of the 82% cast are mail-in votes. Now, when they open, because they open the last, second, they have to be verified, because it's like you receive an email on your ballot and you reply back. So there could be fraud, and that's what Donald Trump's been hinting at, without evidence though. So what they do is to prevent fraud on that, they verify that. That is a long process. Sometimes mail-in votes come in till about 12th November. The results come in by about 12th November. So it is a while before the mail-in votes, final results come in. Now mail-in votes, if you have a 40% lead in the in-person voting, then you can discount the mail-in vote and saying it's not going to reverse the trend. So it's easy to call in the state. But if it's 1%, 2%, 3%, mail-in votes will make all the difference. So that is why I'm insisting that the picture is still not clear.
Absolutely, and in fact, during the course of our conversation, during the course of our conversation, Amritpal, we can see that now the blue states on the left have started to be counted, and they've already been declared blue by some of the networks. So Kamala Harris has moved to 153 to Donald Trump's 211. So the gap is closing. And we're going to take a short break, but stay with us, Amrit. We'll be back with you.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
This week on Defense Dynamics, we will talk about the most recent events in the Middle East as the United States sends additional forces in response to the escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. We will talk about B-52 bombers and tell you how they could impact upon the ongoing Israel-Iran tensions, and also how the United States military presence is altering the region's security dynamics. We will showcase India's latest success story of self-reliance in defense technology, creating international buzz, the wheeled armored personnel carriers. Watch Defense Dynamics every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. IST only on DD India.
Who will be the next president of the US? America decides. DD India reports from Ground Zero.
An election on razor's edge. From the economy to democracy, the stakes can't get any higher. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Watch Race to the White House as the finish line approaches. Live and exclusive coverage only on DD India.
Well, you're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Mark Lynn, and Amritpal Singh is still with us from West Palm Beach in Florida. Amrit, there are just two states now, I think, that are on the map that have not shown any results as yet. One is Alaska and the other is Nevada. And, in both these cases, perhaps one can say that they are basically red states. So they only account for 9 electoral college votes totally. So it is a very tight race when one looks at it. And given the fact that we've been talking about the other trends, which are pretty close, though some of those which have not been called, one can see that, the Republicans are way ahead. there seems to be the momentum that Trump began with seems to be continuing.
Mark, one slight correction with due respect. Nevada is a swing state. It's not a red state. Okay. Sorry, I lost you on the other.
No, I was saying, yeah, fine. But since Arizona is looking red this time, of course, it's as close as ever. The one usually sees these two states voting on similar patterns, Arizona and Nevada. And of course, many of the pollsters seem to have suggested that they would go red. Of course, Alaska is red, right? Alaska is red.
Alaska is red. That's right. Alaska is red.
Right. Right. So, I mean, what do you see the pathway then for either side to reach the magic figure?
I think, once the big states complete their counting, like California.
California has already been declared, even though, I mean, they hardly have any counting, but it's already been declared for Harris because the lead is enough.
California has been declared. Okay. It's been projected. Yes,
it's been projected. Yeah.
You're right. So that changes the numbers. I think finally it'll boil down to the swing states. Right now, swing states are too close to call. Once the swing states come in, then the picture would be clearer. But right now, Donald Trump has a slight lead in most of the swing states. It's very important for Kamala to win the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which doesn't look like Pennsylvania. Let me look. Trump has a 3% lead with 75%, not looking like going Kamala's way. Michigan, Trump has a 5% lead, so it's just 30%.
No, Michigan is where Kamala Harris is ahead, as far as the figures I have, unless that's changed. In Michigan, in Minnesota, right. Trump is leading.
Okay, we are looking at different networks because these are projections by different networks.
Sure.
The network that I am looking at, and which is a pretty conservative network in the sense that they do due diligence, and that's why, I'm also looking at other networks. Michigan, what I have in front of me, a 6% lead for Donald Trump with 31% votes counted.
Okay.
Again, these are projections. So different networks can vary. So right now, because there are no official figures, there is nothing like an Election Commission of India, a federal body that conducts. These are counties which have their own state boards, and they put out numbers, they put out trends. Networks post correspondence there. Based on that, based on certain permutations and combinations that they do. Like a Duckworth-Lewis formulas that they've devised for themselves over the years. These are reputed networks, and generally their projections are they're very cautious with. That's why none of the networks are calling they're calling the swing states because it's too close to call. So right now, what it looks like, Mark, is that Donald Trump has a slight edge in most, if not all, of the swing states. But they are too close to call. It could change as well. For Kamala, as I was saying, the blue wall is really, really important. She needs to take Penn State. She needs to take Michigan. She needs to take Wisconsin if she wants to make her way to the White House. Couple of hours, perhaps we'll be more informed. The picture would be much clearer whether it's her or Donald Trump.
Right, absolutely. Thanks, Amrit, for joining us for the moment. Let's turn to Anil Thomas, who's also with us. He's joining us from the newsroom. Anil, you're one who's following the stock markets, and they were enthused in the US because of the results to start with. What the better, those who were betting also seem to have suggested 52% or 57% in favor of Donald Trump, as against 42 for Harris. Do you think, those who were putting their money on Trump would be satisfied at the current state of things?
Good morning, Mark. Well, it looks very much likely, Mark, that people banking on Trump to pull this elections off, are in a happy frame of mind. But having said that, the 7 swing states, we still haven't seen much of movement there. But early indications indicate that Trump is in a comfortable position. Last time around in 2020, Joe Biden and his campaign, the Democrats team managed to pull 6 out of the 7 in their favor. Trump managed to just win 1 in North Carolina. This time around, the battle is much head-to-head and much closer. The early indications that we've got from most of these counties, it's most of these swing states, it's very much close, not much of a difference. And I think Wisconsin will be the deciding factor. And, the 3 states that the Democrats would be very closely watching is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. For the simple reason, they are blue wall states. If Kamala Harris manages to retain that close to 19 seats in Pennsylvania, 15 seats in Michigan, and 10 seats in Wisconsin. So put that all together, and Wisconsin for the last 2 times has been the swing state that's helped somebody reach the White House. In 2016, it helped Joe Biden reach the White House. In 2016, it helped Donald Trump reach the White House. 2020, Joe Biden reached the White House. So clearly, that's going to be the swing state that all would be looking forward to. But there were bomb threats or security fears that were raised, especially in 4 of the swing states. So precautions being taken, but we'll have to still wait for numbers to come. But as things stand, none of the states where there were expected some kind of change to happen have not happened. The blue has gone with the blue, the red is with the red. So we'll wait for the swing states to come into play, and that's where this action could unfold. But remember, the 3 states that I mentioned, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, clearly could be a make or break for Kamala Harris and her team and the Democrats.
Right, Anil, last time too, Donald Trump had set up a pretty good lead. In fact, he declared that he was the winner early. And then, of course, there was the mail-in and the early voting that hadn't even been counted as that. And we saw that, there was a come from behind win by Biden. This may not be the case this time round because, perhaps the percentage of votes counted seems to be pretty high in most of these states, and they seem to be progressing in the same, without changing trends. So, how do you view the situation this time round? According to Amrit, many of the mail-in ballots have still not been counted. And those are the ballots that generally favor the Democrats.
Well, I would go with Amrita purely on that point for the simple reason that Pennsylvania in 2020 took almost 4 days for the results to come. And this time around also with the threats, the security threats that have been faced, especially in Arizona, Georgia, along with Pennsylvania, clearly things, though they might look very straight and simple, but I think, we still are a long away from getting those results. So people anticipating results maybe by the end of the day will have a long night ahead and maybe a day or 2 to add before we get the final clear picture. But those 3 states could be very crucial for the Kamala Harris team along with the Democrats, and they would be looking to make great inroads. But as things stand, not much of a lead that the Democrats have managed to open. They have a 1% lead, which I can say can help them go the distance if they can maintain that momentum. But, Donald Trump and the Republicans can surely do a catch-up. But this could all go down to the wire. Yes, last time around, you can almost see a similar kind of trend to what we saw last time. But maybe this time, a day or 2 earlier, the final results could be out.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Anil Thomas, for being with us from the newsroom. Now, stocks extended gains, treasury yields jumped while the dollar hit the highest since July as early returns bolstered trades that have for months risen with Donald Trump's election prospects. With polls closed in more than 2/3 of the states, S&P 500 futures, it was up almost 1%. The US 10-year yields, they also rose about 12 basis points to a 4-month high of 4.39%. The Bitcoin also rallied 3%, and also moves that together they bear the imprint of trades linked with a possible Republican victory. Now, while results were still being collected and polls remained open in 9 states, the ex-president's odds of election were climbing on betting markets and on the national forecasting sites such as Decision Desk HQ. While equities in Japan and Australia climbed, shares in Hong Kong slipped. The Mexican peso also dropped 2% and the Japanese yen slid 1%. As votes come in, the market is increasingly confident that Trump will win and return to the White House. And it's a consistent picture in the bonds market as well, the US dollar and equity futures. One of the clearest illustrations is the Bitcoin, which has touched $75,000 for the first time ever, in fact. The world's largest crypto rose to $74,718 on the day, beating its previous March all-time high of $73,780. Now, Bitcoin is now up more than 9% over the last 24 hours. It has more than doubled in price in the last 12 months. Well, buzzing music, grooving youth, and the streets dipped in vibrant colors, the election enthusiasm among first-time voters in the United States has filled all the corners of the country